Welcome back, everyone, to Adepticon Day 2 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My name is Michael Ciravella. I am the events manager for Catalyst Game Labs. It is lovely to be seeing you all again, if only virtually. We are here from the Six Sides of Gaming / Catalyst Game Labs streaming booth in the right outside the Grand Ballroom A, where we're doing a ton of fun events. We are here in the Catalyst booth, which goes on to as far as the eye can see.
Sort of the next county.
Into the next county.
Absolutely.
But I am here today with one of my favorite people in the world, John Helfers, executive editor of Catalyst Game Labs. And in a few minutes, we're going to start talking a little bit early about some fun, fiction-y stuff. You're going to get a little bit longer than our regular hour. But we were going to do our initial introduction because we have some special guests today that I'm very excited to tell you all about. And hopefully none of them will spit on me today. So we will see. We don't know how that works.
They're lining up to spit on you, Michael. You know that.
That is very true. People usually do. So what we are looking at for today, we've got from 11 to 12, we've got our introduction, which is going to bleed right into Battletech Fiction, John Helfers and Michael Ciravella. One of our favorites. We do this all of the time. This is your opportunity to both hear a little bit of what's coming down the pike and to ask some questions of some people who may know. We don't promise to tell you the truth, but at that same point, we know something.
Vagaries, rumors, suppositions, all that stuff. Conspiracies, yes.
And then 1 o'clock, a very special time, we're going to be showing off Partha Wars with Randall Bills and Tommy Rice. For everyone who's missed that in the past, it's a new game we are playing around with. We love it. It is a lot of fun. We've got some new minis. It's really, really exciting. And I'm not going to spill too much, but Randall will show you everything that you need. Then from 2 till approximately 4, we're going to be playing a little Partha Wars is the plan. So they'll be able to show you exactly what they've got and put that on the table for you. We're very excited. 4 o'clock p.m., I will be back again with Mike Ritchie of Catalyst Game Labs board game division. He can tell you some fun and exciting things. I don't know if he's going to have anything to show off. We're not doing too many board games here, but we do want to try and check in with all of our wonderful teams and see what we're looking at. And then 5 p.m. today, one of our favorites, the Fireside chat, is back. We loved yesterday. I had Randall Bills here with me, and we got through nearly 100 questions. It was really exciting. We got a ton of questions knocked off yesterday. Wow. Rapid fire. And today we'll have Ray Arrastia, Battletech line developer. So start ramping up your questions, and we'll come up with some fun stuff. Probably some of which is going to be right here in our section, which is lovely.
Oh, yeah.
That is where we are starting from right now. I hope everybody's having a fun and enjoyable morning. That is very exciting. Trying to think of what else we have. So, while we're here at Adepticon, we've got some fun new items here. We do have the Karita Force Packs.
Yes. That's Ranger? Yep.
I think so.
Wow. Even I got that right.
Yes, we've got some special stuff coming in. I saw some neoprene mats that were here. I believe those sold out. We've got a ton of books. John, what do you bring?
A lot, actually. We have several authors here that are going to be joining us at the noon hour. Jason Hans is here. Kevin Kiliani's here. Blast from the Past. Phil Lee, of course, is here. Mr. Ciravella. Always, we can't shake him. It's like a barnacle. Let's see. And Rusty Zimmerman is also here as well. So I've got quite the diverse range of folks, and looking forward to that round-robin table we're going to have a little bit later. For books, of course, we have the greatest ones we have are the classic trilogies, Great Death Legion, the Warrior Trilogy, Blood of Kerensky, and hardcover, and the leather models. We have tons of those down here. We are running, of course, our classic Adepticon sale, where you buy 2 books, get 1 free. So you can pick up, and that counts for the hardcovers and the leather models, you can pick up those trilogies for a song. I'm practically giving them away. I mean that. I feel like a used car salesman. But they're great books. They're great reads to get into the Battletech universe in fiction. But I also have a lot of new stuff, too. I
was apparently disconnected, so the mic should be better. I was disconnected. This had come loose. So we're getting
you were a mime for 5 minutes.
I was.
I'm sure people could lip read that without a problem. It's no big deal. Anyways, to talk about, we have the books by Jason Hansa. We have Strength of the Pack, the assembled omnibus of his serial novel that was published last year. One of the last bits of the Honor and Glory series from the Clan Invasion, and Still Beat Den of Wolves. We also had, I think we sold the last copy of The Long Road, which went back to Terra again as part of our year return to Terra that we were doing in fiction, starting with, of course, Trial of Birthright, ending with The Long Road. Now we're going to go back out into the Inner Sphere. Did a fantastic job. That's a Chicago-based story, which is kind of nice because we're just 70 miles north of Chicago in glorious Milwaukee. So he's been signing books. He's been selling. Jason's always, of course, always happy to have him at one of our conventions. Phil Lee is here with, of course, Letter of the Law and Hunting Season, and Phil is also my redoubtable editor of Shrapnel. We just released issue 24. I think it's now our longest-running magazine, and we beat Battle Technology, so very proud of that.
We spent most of a little bit last night talking about Shrapnel with some of the authors, so that was a lot of fun.
Good. Yep.
Reminding people this
Going
is
strong.
your way in.
Going strong. Yes, absolutely. Always looking for our next great writer. So for sure. Let's see. Other stuff I have. We are continuing the re-release of the Battlecore anthologies. Weapons Free just dropped earlier this month. It's got a gorgeous new cover. The inside has been completely redone, adding the mechs to after every story. I'm really proud of those books. They look great, and it's already showing up. A lot of people are seeing it on the web, so I look forward to undercutting the third-party marketers who are trying to sell those old volumes for $100. We will continue that we're going to re-release the entire run, so I'm very excited about that too. So we still have a ton of books down here, so come down to the Barrett Center in Milwaukee. You can get in here for free. You can get to our booth, you just need to walk in the door. You don't need a badge. You need a badge to play, as I understand it, but you can come and visit our booth. Got plenty of mech packs, we've got starter kits, the whole kit and caboodle. So, yeah, I've got tons of stuff here. Come on down.
Yes, indeed. So we are very excited for all of the stuff right there. Just because we got a little lost a little earlier, I'm going to redo the schedule again. Thank you so much. That's why we have an entire hour to make sure that these things work out well for us. So we are looking at, nope, that is the wrong schedule. That is the wrong schedule. That won't help you at all.
Get the right schedule,
Mike.
Thank you.
So from 11 till 12-ish, it's going to be Michael Ciravella and John Helfers, of course, starting up a little bit earlier, talking a bit about fiction. This will be kind of part one, and then at 12 o'clock we'll bring in some of our other authors so that we can chat a little bit more, and a little bit more in depth right there. 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, we will have Randall Bills here with Tommy Rice, the creator of Partha Wars. We've been showing that off all weekend. It is really exciting. A lovely new miniatures game that we're really excited for, so that will be wonderful. Then from 2 till maybe 4, probably a little shorter than that, we'll be playing some Partha Wars, which is really exciting, and we'll get to see that on the board. I've seen it done previously. It is so much fun, so I'm really excited. Then at 4 p.m., I will be back with Mike Ritchie of the Catalyst Game Labs board game division. Not promising he's going to be bringing too much with him right there. This is not really a board game show, but it's been a wonderful time, and he's been putting out some great stuff, so we always love to let you know what's coming down the bend. And then what I'm really excited for, 5 p.m. today is once again our wonderful Fireside chats and Q&A. So that's going to be my opportunity to sit here with Ray Arrastia, Battletech line developer and one of my favorite people, to see exactly what questions you have to find out what we'd like to hear from Ray. Ray, who is traditionally very reticent to speak on camera, has been in rare form this weekend, and I'm very much excited for what comes from him. So I'm excited to see all of those good things. Who knows what we can con him into. And then always keep your ears open for the Randall Leakverse. Randall telling us things that he absolutely shouldn't, and we'll probably get some new and exciting ideas, or you might be able to get him to commit to something, which is also fun.
I think Randall's kind of like the Haggard of Catalyst. I should have said that. I definitely should not have said that. And yet he says it anyways.
I definitely should not have said that. I definitely should not have said that. But he usually does say it, which is wonderful from a nice perspective there.
Only exceeded by Lauren occasionally.
Only exceeded by Do a full game of Resurgent Empires on stream. Randall didn't bring it. It takes up an entire suitcase by itself. But I am always a fan of a good game of Resurgent Empires. All right, then. So we're really excited. We're going down the road here. So first and foremost, John, what have you been working on recently? Tell me, what is coming down the pike on fiction? Something just kind of, maybe, sort of, just released?
So we just...
Well, maybe.
It's on Amazon, which is more reliable than our store, apparently. So, yes, the latest Battletech novel, Silent Assets, by Daniel Isperner, has literally just dropped an ebook. We are working on the POD edition. It's not quite there yet, but we'll have that up as soon as we can. But in ebook, you can read this. This is Dan's unit, the Silent Reapers, which has already appeared in German. And for those who are already going to ask about it, this is Daniel's first English language Battletech novel that I'm aware of. I know he's been published fairly extensively in German. We are working on one of his Silent Reapers German novels. That's coming. We have the draft translated. We need to just go and polish it up a little bit, make sure it's working, and get some cover art for it. So that's going to be coming. I can't say whether it's going to be this year. Maybe. We have 2 books from the Germans in the pipeline, and it's just a matter of finding places to put those. So I'm very excited about that.
Are there in German?
Oh, a bunch, like a couple dozen.
Yeah, I thought so.
Which I do, if the fans come out for them, I would love to do them all in English, but of course translation is a little costly. It costs about as much to translate them and publish them as it does to have a new book written. So we have to make sure this works. Dan's very excited. He's already doing some promo for it. I think the fans have been looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to this. It's a great read. It takes the Reapers to the Isle of Skye, and of course that's been a little hot bit of activity recently. So one of the points we want to touch on, and he did a great job. So we're launching the Reapers in English, and I hope that's going to be the first of many stories for them. So other than that, it's about hurting you cats. It's hurting all you cats. So speaking of Mr. I've been working on things other than my new child. You still owe me a Snow Ravens novel, sir.
Yes. For the record,
put you on the spot.
As we keep talking about right here, that Snow Ravens novel was started before Trial of Birthright. Somebody made me change horses, which always
I would have
makes
admitted that myself, sir. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, legitimately right there, you know as well as anybody else. Once you start a novel and then you work on something else,
yes.
You need to go back.
Yes.
A bunch of story has changed since
and then you reread it and rewrite half of it. Yes, I understand.
That's unfortunately the problem. It's going back to been going back to the beginning and going, does it all make sense now? What I should have done, and I'm the first one to admit it, was just have powered through, but that unfortunately would have pushed back Trial of Birthright, which would not have been ideal.
Could not happen.
Could not have happened.
Yes,
so once again, the unfortunate aspect of where we are. I apologize to all my Snow Ravens fans. We're hoping we've got something new for you very, very shortly. Because also, with all love and respect, I am also looking forward to getting this off my plate too. I've got a bunch of stuff already in the pipeline, and I'm very happy to move to that. So that is very good. I am excited on that one.
So, but keeping going, as you said, is what's coming down the pipeline. Last year, as we said, was my big kind of return to Terra in a lot of ways. This year, if I had a theme for this year, it's kind of focusing on mercenaries. We are starting with Silent Reapers. Next up is Ghosts of Tim Cavici by Brian Young, which deals with the Ghost Dogs, his other spin-off group of from the Kellhounds. Not his other one. I'm sorry, his other, besides the Fox Patrol, his other kind of mercenary group he's been doing. Yep. This is their first full-length novel, which I'm very excited about, too. And, of course, they're going back to the Hinterlands, one of the fan-favorite kind of balkanized region it's become the new fan-favorite in the Ilk Clan era. So I'm very excited about that, but I also have two other novels coming down. The Blackbird, right now the working title is The Blackbird Gambit. We may futz with that a little bit, by Tom Levine, who's creating his own units. And he pitched this one to me as Black Hawk down in Battletech, and I'm like, I'm sold. Very excited about that one. It's going to be a very down and dirty combat on kind of a singular planet where this unit gets into trouble and has to extract themselves. I'm really looking forward to the draft and edit right now. Should be phenomenal. Tom's been one of our rising stars. He's been doing really, really good work, and I can't wait to see it. And then finally, we have a returning author, Jason Hardy. He and I got to talking last year. I said, hey, you've written a couple books. Why don't you write another one? And he's doing, for those of you who are fans of his Death's Head Mercenary Corps that have appeared in the Battle Corps anthologies with Ants and Crickets, he's doing their first full-length novel, too. Nice. And again, I cannot wait. So it's a lot of mercenaries this year. Should be a lot of fun. We're going to kind of take you on a tour a little bit around the inner sphere, some planets you may not have heard of, some places we're going to kind of fill in some corners. But I'm excited about it. I'm very excited about it. So that's kind of the next 9 to 12 months is what we're looking at there. Of course, we've got, Brian will kill me if I don't talk about that. We've also started the Ghost Bears, the Dominion Civil War, we're calling it, novella series. The first one, Star-Crossed Warriors, has come out. We are working on getting the second one, A Plague on Rosselhog, out in next month. And that one's been well received. It kind of fills in the gaps on the Ghost Bear Civil War, kind of answers some questions as to how this came to be, rather than just the 10,000-word view. So that's been going gangbusters. The stories are all complete, just need to be kind of finished, art done, and released. So that's going to be, and then we'll have an omnibus of that coming down probably Q4, maybe Q1 of next year. Next month, we're also doing the omnibus of Michael Stackpole's The Crown Ascendancy, the 4 novellas from the HBS Battletech game we released last year. Finally, that's going to be in print for those who want to buy it in a Dead Tree version. So there's lots happening here. So
that is really.
I think I've talked enough for a while.
No worries. I am supportive, but this is going to be a lot of you talking for the next hour and a half.
True.
But we'll have
this
more people to spread that off of. So once again, but you raised a good point that really being the year of the mercenary there, because we're also following up on the great success of BattleTech Mercenaries, our most recent Kickstarter.
This is true.
Right there. It's the Age of the Mercenaries, what we've been talking about for a while. One of the things, and once again, we talk about this a lot, how real life starts to take over things. We had to go back to Terra last year. We had to close
it was
up.
Time. It was time.
Yeah, no, we needed to close up some of the spine story right there to get us to the new place that we needed to be.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, that caused us to push back on some of the mercenaries right there, some of the areas that we wanted to. So we're really focusing on that right now. Because the heart of Battletech has been sometimes one mech warrior, one unit, how many of our greatest novels have been focused around mercenaries?
One mech, one planet, exactly.
One mech,
exactly.
I don't know. One mech, one planet is a different story. That was more. that was the Dark Age novel. That was the Dark Age era.
Yes.
And that was a very different feel.
One industrial mech, one planet. Anyways.
But it was valid. But that's when we got back into all of these in combined arms and everything else, which for the while had gone by the wayside.
Yes.
But that's also a very, very interesting place. I'm talking more back on Warrior Riposte and Wolves on the Border, and when an entire mercenary company was covering things. Thunder Rift.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. When you could get
really,
Death
the
Carlisle.
birth of a company. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Mercenary Star. Yes, hands down.
And
absolutely.
one company would control an entire planet, or fight another company for the control of an entire planet.
Yes.
So this is a very interesting return. And what are you seeing more on some of these novels right there? Are these mercenary regiments? Or are we going back to the company side?
Well, I mean, it varies, and that's the great thing about mercenaries. That they're small, medium, large, gigantic. From big ones like GDL or the Wolf Dragoons or the Hellhounds. But Silent Reapers is like a lance, and they're primarily infantry. I've never seen so much power armor used in a book to great effect, which just goes to show you don't need to be a huge unit to have a big impact in the Inner Sphere. Really quickly, I want to speak, it wasn't like closing off Terra. We wanted to revisit to kind of update people, because, of course, Ilkhan's Eyes only came out at the same time, so it was important that we touched on that in fiction. But Terra, of course, there's still machinations and plots going on there, but it's a big world. It's a big universe. The Inner Sphere, of course, is hundreds, thousands of planets, millions of people. There's a lot of stories out there to be told, and it's time to return out there to the hinterlands, to other places to tell those stories. So, and that's what I love. One of the best things I love about Battletech is there's so many stories to tell in all corners of the universe. And so when we're concentrating on it, like, for example, Silent Reapers is a great example of typically think of mercenaries as, well, we've got, our squads, our companies, our lances, and we're going to charge in and take the field. Silent Reapers do almost the exact opposite. If they have to get their mechs out and go charge in the field, something's gone very, very wrong. And Dan's done a fantastic job of delineating how a company like that would operate. Now, the Ghost Dogs, under Hank Mallory, are a little bit larger. They're a bigger one. I think they have their own dropship, if I'm not mistaken, and they're the more standard mercenary unit, mercs. We go in and get the job done. So, you've got the whole range there. And then I think I'm going to be curious as to what Jason's Death's Heads have reconstituted, because we have to bring them forward into the Ilkhan era. And I'm going to be curious. Jason, of course, has a great wry sense of humor. It's going to be very interesting to see what the Death's Head Mercenary Company looks like in 3152. And I can't wait to see it. So, and we've been kind of leaning on people to create their own, like Tom Levine's. I don't even know what he's going to make that out of whole cloth. We're going to see this unit just land, and it's going to be the first new one in a while, and that's awesome. I love that kind of thing. And I don't know, we've given him free reign. Like, Tom, make up a unit for us. This is what we want. You can make the logo, you can make the history. It's all up to him. And so they're going to drop, and we're going to see what happens, and it's going to be, sure, a great action, great characters, a great setting. It's going to be an awesome book. And I just like to give my authors the latitude to play with what they want to do. Like, tell me the story you want to read in Battletech, and 9 times out of 10 they give it to me if they finish it.
No, but those are all fun things, and we appreciate that. But also, one of the things we can give a little bit of away for tomorrow. Tomorrow I forgot what I said. Are we doing that at noon?
Is it noon or 2?
I need to double check for tomorrow. Tomorrow we are starting at noon.
Okay.
We are doing a first of a new series of some stuff called Deep Cuts. We are going to have John, myself, Ray Arrastia, Battletech line developer, and I believe Phil Lee here with us.
Yes.
And we are going to do a bit of a tour around the Inner Sphere and the major nations right there. Kind of give people, it's probably going to be a 2-hour slot, a bit of a glimpse into the Ill Clan era and where everyone is. One of the big things we've been doing recently, as I've been reaching out and going through the community and doing things, is we've always been very focused on certain eras. And one of the big things that I know many had spoken about is, well, we really seem to be focusing on the Ill Clan era, which is exactly correct as we put out the new core rule books, the new minis, all of that, huh?
That's kind of the point.
Well, that is kind of the point.
I mean, Battletech is always, the Inner Sphere is always an ever-evolving and moving forward universe. We're up to 8 major eras if you count the homeworlds as one. And it has to. You can't stay in one forever. Because that just doesn't work, first of all. Yes, I call it 1,000 years of future history, but that timeline is always marching forward. It has to. So, yeah, people say, well, you're concentrating so much on this. Yes, that's kind of the focus is. That's where all the source books are going, because we're updating, because these lines between these nations, these huge nation states, the great houses, they change, they blur. They're always plotting something. They're always planning, who am I going to take out today? Who am I going to ally with today? Who am I going to backstab tomorrow? And, otherwise, to be honest, the intellectual property grows stagnant, and that's the last thing we want. We're riding this great wave that the fans have brought us, and it's all responsible for you guys playing, for you reading, playing the video games, all that stuff. We wouldn't, again, and I say this all the time, we wouldn't be here without all of you. But for that to work, we have to keep moving the brand forward. It's just that simple.
And one of the reasons we want to do this is we want to really focus on where all these nations are. Because we also want to invite that.
Absolutely.
If you want to be playing in the Succession Wars era, if you were a Succession Wars era Federated Sons player, and that is all you ever want to do, you absolutely have that right. We are fully supportive of that.
Absolutely.
We love those eras too. At that same point, there's a lot of people who also are they're not sure what is new and exciting. Where are my Fed Sons right now? I had a beautiful conversation the other day with someone as I was walking past, and I heard them arguing, the Draconis Combine will never be strong enough to take New Avalon. And I kind of stopped, and I kind of smiled. And I kept walking, I really didn't want to comment on that very much. But no, these are the fun things, and a lot of people I've spoken with. I'm not as up to date on this. I am a BattleTech author. I consider myself, and we've known this for many years, very, very well aware of what's going on in the sphere.
Well versed. Absolutely.
In the last month, I have had to. Bryn Bills and I have been doing a little bit of a deep dive again as we're going through and seeing some of the stuff. I was catching up on Phil's novels. I was not as up to date on House Marek. I knew what's going on.
Strong. Yes.
Verbal Bird Strong. I was aware of it. I've read the source books. I worked on one of the source books right there. I know what's going on, but I really haven't dived in as much.
And Phil is like one of the biggest Marek fans I know, and his novels take that deep dive.
Yep.
I think you're brought up to, if you finished Letter of the Law, you're kind of really caught up at the pinnacle, like right up to the minute of where they are with General Marek. What's her face? I'm blanking on her name. Nicole. Thank you. And what's going on there. And I think he has more stories in the pipeline. We just haven't gotten to it. He's been busy with Shrapnel. But yeah, it's true. I had a thought and I lost it. Oh, the other thing I want to talk about the Ill Clan era that we're going into, kind of doing the deep dive, is when you're bringing new players in, it's oftentimes just easiest to bring them into the most recent era because that's where we're kind of focused as well. And look, there's a lot. There's 127 novels. There's we're up to 35 volumes of short stories. On the fiction side, I usually take people from the beginning because it's also easy to do that. But on the game side, I think it's easier. Like, well, this is where we are, kind of modern. This is where we are now. We wouldn't really take them backwards in Succession Wars. And again, play your era. Play whatever era you want. 3025, 3050, Jihad, doesn't matter. Because Battletech still supports all that. With all the older source books and everything, they're still out there. But for us bringing new people in, it just makes more sense for us as a company to start where we are now.
Oh, yeah.
And
once again, that does not mean, exactly as John said, that we're not going to go through other eras.
Right.
We're still getting a ton of requests for Jihad fiction. We're still getting a ton
we
of
just put out
Succession Wars
the
fiction.
Millennium TRO 3025.
Yeah, and
which
that
was
sold beautifully.
amazing.
And it sold beautifully.
Incredible, yeah.
And once again,
Right.
I actually saw someone who was bringing some Celestials to the table. I know Celestials
Oh, wow.
Force Pack is planned to come out in a little bit. Right there, we've got all this on the list. We love all of our eras of BattleTech, and everything has brought us to this point. We're just also very, very focused on providing new and exciting, new, cool stuff there.
Right.
And to make sure that our fans know, hey, if you haven't had the opportunity, I know many people who don't have the time to read 127 novels. You may not know what be going on. Heck, I know we're supposed to be seeing one of our newest source books here today. Here's hoping.
Knock on wood, yes.
We're hoping to see Draconis Reach here today. It has hit the coast and hopefully has been overnighted here. We're looking forward to seeing that. But I know a lot of our events that we're working on with Catalyst Demo Team is focused on the next step. We're trying to stay timely. Draconis Reach and all of the fun things that have happened here. Everyone loved Hinterlands. Well, I hate to always say everyone right there. I don't mean to overwhelm, but one of our best-selling hot spots right there has been Hinterlands. Yes. People love all of the different factions. It's a throwback to the Chaos March. It is absolutely so much fun and an area to role play in, to enjoy.
A whole campaign can be run there. Absolutely.
Dozens of campaigns. Yes. It can absolutely be it is one of the newest and most exciting areas that we're playing in. The Draconis Reach, the same feeling, and especially as we were able to dive a little bit more into the Draconis Combine. We just did a little bit of a deep dive with Damocles and Dominions Divided for our purposes into the was Dominions Divided, right?
Ghost Bears?
No.
Ghost Bears and
Ghost Bears,
the other one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, wouldn't that be Draconis because they share a border?
Yeah. And once again, this is a hotbed right there. The two nations have got a lot going on.
That's always at a medium simmer. So yes,
mercenaries on top of mercenaries on top of mercenaries.
Yes.
Always exciting there. So, before we dive into a little bit more of that, if you want to start putting some questions in the chat, we are here to answer your questions. Some of them we may hold for a little bit till we do the next section of things. We will need a little time in between the two to get the authors all situated, but we can start taking some questions now. Let's see what we're looking at there. So start putting them in now. But, John, any other thoughts? You are the master of fiction right here, and we are. I know behind the scenes we are preparing to sit down and talk about yet still more of the future.
Of course.
Anything you want to tell us about? Anything you want to think about?
Let me head off a question I know that will be popping up in the chat because we always get it and I always appreciate it. Update on audiobooks. Those who have been following our audiobooks, I think, have seen a market increase. As a matter of fact, our most recent one is one by yours truly. As a matter of fact, we just did Damocles Sanction, yes, this is our latest audiobook. And we've been putting out Battletech audiobooks at the one-a-month schedule. We are going to continue that easily throughout this year, and we're working on extending the program. I am very excited about our audiobook program, so folks get out there and just listen, pick them up. Primarily available on Audible, sorry. They are the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Can't be helped. I have plans to go wide, but it's been very difficult finding the drafted digital place that will take them to all the other minor ones. Amazon is the place where we get the widest distribution. For those who ask, I would love to try and sell them on our store, but because audiobooks kind of take up a lot of digital space, we're still trying to work out a distribution system that will work for people. And then we have to take the hit from Audible because it's complicated with their royalty statements. But the point is, audio is here to stay, period. And we've got a long run-up to go, and those who are audiophiles, I think, will be very, very excited in the next year to come. And we're going to keep that program rolling. So I wanted to put that out there first. Very important. I want to give you folks the stories however you want to consume them. Just that simple. So
you heard John Helfers here, ladies and gentlemen. Randall Leakverse. The only book on tape you need to listen to is Damocles Sanction. Cool. That is what I heard, too. All right, going through some nice little questions right here. Ciravella, the Federated Sons will never be able to take retaking New Avalon. Thanks, Big Red. See how that works out for you. Nice.
I think
Big Red, liked that one.
I think Big Red needs to catch up on his reading.
No, and you did. I don't think there's any novels that are in the Terran hegemony era. I love the theory of the Terran hegemony era, but we're talking tanks then, less mechs. Right there. We've had some nice short stories in the Terran hegemony era, progenitor series cycle. Not progenitor.
Proliferation cycle.
Proliferation cycle. A few of the nice short stories. I think I even wrote one in.
Yes, you did.
In
For
something.
Legends?
Yeah, I think it was Legends.
The
right
first
there.
Legends book.
Yeah, there's been some nice short stories. Just a novel length might be a little.
Well, that would be an interesting experiment. So here's the thing. I love all of our eras for different reasons.
Fair.
And they're absolutely correct. Whoever asked that question, you're absolutely right. We don't have a lot of hegemony fiction. Now the question is, now you have to answer the question, is that Battletech fiction if there's no mechs in it? And I'm like, well, would fans want to see what's going on in 2400s, right? That's a long time ago. And but I'm interested in seeing what does combat look like back then. You know, maybe that's a shrapnel issue. Maybe that's a one-off anthology. I'm not really sure. But I think there's things to explore there. The question is, does it merit a complete 80,000 word novel? I'm not sure. But it's worth trying.
Thank you. Can I record that back? I want to hear that 80,000 word novel. Thank you.
You've committed much more than 80,000 words.
Oh, I've committed way more than 80,000 words. But no. Every time I talk to you, novel gets shorter. The first time I took you out to dinner, it was, a novel's now supposed to be 40,000 words. You are absolutely no.
Well, if I give you 40, then I'll get 80 out of you. That's how that
is
works.
Absolutely fine. But we're not calling 40,000 words a novel. I still love my trade paperback right now. I want a fat book there. That is a good thing.
I mean, I like to think that Battletech readers, most of them like the chunky reads.
I do.
The Stackpole 120,000 worders.
Yeah.
And let us know. No. That can't be every book. No, absolutely not. But I think every so often. I know Ghost is going to be larger than most. So Brian's told kind of a larger story. We'll see how it pans out in edit. Ghost of Tim Kamichi.
Ghost of Tim Kamichi. Gotcha.
Yeah, Ghost Dogs in the Hinterlands. It came in over 100, so we'll see how that pans out.
Really? Nice.
Which is good because a nice fat Hinterland story I'm looking forward to.
And that is good. Also, I want to also jump on the thought process that you had right there as well. We've had some great Battletech books that are just great stories, but are not as traditional Battletech.
Oh, sure.
So we've had some fun ones right there. Should we tell the right story? That is where it gets
exactly.
interesting.
I mean, look, I'm going to bring up Voidbreaker.
Okay.
By Brian Young.
Okay.
Brian came to me and said, I want to do a James Bondian style story, and then it was like, okay, so what's the MacGuffin? What is this particular agent after? And we were talking with Ray about, at some point we've got to get the HPGs kind of back online, and we thought to combine the two. And I would say that's very much not a traditional. Yes, there are mechs in it. There are mech battles, don't get me wrong. But it's very much not a traditional Battletech, battle mech story. But Brian pulled it off with his usual flair, and it's a terrific story. So, and I'm always interested in doing those one-offs as a change of pace. Obviously, this is Battletech. Characters you care about in big stumpy robots. There's a certain baseline you have to have. But at the same time, and especially at the shorter length, 20,000 word novella, you can very much experiment with those. 40,000 word short novel is the term. You can do that too. But if you want to do a big book, you need to be probably a more established author or have just a killer idea. So, but it's not impossible, is what I'm saying.
Very true. I saw pre-orders go up on German translations of 2 novellas, Halloween and Christmas releases. Are more in the works?
Oh, goodness, yes, thanks for bringing that up. Mario Weiss at Yellow King has been crushing it. So Mario has been so patient with us. It took a while to get the logistics of the German deal, but he is going full bore. Yes, I think he's already put out like 50 things in German already. And he has the complete license for audio, ebook, and POD. So expect to see the German translations coming back into print, which I'm very excited about. So yeah, he has just been like hitting the ground running. I think it's only had the license for like 6 months and like 50 items out. So you're going to be seeing a lot from Yellow King in the next couple of years. So absolutely more is coming. He keeps me apprised, like, I've done this. Here's the covers for that, and it's just flying off the shelves. So but yeah, it's been great. That's been a great partnership. I look forward to continuing it for many, many years. He is, I think, almost as excited about what he's doing as I am over here in the U.S., and that's great to see.
That sounds good. What is the current timeline on the new Force Manual books like? I'm going to save that one for 5 p.m. Please bring that one back.
Yeah, that's a
that is a
question.
Ray Arrastia question.
Yep.
Audiobooks. What is the status of the Wars of Reaving novels?
Wars of Reaving are still in production, so the drafts of the novels are complete, but we ran into an issue that the Wars of Reaving, I was trying to do this kind of the warrior way, Michael Stackpole, of course, being the master of this, but it's so huge that the drafts have come in a wee bit on the chunky side. So we're going to have to do some judicious editing of those. They are still very much in play. They're very much going to be coming out. But we had to push them back a little bit. But rest assured, we're going to bring them to you. It's going to be a great project when it's done. Craig and company, Craig and Jason and Phil, are kind of retrenching and retooling there a little bit. But it's going to be a terrific trilogy when it's all said and done. But we have to go back and do a little bit of modification on those. So that's where that is.
What timeline advances are we going to see through fiction in the next year?
That is, well, I'm going to have to draw the curtain closed on that, but of course, that's kind of tippy-top secret until we actually get started. I don't want to. Here's the thing. The great thing about it being so open is a blessing and a curse. Because sometimes we decide, well, we might go one way, but a source book might come out that may truncate that. So fiction has to work really, really closely hand in hand with the source books, with Ray and the game side team. Game side team. So I'm not going to spoil anything right now because some things are still in play, some things are still in flux. And I don't want to speak something now that may get changed a few months down the line.
Time jump to 3200, all Tay all the time. That's what John just said.
Oh, yeah, so you're going to write that Far Country sequel. Great,
oh, no,
I love it. I can't
Far
wait.
Country to Electric Boogaloo.
Boogaloo. Yes, absolutely. The Far Countrying. Absolutely.
I want Blood Avatar 2 first.
I'll get Ilsa right on that.
I hope you do. I enjoyed it. That was a nice mystery.
It was an excellent mystery novel. Absolutely.
Mystery novel.
Yes. Yeah.
I love
sure.
it. I go back to it often.
Ilsa's a fantastic author.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you want to do a Terran hegemony fiction, you should do a Reunification War series. Now, that I agree with. With. Do the Reunification War series.
That's probably the approach we would take. Yeah.
Well, you also know I've been screaming about doing a first Star League series of books anyway. And I believe there were a few in German that they played around with there. Okay. I believe there was at least one that I was very intrigued
Well,
of.
if I have German ones, then what do I need you for?
That's absolutely true. That's a question on a bunch of levels. I don't know. I don't really know the answer. That is wonderful.
Reunification Wars. That's a good point.
We're actually getting a lot of. Yeah. We'd love to see some early Star League novellas. I agree.
Oh wow!
How about some David Weber-sized novels? I like that too. I love David Weber. We love David Weber.
You folks will have to talk to my boss about that one.
Yeah.
So.
Is there going to be fiction for the new smaller factions like the ones introduced in the Hinterlands moving forward? Will these or will these minor factions not last for very long?
No, I mean we've already seen the Marina Syndicate, the merchants that broke away from the Falcons, right? I'd love to see. And I believe the Death's Head novels deal with the Malthus Confederation. So, yes, whether they're going to be like the focus, a lot of times they might be the antagonists, but I love telling stories about factions that don't get a lot of screen time. That's why I'm going to come back to your Snow Ravens novel. Actually get a story where they're where
we haven't had a Snow Ravens novel.
No, never.
We were so excited
when we did Elements of Treason Honor. We never had a Clan Hell's Horses novel. Mm-hmm. Same thing. So I love putting the spotlight on those different factions and giving them kind of the time to shine. So, yes, it comes down to whether we assign a story or someone pitches us a story about what's going on. So, yeah, it's very much, I'm always open to that.
Any chance of seeing a resurgence of Comstar or a third non-Inner Sphere clan faction working against both of the others?
I'm sorry, repeat that one. I was a little distracted.
Any chance of seeing a resurgence of Comstar or a third non-Inner Sphere clan faction working against both of the others?
I'm going to punt to Ray. I'm going to punt that one to Ray.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we do not know what you're talking about. There is nothing to see here.
Wow. Could you be any more obvious?
The word of Blake be with you.
And also with you.
Yeah. Stop asking about the heavy crab. Ask Ray about the heavy crab tonight. We're still on that, yes. Any plans for Star League Fall and Amara Civil War books? I still like that. I still like this resurgence.
That is the other one that this is my problem. It is a plethora of story ideas. And, of course, the Civil War, plunging the entire Inner Sphere into death and destruction. Those who have touched on those in the short stories have been like, wow, this is kind of like a very brutal era that I think needs to be explored more in fiction. The problem is I only have so many slots to give. Maybe a 4-novella set to kind of test the waters on that could be a lot of fun, and we put that into an omnibus and see how that goes.
Test the waters. Wah. 4 novellas is not going to take less time for you than a novel.
Sure it will.
Okay.
20,000
John.
words is less than 80,000 words. If I assign each one to 4 authors, then I get them all at the same time.
Oh, yeah, you want to put 4 different cats working. That's going to
Yes.
go great. That is going to go great,
Wow.
John. Absolutely.
Wow.
We know how that works.
Thank you for your faith in me.
I do have my faith in you, but we know also, I'm not, you thinking it's going to be easier, it's a different story. You yelling at one author is always better than you yelling at 4 authors.
But then I can copy and paste the same argument to all 4 of them. See, that
That
makes
is
my
fair.
job easier.
That is
There you
fair. Den of Wolves when?
Oh, God. However, no, I do have an update, I swear. I've been talking with both authors. The logjam of there was some information that was not being passed between them, despite them had knowing each other for 25, 30, I don't know how many years, has been broken. The authors have the information they need to wrap it up. I will be seeing them next month and hopefully be berating them in my editorial ease and saying, where's my manuscript? The fans keep bugging me about the manuscript. Why aren't you writing the manuscript right now? Is the manuscript finished? My wife wants to know about the manuscript. Yes, in best Fat Tony fashion.
Yeah.
So
Where is the money? My wife would like to know where
the money is. Why are you not getting the money now? We are close. We are as closer than we've ever been. And I will get that from them come hell or high water. There you go.
Once again, all of these things being relative, closer, it can be measured in inches or miles.
Light years.
Or light years. Any new updates on Homeworld stories / novels? Where are my star adders at?
Well, Wars of Reaving for one. Well, that's we are getting Wars of Reaving in the can. So here's the thing: the Founding of the Clan series sold extremely well. Not just because Randall's name was on it, but I think people really the idea of bringing the first novel back, Land of Dreams, and then Lauren. Sometimes a pig can find a truffle in a pile of. Anyways, challenging him to write the trilogy really paid off for fiction. And that's how Wars of Reaving came about. It's like, well, okay, people want to know more about the Homeworlds. I want to know more about the Homeworlds. So Wars of Reaving has to get off the can, but if someone pitches me a good Homeworld story, then I'll certainly look at it. Once again, it's pitch me. There you go.
I am writing some notes from actually some of these things right here. They're actually coming up with some good questions right here.
When fans always do. How dare you?
They always do,
Exactly.
yeah, but sometimes these are great ideas we need to take. When will Alaric finally get the lethal comeuppance he so richly deserves?
Sometime in the future. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Everyone dies eventually.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They can't survive forever.
Question for Michael. Will we be getting any more insight into our teams in the Ravens books, or are you mostly focused on the naval and frontline forces?
Yes,
mostly the naval forces right there, but we've got some fun
that is
connections.
their specialty, yes.
That was a big focus that we were looking at right there. But the book has also widened out to a few other areas right there. We've needed to hit some of the items. One of the beauties of having it come out after Trial of Birthright and Tom Levine's
Blood Will Rise.
Blood Will Rise right there gives us the opportunity to touch on some points that I would not have been able to previously. So now they are out there. Now there are some connections to the Ravens that I can put out to the world.
Wrap it up, Sierravella. Wrap it up.
Well, if I wait long enough, they'll be the new Ill Clan. It'll be fine.
Wow. Hey, we're supposed to sell that here.
That's it. See how the fans would scream at that one. They're doing what? We didn't want the first one. What do we want the second one for? This is great.
Who shot who? The what now?
Yeah. As long as someone did kill him, no one would care at that point. Whatever, fine. I think that's the thing. Please. Some of them are being a little funny. Any novels coming focusing on Ill Clan, Kellhounds, or Crescent Hawks?
Kellhounds, I will say yes. We have actually a multi-author project in the works that we are pretty far along on. Kind of uniting. It's kind of much like it's a super group of coming together. Stackpole's in there, Young is in there, Schmetzer's in there. Schmetzer is wrapping up his draft, which will also advance the storyline for those of you who are itching for that. So I'm going to say qualified yes. I don't want to give too much away. Later on down the year, we'll be talking about that in more detail, though.
Any Scorpion Empire stories?
I have nothing on my plate at the moment. So right now, no. But again, I'm always open to it.
Oregon Reach stories.
No.
Camacho's Caballeros stories.
Maybe.
Camacho's Caballeros stories.
I said maybe.
Camacho's Caballeros stories.
You have to talk to Spencer about that. So when you see him, go over and say, "Where's my Camacho story?" And he's currently writing one for me that needs to finish up. But I'm pleased to welcome Jason. We have had many talks about him coming back and doing more work for us, which I'm very excited about. At some point, he has to continue the next Dragoon story, too.
Agreed.
Very important.
Well, that's where our fight always ends.
Yes,
right there.
yes.
You
true.
say it has to be Dragoons first. I like that theory, and I love the Dragoons. You know I love the Dragoons.
That's come down from Lauren.
But we need the Caballeros.
Lauren says otherwise.
Which is absolutely fine.
Yes,
but then
it would be lovely to have another Caballero story.
Yes.
I would love that.
Yes.
Hands down.
So that is good. When will the Kellhounds face off against their rivals, the Death Kangaroos?
That will be an epic clash for the ages. We have a crossover coming up. I think I can't talk about this. We have a crossover Fox Patrol Death Kangaroos 2-part, I think, story coming up in the future Shrapnel issues, and I am beyond excited for that. So that is a young Stackpole, and they're doing like part 1 is both of them, and part 2, I believe, is something like they plotted this together. It's either like they're starting it, and then each one's doing a single, and they're starting another one where they team up. I don't know how it's working. It's going to be chaos.
Den of Wolves 2, estimated to be out 2035.
Corell and Katie together in a room is going to be mind-blowing. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
Okay.
That's going to be hilarious.
I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah.
Will the future Nuva Cat story be one where they aren't holding the idiot ball or someone else's punching bag and dying over and over?
Will the new which cat?
The future Nova Cat story be one where they aren't holding the idiot ball or someone else's punching bag.
Next time Randall's on this show, you ask him that.
We asked that question yesterday. We didn't get any good answers.
I know.
Black Marauder.
Okay, all right. I'm going to put this out to the fans and all you writers out there. Lance has said for right now that he's and we're open to this. He has agreed, like, hey, other people can write Black Marauder stories. He does have a loose ending to the cycle in mind, but right now the Black Marauder's open. So if you have a Black Marauder story you want to pitch us, send in your pitch to Shrapnel.
All Black Marauders all the time. That's going on my notes,
Black
too.
Marauder stories. I would love to see someone else's take on it. And you've got a wide range to play in, too. You know, if you have picked up the collection, you know, the Black Marauder's been around for a while. Mm-hmm. Give us your pitch.
When are we getting the hotly anticipated Far Country 2? When we learn the birds are actually the original inventors of mechs?
Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo.
Soon as Michael gives me a pitch.
Far Country 2 Electric Boogaloo. It ain't gonna happen.
The Titanic.
Yeah. I love Star Trek. I love science fiction. You know, I'm a big science fiction fan. But we're not going back to that one.
Here's the thing. Every so often when we are supposed to do like a company-wide retreat and we go talk about stuff, Lauren will assign challenges to us for points for internal stuff. One of them was to read something. Just anything. It could be a source book, it could be whatever. I chose Far Country. I'd never read it before.
It's the first Battletech book he's ever read.
Yes, exactly. Cover to cover. Far Country is a perfectly cromulent science fiction novel.
Correct.
It is very difficult. Somehow he managed it to cram it into the Battletech universe.
It was done, but yes.
It was done. I wouldn't say that part of it, maybe not. I mean, it got done. It's
not a bad story. It's not a
bad story by itself. That is correct. So,
in a vacuum, it is an even better story.
There you go.
But as we said many times, we talked about this yesterday. We're going to talk about this again in a few minutes. Tie-in fiction is a weird realm right there.
We'll definitely talk about it.
For a bunch of reasons.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. And sometimes people push the edges of the sandbox. Mm-hmm. Sometimes a little bit too much. Yeah. So there you go.
We're going to take a couple more questions, and we need to start the next section a little later. But we got some good ones here. What story in the works is set furthest from Terra? Where? I like that question.
That's a really good one. I would have to say right now, I think we've got we're going to start a serial in 25 out in the Franck Reaches. I think that's pretty far away.
Franck Reaches, very
true. It's the sequel to the Marshall Way called The Lone Marshal by Jeff Swift, which I'm also very much looking forward to. I think that's probably, because I think that's even further than Hinterlands, if I'm not mistaken. So I would have to say that one. Yeah.
Real question. When will we be seeing the Magistracy versus the Marians in fiction?
Ooh, that's a really good question.
It is.
I definitely want to do it. That is a really good question. I think has that broken in source books yet? I'm not sure.
We played around with it a little bit.
Okay,
were
but
not,
we haven't
delved super
it's
far.
war, basically. Yeah. I think I need to talk to Ray about that to figure out when their schedule is. Obviously, that should be like a hot spots or a something, because that's kind of a big deal for the minor powers. And I definitely want some fiction there. So I'm going to make an asterisk on that and talk to Ray about it.
Sounds good. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That was our fiction introduction and a little time right here with John Helfers. I appreciate it. Thank you, John, as always.
Pleasure to be here.
Since you can't get enough of us, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 10-ish minute break, bring in some more authors, and continue down this realm, so we'll be able to do even more questions. So keep writing them down. This is a great opportunity. As a quick reminder, what we're going to be doing over the next hour is going to be John and I and some authors for Battletech Fiction. At 1 o'clock, we'll be back with Partha Wars with Randall Bills and Tommy Rice. 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, some actual play Partha Wars, or as long as it takes. Then I'll be back at 4 p.m. with Catalyst Board Games, Mike Ritchie. And 5 o'clock, we'll be doing our fun little fireside chat, Ray Arrastia and myself. For everyone who missed it yesterday, Ray could not be here for the very first section, so write up your questions now. Be prepared. And 5 o'clock, we put him on the hot seat. I will protect him. We will be good. We love our Ray, and he must be maintained. But at the same point, you've got some questions. He's got the answers. I look forward to it. Thank you all. Once again, we're coming to you live from the Six Sides of Gaming booth, Catalyst Game Labs at in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Adepticon Day 2. I'm Michael Ciravella. He is John Helfers. We will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Adepticon Day 2. I am Michael Ciravella, Events Manager for Catalyst Game Labs, and I am here with this motley crew. We're going to start with that in a second. But our traditional introduction, welcome. We are here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for Adepticon Day 2. We are on the first floor and Ballroom A in the Catalyst Game Labs booth with 6 sides of gaming. Thank you for all of our streaming assistants. And we are here and talking about fiction. Now, some of these wonderful, wonderful human beings you got to see yesterday on our Shrapnel panel, and some of us you just saw a moment ago who were not as great as human beings. But we are here and we are excited. But before we jump into that, a quick reminder of the schedule, because as soon as I switch that, I can't pull up the chat anymore. So, we have done Welcome to Day 2 with Michael Cera on Helfers. Thank you. We're in it and running. Next up is Battletech with at 1 o'clock, we will be doing Partha Wars with Randall Bills and Tommy Rice, and I can walk around the convention. Then go right into actual play of Partha Wars.
Michael escapes the table.
Michael escapes the table because he can't talk straight through. We know what happens when that happens at Adepticon.
Yeah, bad things.
4 o'clock, we will be back with everyone's favorite person at Catalyst Game Labs, Mike Ritchie, to talk board games. And then at 5 o'clock, the Thunderdome begins. It is the Fireside chat and the Q&A. I will be here with everyone's favorite human being, Ray Arrastia, and you can ask him questions about literally anything, and we will answer or we won't. That is absolutely fair. Yesterday we did the same thing with Randall Bills. This is something we've done at a few of the conventions. It was incredibly popular last night. One of our best streams that we've had in a while. And we got through nearly 100 questions. We really blasted through it. Or they told me it was 100 questions. For me it feels like 2. So legitimately, nobody counts. Nobody knows. That is all good, and we are excited. But we're going to jump in there. We're going to dump in there. We're going to jump in there. Same thing. I am pulling up the chat, so if you have some questions, you can begin asking when the time comes. But first, let me invite you to know all of the wonderful human beings. Starting all the way on my left, we have author Jason Hansa.
Hello.
Beside him, we have Phil Lee, the Shrapnel editor, and famed author of all things Marek and Great.
Right.
Seat filler number 4. By whom I mean John Helfers, executive editor. Yes. Executive editor, which means what?
I sit around and tell you people what to do, and then you don't do it.
And he decides how many words go into a novel. That is always good, which we promptly ignore.
Yeah, also true.
Also true. I am Michael Ciravella. I also write things from time to time. We have Rusty Zimmerman.
Howdy.
Another famed author and star of stage. And Kevin Kiliani. We're so happy to have you here at Adepticon.
Yeah, why am I here?
Huh? We had 6 chairs.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that makes
We
sense.
wanted to sit as tightly as humanly possible. And thank you to the 6 Sides of Gaming guys for letting us be this close together. So, that is good. All right. John, if you want to lead us off right here, if we are talking fiction, we just talked a little bit about novels, we talked about a little bit where we're going right there. What items do you want to ask these fine authors before we get into some questions from the fans?
Make your deadlines. No.
That is not a question.
It's a command, exactly. It still holds true. What do I want to ask these authors? What do you, okay. Let's see. I'm going to actually go to Rusty first, because Rusty is one of our recent additions to Battletech, but has come on strong. And he's like, make my deadlines. I've already made them. When are you going to post my shit? Tell me I'm wrong.
Never. I would never tell you were wrong about that.
We can also start with some of our we are actually getting a pretty fast barrage of questions.
I will punt to the questions, sure.
Sounds good. How many spit takes will we get today?
Well, we got a latte there. We've got 3 bottles of water, so we can beat the record of 1, I'm sure.
No more, folks. Question
all
for
on Michael.
The authors.
All on Michael.
Question for all the authors. Who is your favorite character you have created and why? We're going to start with Rusty.
Beautiful.
4.
I'm going to go with John Hilson of the Kellhounds. Wild Dogs! Because he was just kind of a fun everyman that grew up in the shadow of legends like Morgan Kell and Salome Ward and this, that, and the other. He has some strong opinions about his fellow Kellhounds, like that no-good felon that stole his grinning wolf's head design on his wolfhound, et cetera, but it was fun to just write a guy that was a step or two removed from the kind of pillars of the setting, and to get that attitude and that perspective. John Hilson, Shrapnel 15, and more coming once it finishes getting edited.
Kevin.
Okay. My favorite character probably won't be known to too many people if they don't remember Battlecore, but that's Lex Atreus, and because basically she's based on my wife, so I really like that one a lot. One people might have heard of the Chaos Irregulars, and I would say the whole command staff of the Chaos Irregulars. I love every one of them, and which means I'll need to kill one at some point, which is terrible. but those are my favorites.
Hands up.
I'm going to go with Dana. And
You'd like to give a little bit more of the character,
No.
please? Does she appear in a recent work, perhaps?
By the word, John.
yeah, you pay me 6 cents a word when I
Let me
write.
get
not
my
when I
pennies
talk.
out here for this one.
Yeah, just in irreplaceable and then replaceable. Of anything, I almost like Dark Dana better. So, yeah.
What? Okay.
Phil?
I'd probably have to go with Trenton Merrick. Largely because it's a character I came up with completely from scratch, based on. Let's see, Ray Arrastia approached me a few years back and was just like, "So I need a new blood, new generation Merrick hero." That's literally all he told me. I was like, "Okay, let me think about that for a second," and that's the character that became the protagonist of the Letter of the Law, and he's a really fun character to write. So,
Awesome. Michael?
I am going to go with. I had to take a look and see what we wanted to do right there.
was-
I was on Sarna. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to say it.
I know what Sarna looks like, Mike. That's what you're
I know
looking
what
up.
I know we're cheating right there. I'm actually going to say I love my Darren last name to be added by whether it's spoilers or not. But I love the one I keep getting so much of a response back from is Eston Canto. The big hulking elemental who paints miniatures. It really. I keep getting a lot of questions for that one, and it just makes me smile.
That's what Tommy can play. Yeah,
I know,
perfect,
absolutely.
Perfect.
I've
my
said
God.
the armor's on the boat right now.
The role he was born to play, clearly.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Awesome.
Okay.
Great question.
Oh, that's a great one.
Yeah.
Question for Phil Lee. Any updates on a new Free Worlds League novel?
I've got some ideas that I've soft pitched to Ray for possible future stories.
Once 25 is off your plate.
Yeah. So I do have some things in the works. I'm just trying to see if I can make them happen. So.
All right. Question for Jason. Can we get a progress update on Farther Country and Farthest Country?
I would write them in a heartbeat. If Ray and John sat there and said that this was something they actually wanted to pursue, not just a meme. Because for those who weren't in on the April Fool's joke about 2 years ago now, I went on about 7 podcasts and Big Red's channel talking about how I was going to rewrite Farthest Country, a sequel to Far Country. And for every podcast and Big Red, I came up with a different plot. So anybody who sat there and listened to them all, there would be no identical ones. Each time was a good joke. So out of those 7 or 8 plots I created, I'm like, this one would actually work. So, yeah, I have that in my pocket. And so, yeah, if that ever becomes a thing that Ray and John...
if we, we're doing the Continuum series.
No.
We're doing the Continuum series.
No.
I'm just saying.
So
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
No.
so never say never. And, yeah, like I said, it's tucked away in my kit pocket. Yeah.
But we'd have to republish Far Country.
Yeah.
So there's continuity.
I have
so
got to
people
get back to that.
there's at least one person who would buy it, so
Context is
that's us sale.
There
It
you go.
sounds to me like the answer is Farther Country is our February romance special. Next
There.
year.
That's good. I like that. Ooh, interspecies. Oh,
Yeah. It sells. Okay, money's money.
that's it.
I'm just seeing the Alaric shirtless picked with the bird head. Okay, we're not doing any of this.
You know it.
All right, something a little bit safer for all of us. Starting with Phil this time. Favorite 3025 mech?
Oh, let's see. I probably have to go with a Warhammer, I think.
Good choice. John?
Battlemaster.
I'm going to take the Marauder and cheat.
I'm going to go Thunderbolt with jump jets. So I believe that's the 5 at that point.
The flying brick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my favorite already got said. So let me see. Stinger? I'd go with that.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
bold choice.
Lights.
Marauder M.
Okay.
All right. Are there any plans for more Grey Death coming soon?
Well, I
No. I thought he was asking me
So
again.
that's a two-part question. Do you mean like the original After a Rock and a Hard Place or the GDL 2.0 by Jason Spencer?
I didn't write the question, but let's go with yes.
I mean, I certainly would love to get Bill back, but he and I have to finish up the Leviathans trilogy that he's currently contracted for, and the first draft of which is sitting on my desk, and I really need to get moving on that. I was very pleased to bring him back for Rock and a Hard Place. I thought that novel did extremely well. I was well received by the fan base. I would love to have him do more if he's willing. It's a conversation he and I need to have. Now that we kind of knocked the rust off after him coming back after 20 years, and the whole Operation Goddardammerung is there for the taking. You just tell us the stories. As for GDL 2.0, I would love to see what the twins are up to. That's up to Jason, but we've kind of got him slotted for novels right now. But I wouldn't put it past him to pitch me something that could put them after Great Death Rising into a novel of their own. I would love to see that too. It's just a matter of whether we can squeeze it in the schedule. So qualified guesses, I would love to see both. Whether I can make them happen is another story.
Camachos Caballeros. All right. Question for authors. We will start with Rusty. Who is your favorite Battletech character not of your own inventing?
Let's go Vladimir Ward.
Vlad Ward, wow.
The archetypal clan warrior that does not fit in with his clan and so changes his clan to fit in with him by excising the cancer of the
the rational people. Yes, clearly.
Gotta get those away. But no,
Psycho's only in my clan.
I'm a sucker for a character that believes in what they believe in, whether it's right or not, whether it works or not.
And are willing to risk destroying everything to get it. Yeah. I mean, I see that.
Oh, yeah, that's
yeah, okay, yeah.
He is also Battletech Jesus. I mean, he was killed. He arose on the third day and came back to bring his clan to life. All of my traditional Jade Falcon mechs are instead painted in Jade Wolf colors. I talked to Mike Stackpole to okay a paint scheme with him because it was never described in the book.
Were the Jade Wolves around for like 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think it was literally like 10 days.
Yeah, I didn't
10, 12 days.
I didn't say the technicians were happy about the paint scheme because that's also a great Vlad Ward moment. Is that he was like, no, you need to paint them, and then he finishes killing a guy and stalks out into the hallway and is like, paint them back or die. I respect that about him. He's clear. He's
that is a hilarious answer. Well, you're kind of winning me over too. I'm not going to lie.
Just there's, like I said, that conviction, even when those convictions are very wrong to us, but they are consistent. We recently saw in the Mech Warrior Wolves expansion where he's in several of those cutscenes, but he means what he says and what he thinks. It's not just politics to him or a popularity contest. He believes, and I think that's just kind of cool.
Nice. Kevin.
Oh, what was the question? I was listening.
Favorite character that you did not create. Favorite
I did not create, but I did write them.
That's fine.
Let's go.
That's
It's fair game.
Yeah, Annie K. I love. She's been depicted as crazy or crazy like a fox. I think she's crazy like a fox. So I really like that Annie K. So that's the one I would go with. I like her a lot.
Hansa.
Of classic fiction, I would go kind of going with what Rusty said, but Marth Pride, who sat there and also had to rebuild her clan from the ground up for all practical purposes. From the new stuff, Katie Ferrero. She's just a little spitfire, and I kind of love when she goes. I can never really write anybody that optimistic. So it's really fun watching a character I really would never write well go out and do great things.
Phil?
I'd say my favorite character is Star Captain / Star Commander Joanna from the Jade Falcons, because she's ruthless. She takes zero shit from anybody. And she gets stuff done.
Through hate. Well, I guess her mates are powerful.
Yeah.
Totally different.
Johnny?
No, you go first. I got to look up the name 'cause I can't remember what it is.
Checking on Sarna. That is
Yep,
fine.
yeah. Hopefully it got to it because
like,
it's a fairly recent book.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mason Dunn. Everybody knows I'm a Ghost War fan right there. I've loved that I've gotten to write with him
Just
a
go
little
ahead and
bit.
shine the badge, Just shine.
He's all very nice right there. Well, I was going to say Devlin Stone, but everybody wants to get pissed at that one. Right there.
Yeah. Let's see.
John, you spell it A-L-A-R-I-C.
Wow. No, it's okay.
You're the one keeping him alive, bud.
It must not. Me. Yes, all me.
Single-handedly. You heard it here. Randall Leakverse. John Helfers is keeping Alaric alive.
So, I can't remember the guy's name, but it's the counselor that Brian introduced in Outfoxed, where the Fox Patrol hires a counselor, a therapist, to help them with all their trauma. And the perspective that person who was an ex, he fought and he did all this stuff, brings to the life of MechWarrior, I think was just fascinating. And I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the interaction with them. And I told Brian, I was like, well, we now have the first counseling scenes in a Battletech novel. But it was so worth it. And I think everyone should read that just for that alone. I wish I could remember his name. But it was just very cool. So that's mine. So there you go.
Okay. Are we getting a follow-up to The Long Road?
Yes.
Okay.
Really?
Easy,
Author?
done.
I'm sorry. I answer short so everyone can answer more questions.
What is
I'm going to say possibly.
That's like we got to break that 100-question streak, right?
We got to see the sales first, but possibly.
I'm sorry. We're out. Day 2.
Bring 2 copies. It's not hard, but that is fine. What is Hansa's shirt with the Star League symbol on it? Explain. Where can we get one?
We can get it nowhere. This is the 44th Brigade, which is the Star League Brigade for the Chicago Division, which I had to turn all the way around. I don't know if I can do that. But, yeah, the Chicago Division is a unit in the 1st Star League, and maybe possibly the 3rd Star League.
Okay. Guys, we're going into a new box. What's your favorite Dark Age Ilclan mech? Phil.
Oh, that's a good question. I say I'm really enamored with the Tiburon.
Yeah.
It's the metal
if
miniature.
Only somebody handsome actually created that creature.
The metal miniature is a pain in the ass to put together, but it's worth it.
Yes. Yeah.
Well worth it.
I think is the Lament's a Dark Age mech, right?
The Lament?
Lament.
Yes.
Yeah, that one. Just because I hear about it, it seems like almost indestructible. So I just like one that's really tough, can take a lot of punishment.
I gotcha.
Hansa?
I love playing the Hammerhead. My son also loves playing the Hammerhead. That Contio is a monster. The Lament is fun. So, yeah, I don't know if I have a favorite.
Try.
Multiple favorites.
I have multiple favorites. The Mad Cat Mark II Enhanced. There.
All right.
Cool.
Michael?
A nice ease up right there. Let's start with Kevin.
Okay, here's where I have to admit I'm not familiar with the Ilklan era.
Mad Cat Mark II Enhanced.
I wrote some.
You wrote novels in the setting, sir.
Savage
I
Wolf.
know I wrote.
Well, you can safely go, I've got a Warhammer. I've got a Mad Cat. You're pretty much fine. I don't think anybody can call you.
I know.
You said the Savage Wolf yesterday.
Yeah, the Savage Wolf.
There you go.
Was my
Perfectly
favorite.
competent
Was
answer.
I love that one. So, yeah, there's that.
There you go.
But you go past that point, and you're later in the Ilklan, and I'm not sure because they've got these new ones coming out. I was telling you, I came across this mech that was just perfect for a battle I was doing. And I went and did it and everything except that my battle was in 3068, and it didn't exist then. So I had to redo the whole battle.
That happens. And
I know.
God bless Fact Check for catching us on that kind of stuff.
They're good people at Fact
God bless
Check, let me
Fact
tell
Check.
you.
I'm going to go Merlin C., also known as the payoff for enjoying Merlins for all of the decades prior. Those things are beasts. I have yet to lose a match where I'm playing a Merlin C.
If you say Nighthawk and Talons, I get bingo. I'm just saying. Of course, the stream.
I may or may not have some stuff in the pipeline with some Nighthawks, but they're not out yet, so I can't talk them up. But yeah, Merlin C, easy peasy. Love those things. They're monsters.
Did you give yours?
No. I'm going to go with the Regent.
Oh,
So,
okay.
a beautiful mech right there.
All right.
We asked this one yesterday, so I'm going to skip that one. Source books, please bring us back up at 5 p.m. with Ray Arrastia. That will be good. Which major faction is your favorite to write as the antagonist of a story, considering any of them can be villains? Hansa, let's start over by you.
That's really tricky.
Clan Wolf.
No, because we're always telling just good stories about characters, and every faction, even the terrible factions, can have people who are the heroes of their own story. So, who do I like best as the villain is whoever I need to be the villains, whoever needs to be the bad guys. I have a rule where I don't write stupid enemies. If you're in a battle mech, in my opinion, I feel like you are qualified, you've been trained, you're a merc brat, or as for some reason, 99.9% of the time, something has put you there. So you're not an idiot. The enemies are not idiots. So who's my favorite to make villains? I don't necessarily have one. It's just whoever. It has to be realistic, though. The villains just can't be evil to be evil. They have to be realistic for that story.
All right, well, let me ask
I know that's a dodge.
No, it is. That's why I'm going to ask a follow-up. Is there one that is easier to make a villain, whether it's resources or reach or something like that? Come on, I want to get a real answer out of you on this one.
I guess maybe the Capellans or the Combine,
Okay.
because they always at least, if as a writer you have nothing else to fall back on, they can do suicidal charges for the Chancellor. So I guess they're the easiest to write.
That will seem reasonable.
Yeah, they're the easiest to write, I guess.
Well, there you go.
But
all right,
not my favoritist.
Phil.
Let's see. Well, I really like all the Homeworlds clans, and some of my favorite stories.
And we like killing them.
But some of my favorite stories are when you just have like pure clan-on-clan action, and there's some clans that are slightly more evil bent than others. So like the Steel Vipers make really great villains. The Burrocks, depending on when and where, but they usually work pretty well. Smoke Jaguars,
always,
regardless of whether they're in the Inner Sphere or in the Homeworlds. I'm trying to think what else.
Coyotes. They're actually jerks.
It really depends. It really depends on the story, actually.
They are.
Okay, we're going to give this to one.
Everybody thinks the Coyotes are happy-happies, and they're actually jerks.
Steel Vipers.
Steel Vipers. Good answer.
John. I edit. I don't write. Pass it on to you, Michael.
John Helfers. The antagonist of any good story is John Helfers. But if we're talking but if we're talking about a BattleTech faction, it is always very, very entertaining for me to use the wolves. The wolves can you can justify literally anything as an author with the wolves or any sub-faction of whatever that is.
Wow.
Steel wolves, I could justify literally anything.
Oh God, yes.
I'm
one
going to go.
one front away from a war crime.
I'm going to go Clan Smoke Jaguar, in part because of the scenes that they're in Violent Inception, where it catches reasonable, rational people early in the clan invasion so wildly off guard. This conversation that makes perfect sense to the Smoke Jaguars, who have every reason to be frustrated to the Smoke Jaguars, but that to other people is just sheer lunacy. But yeah, it's just fun, and again, they believe in what they believe in, and that belief makes them tremendously dangerous, and that's a good time.
Rusty raises an excellent point. Now let's completely shut it down. All my virtual fans out there, throw up your Eston Canto hands. We did that already. Do it again. We love them. We love our Smoke Jaguars. No. What about you?
Usually, I would say that it's one of the more rigid. Any of the more rigid organizations at a given time. Anyway, sorry. Got distracted there. My ADD kicked in with some loud conversation on the other side there. Because I'm, for example, you're talking about the Wolves. So I had in Wolf Hunters, Wolves Against the Wolves, because it was a more dynamic faction against the more rigid faction. When you have some, and like when you and I did stories set in the Draconis Combine, we could make our sides, both of us could have been villains or good guys because both of them were acting within the rigidity of their honor code and how they wanted to function. So I tend to, as a aging hippie, tend to anything that is authority-centered is going to be my antagonist.
Good answer.
I'm not all that aged, but you know.
And so we started with you with Aaron, right? Or did
We did start with me.
Okay, just making sure. Sometimes I'm trying to keep everything even, so I may get lost there. Please let me know if we don't.
Well, I am the handsomest one.
don't
here,
worry.
So, you know.
Will the
you're the
Razzle Dominion
handsomest.
Ghost Bear
The
ever get the respect they deserve?
Ghost bears? No. That's next question.
I mean, if you phrase it as respect they
I don't
deserve, I guess technically the
Well,
answer
yeah, I
is
guess.
yes.
You've spent way too many words on them already.
I did have my money on the Spirit Cats becoming Ill Clan, and that just fell apart. I don't know.
And I was happy to take your money.
Yeah, I know.
For now, don't cash that check.
I do think I made the Razzlehag Dominion fun and interesting and human in Snowblind, where you're kind of picking sides or maybe not picking sides. The way that those campaigns are set up for aces, there's an awful lot of different perspectives from different characters, and it was really fun trying to show all of them, trying to show the joiner side and the denier side and the I don't care, I just want to live here side. And, so I think there is a lot to respect there. I think whether they will get it or not comes down to word count. And
the branching paths that Dylan came up with for the campaign were really interesting. You can go several different ways.
John, is there any Ghost Bear books out now by, say, authors that rhyme with Ryan Young that we could plug on a fiction panel?
We already talked about those.
Okay.
It's true, we did. We talked about the Ghost Bear novellas, but we also do have Without Question here, which we brought to Ghost Bears full on to, which they hadn't been seen in fiction in a long, long time. So yes, it's a good call.
Always be closing.
Will the Mountain Wolf stories get put into an anthology?
Yes, they will be collected. We are already working on. I think you already turned in the extra story for Violent Inception that you have for it to come out in its own volume, and you have.
There's
one of them is a follow up, right?
Yeah, there's.
Thank you. Yeah,
a short story will be added to Violent Inception
Yes.
to make that a collection, and then there is a whole ass novel that is a follow up that. Yeah, kind of spun out of it, and I just kept going, and it's pretty cool. So, yeah, there is definitely more Mountain Wolf stuff coming. Collection, follow-up, and then some Ill Clan stuff set about 100 years later. So,
When is the next romance novel dropping?
Okay, we have an update on that. It was supposed to be out in time for February. Our author's a new author, Marie Bilodeau. We're very excited to have her joining the Battletech stable. It is a terrific, it's an academy romance set at, I blanked on the name, Folker, not Faulkner, Folker Academy. And for those in the know, if you know, you know, there's going to be very interesting things happening there. The learning curve was kind of steep, so we're revising that. It's in the final pass now. We're hoping to get that out in early April. And we already have another contracted romance for next year on the books.
Nice. If you had to live anywhere in the Battletech universe as a civilian in 3152, where would you choose? Rusty?
Oh, good Lord.
Wolf. Let's go. Let's go Outworlds Alliance, or Raven Alliance. They're far enough away from most trouble.
Right.
They've got a really good air force, and worst comes to worst, you could pilot a Merlin C or a Charger C
wait,
or a
actually,
Stinger
I have an
2C.
answer.
So
a
yeah,
weird
there's,
answer, but I have an
there's
answer.
layers of stuff between you and trouble.
Well, that was. Never mind.
We all raise our hands the same.
Yeah, but that good arguments all, and I agree with all of them, and now I have to come up with something else. I would. Oh, the Jarn folk. I just live out there where the Jarn folk have nothing to do with eaters here.
Okay, yeah.
Good answer.
Coventry. I want to ride a kangaroo.
You want to what?
Ride a kangaroo. They have giant kangaroos. It's canon. That they mount infantry on them, and they're as maneuverable as motorcycles. And I have a whole story about this. And
You don't know where you were.
anyways, I thought it was a good answer.
It's very
It's
annoying.
a good answer. It's an answer.
It's an answer. I want to ride a kangaroo. Like, are you high?
No, I think it'd be awesome.
Okay.
Phil.
Did you say 3052 or
3152.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
staying with my answer.
That's a
I
good
bet
question.
the kangaroos are still there.
But it's Coventry.
Oh God.
I'd probably say the Free Worlds League. There's if there's one place in the Free Worlds League that doesn't appeal to you, there's a dozen other different provinces you could
Yeah,
move to. So
the land is stop hitting yourself.
Someone's certainly drinking the Kool-Aid.
I'm probably romanticizing the hell out of this, but I would join a Sea Fox AMAG and go sail the stars.
Be a
and go see
nomad.
different worlds. Yeah, be a nomad, exactly. I think that's, like I said, the reality is probably way different, but I just think it'd be kind of cool. Michael?
I'm going to stick with the Belters. Right there. They're powerful enough to do anything that they want.
You
They've
just want to be
been
a cat.
untouched.
You just want to be a cat man.
Yeah, that too. Cool.
Belters, I think, is not a bad second place one. Yeah, yeah.
When will we see the Hell's Horses more again? Will we see them attempt to go back to the homeworlds? Wars of Reason 2.0? Question mark.
Electric Boogaloo. There's
Finish the first one.
There's something in play with the Hell's Horses. We can't really talk about it publicly yet, but they are currently very much in discussion, and I have to leave it there.
What can we expect? When can we expect the fiction to catch up with the lore found in Clan's Eyes Only? And what is the determination about which lore shows up first in source books versus in novels?
That second question can be a panel all by itself. I mean, look, okay, we are never going to cover everything in a source book, folks. If you think that's going to be the case, you're dreaming. Let's see, but didn't Ilk Clan's Eyes Only? Hold on, didn't it end with a certain person getting gacked?
Yes.
Which we did, if you read the book. So we are caught up. Thank you very much.
Well, we also want to, and we've talked about this on previous panels, we want to, once again, real life happens. And legitimately, I don't think we're speaking out of turn when Trial of Birthright and The Long Road, no, not Long Road.
Blood Will Rise.
Blood Will Rise was supposed to be one book. Blood Will Tell was supposed to be one book.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to hit on a bunch of these topics.
Right.
We covered so much in the pre-prep that it had to be split into two.
Right.
This was before Clan's Eyes Only. It was a title and there was nothing in it. Then, while we were doing that split and working on things, Clan's Eyes Only, which had a smaller, tighter team, was able to work and move very, very quickly.
And
so it became
like a balloon.
Yeah, one book got done first. The other one was taking a little bit longer. So really, we're in a good place where everything's relatively caught up. But, as John likes to say all the time, now's our time. We need to go a little bit more around the sphere. We've hit a few of the great houses. We've hit a few of the various factions. But we also haven't hit a bunch of them as well.
Oh, God, yeah.
Nobody's heard from the Steiners in a while. Right there. We've luckily been the Mareks. It's been
pretty
very
well
nice.
Covered. Yep.
Draconis Combine, we've gotten it to the side, but keep reading, folks. It's coming. Federated Sons, we just did right there.
Right.
And the Capellans, we did that. That was a significant chunk of things.
Tom was handed a significant assignment, and I think hit it out of the park.
Agreed.
On par with Jason Hardy getting his first novel. Yeah, Kill Victor Sonardania. All good. That's your first book. But no, he did a great job. So yes, but again, there's so much. The source books cover so much. I could do probably a 12-novel set on any of them. All the events in there, it's so rich. So yeah, it'd be very difficult. We had to pick and choose. Basically, what it came down to.
Yeah. When can we expect a follow-up to First Acquisition by John Helfers? The people want more of Kithane Valas.
That must be one of the Mexican men guys asking that.
Deep dive, but deep cut, folks.
I've thought about coming back to that character. My one and only published Battletech story. I'm so pretty proud of. I had a whole series back at the time when I needed to write more. I had a whole series planned for them. So the answer is I don't know. I'd have to actually finish. I have a Shadowrun novella that is due with Jen Brozik. That's way overdue. I need to finish that up first. So never say never is what I'm going to answer.
Make your deadlines, John.
Yeah, exactly. Voice of my own petard.
Turnabout, fair
Fight
play.
to the knife, knife to the hill.
All right now, which character, if removed from Battletech history, do you think would have the biggest effect on the universe? Kevin.
I got one for that.
Kate Steiner. Kate Steiner.
Kate Steiner.
Yeah. I mean, there's Machiavelli and all kinds of things, and so much happened because of her splitting up the Fed Sons and all of that. And I'm like, of Catherine. I always nickname the people. I don't use the proper names. I just Annie K. Kate Steiner.
Okay.
That's how I think. Okay, which is why why he always has to send me back my stories for major rewrites. I don't. But her Machiavellian things from her mother, everything that she did, self-centered power, and she is still moving and shaking in the universe right now. Catherine is. So I'm like, yeah. You don't agree with me. I can see you frowning into space.
Well, just the last part about she's still moving. I thought she was dead.
Yes.
The ramifications of her. Okay.
The ramifications are what I'm saying.
And once again, if she were removed from the universe, so it never would have.
Yes. Okay. That's the part that threw me. I'm like, oh my God, did we bring our ghost back? What the hell?
We got they've been doing great things with cryogenics recently.
Yeah,
so
true.
In
the jar.
I'm going to go Stefan Amaris.
Oh,
that's what I thought.
Big name from history is the easy answer.
But low-hanging fruit.
It's one of them. It's one of them. There's several.
One of several.
But that's certainly up there.
We're getting one each. I'll just go with Amaris. Other people might have done what he did, but I don't think anybody else would have done it the exact way he did it, which then caused the effects that it did. So I think it's one of those things where someone else might have risen to kind of fill a historical vacuum or role or make a power play, but how the thing happened, I think, happened because of Stefan Amaris.
Then what game would we be playing?
Peace Tech.
Okay, Peace Tech. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, but I have what is actually the answer, and that's Kerensky. Because, first of all, now you have no clan homeworlds, you have no clan invasion. 2 eras are gone. And then what Amaris does, a completely different story. There you go.
Alexander?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The general. Absolutely. If you take him out, because he was a linchpin of the resistance, first of all.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, on the Exodus, it irreparably shapes everything.
But if there were no Amaris, there would be no need for Kerensky.
You just said one. You just said one.
You said one.
Amaris has already existed.
That was his.
And then, but mine is Kerensky.
Okay.
Because he is like the focal point of that around how much. Yeah. I mean, I wipe out two eras in one stroke with him.
Yeah.
No homeworlds, no invasion. That, I think, is a huge change on
also,
everything.
Also low-hanging fruit.
It is. But I said it first. I'm not going for esoterics here, buddy. Bill?
Well, I was going to say Nicholas Kerensky, because without him, the clans would not exist at all.
Yeah.
True. That's a good point.
And when he was younger, he contracted the Curse of Eden and almost died from it. Mm-hmm. And so I think if we were to do like an anthology of what if alternate universe Battletech stories, I think one of the ones that I would love to see would be what if Nicholas Kerensky did not survive the Curse of Eden.
And
so that means that there never would have been a second Exodus,
right?
And the Pentagon Civil War would have continued, and things would have further devolved from there. So.
Okay, Jason?
I'm going to go with, I want to say his name was Jinjiro Kurita. When his father was assassinated on Kentaurus, he was the one that sat there and said, kill them all.
Yes.
The Federated Sons was on the brink of loss. They were about to lose and surrender to the Combine. They were nearly destroyed, and rallying around the massacre on Kentaurus is really what brought around the end of that particular fight. If there was no Federated Sons, or if the Federated Sons was a vassal state to the Combine, everything changes. I mean, you guys all picked obviously good ones. That
that's a good one that extends in a way I hadn't thought of. Yeah, that's really interesting. Okay, Michael?
Sun Tzu Lao.
Another good one.
Aside from all of the craziness that we're dealing with on a bunch of levels, including helping to push off trigger the Civil War and everything else right there. If he did not exist, he would not have been the first Lord for the third star of for the nascent second Star League right there.
The 5-minute Star League?
Yeah. The 5-minute Star League. The word of Blake would have been voted in, and they would have been crazy, but they would have been gone with their theory of, hey, we want to help enlighten people. And then on we go.
It's almost crazy, but his mother, only Romano Lau could have held the Capellan Confederation together during those crazy 30-30s. So, if she died during the Fourth Succession War, even if Sun Tzu existed,
If it wasn't for if Sun Tzu didn't do what he did, the Capellan Confederation probably would have just disappeared.
Eventually evaporated. But yeah, it started with his mom.
Yeah.
That was another good question.
Yeah, it's definitely a question that there are a lot of right answers for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Depending
very
on,
much so.
you pull out one peg and the whole Jenga tower tumbles.
Yep.
In a lot of different ways. So,
Oh, yeah.
And goes in fascinating directions. At that.
Oh, yeah.
Fascinating,
Absolutely.
fully valid directions.
Right,
which is
right.
Okay, will the aerospace rules bring aerospace-centric fiction with them?
They can. Look, I'm always love a good dogfight. When we just redid Weapons Free, we had a really good dogfight from Lauren Coleman. It was the lead story that we had to cover on.
That's First Strike.
I'm sorry, First Strike. Thank you. Volume 2. And I commissioned a new cover that we had to have repaint the jets. The aerospace fighters weren't quite made yet. So yes, I think we don't get enough aerospace stories, whether it's drop ships, trying to stay alive, or fighter on fighter. So probably, it'll certainly be in the set, whatever that is, and I would love to see more of it. Yeah.
We may do this as a follow-up at some point because we're getting some really good opinions in the chat right there about what we're looking at. But we are running near the end right there. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Good.
Apparently.
All right. So we are coming near the 12:50 mark right there. We do need to prepare for our next session. So I really want to take a quick moment to thank these wonderful authors here for joining us. It was much appreciated. Once again, we have Jason Hansa, Phil Lee, John Helfers. I am Michael Ciravella, Rusty Zimmerman, and Kevin Kiliani. We are very excited to be here with you. This is Adepticon Day 2 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We really, really appreciate your taking the time with us. In just a few minutes, we will be back with Randall Bills and Tommy Rice showing off Partha Wars. Please stay tuned, and we'll be back in a little while. Also, one final thing. Please remember, because I love to say it, 5 p.m. tonight, the hot seat. We have got Ray Arrastia with me, and we are going to answer all of your questions. And we can't wait. Have a lovely day. We'll be back.
And as always...
We are live. Thank you, everyone, for being here with us. This is Adepticon 2026, live stream from Catalyst Game Labs in conjunction with Six Sides of Gaming. And you probably, if you're watching this, you probably already know who I am, particularly after all the hours that I've done yesterday. My name is Randall Bills. I'm the creative director at Catalyst Game Labs. Been working on Battletech forever and a lot of other great games that I do. And I am here with the ever amazing and gigantic-y, elementally blood-named Tommy Rice.
If
you want to, that's right.
Thank you, Randall.
I should have let you hold that for a little longer. A little longer.
Is this catching my good side?
That's right. So, who are you? Why should they be here watching you, sir?
Well, let me look at this camera and hello, everybody. Hello, friends. No, I'm a friend of Catalyst and a gamer of 30-something years. You know, I'm getting that old, yes, but I love wargaming. I love miniatures. I love fun. I love the people that you meet when you come to these things, and it really just sort of a passion I have for hobby that Catalyst has actually brought out in me, which has been really good to work with a great company. For those who don't know me, let me give a quick background. Work for Games Workshop, Mythic, Monolith, a
lot of companies.
A lot of companies, yeah, and worked with these great companies, and I actually am a football player, so I used to play football.
I'm shocked. Shocked. They're shocked.
I know. I can read, which is good. It's a lot of fun. No, but
what's some teams? Come on, there's.
Well, so I originally came. I
know. I track very well with sports ball.
Yes,
but there might be other people that actually know football quite well and would love to know. That's right, the hoop. But there might be some other people that actually follow it very well, and they'd like to know the teams you're on.
The Raiders tried it for the Niners. The Seahawks was the last team I tried it. And the truth is, I got injured, didn't make it, but being
you were in the Legion of Boom era, right?
Yeah,
that whole thing.
It was really cool that
back when my youngest son actually followed it quite well in elementary school, loved it.
Yeah. No, it was an honor to be, to even know some of those guys and to give it a shot. So
awesome.
But he got injured, and then my passion has always been miniature gaming, and I'm an actor. You'll see me on Apple TV right now in Government Cheese, and then there's a couple of big things coming out which we can't talk about.
Can't talk about yet.
Maybe movies and video games that are huge, but
maybe just a little huge.
Just a little huge. But there's some really cool stuff that you'll find out soon, and we will talk through that. But football player, actor, but they're like, well, wait, you're this big guy at this gaming convention. What are you doing? Well, this is my passion. This is my true love. This is what I really enjoy to do. So back to what we were asking. I wrote a book. So I'm a published author, wrote a book called The Lock, and from The Lock became the Partha Wars, this game. I wrote it for my dad, and we've been able to turn it into just a lot of fun. And it's been years in the making, which
It usually is.
Man, years in the making, but taking from everything we love.
Yeah.
To try to make this game. Well, sorry, I'll just keep rambling if he doesn't.
No, that's fine. I mean, holding a mini in your hand.
In my hand, yes.
That is your creation.
Is the coolest thing ever.
Like for those that have been following me for a while, I love Battletech to death. I will keep working on Battletech until the end of time. Right. But I just get to add on to the shoulders of giants. Whereas for me, Leviathans is the comparison, where that was my first all-original game design.
Wait, but I rated that.
And that took forever to get out the door.
Right.
Kind of did a little bit of a launch of it 13 years ago for all the, free Taiwan.
Yeah.
If I can still say that without getting in trouble.
Yeah.
And now suddenly it's here at the show. There's people over there playing it right now.
To see it on the shelves.
To see it on the shelves, to see people excited,
well,
to hold the mini in your hand. Oh, it's glorious.
Yeah.
Absolutely
fun.
It
is. So I've watched it and played it.
So you're still here in the, we're getting it out the door. We're still developing it.
Right,
but it's still amazing to actually see all the work that's been done, all the great design work on the minis.
Yes.
Now you've actually tracked in some pretty heavyweight artists. To be working on these. Some heavy hitters.
Yeah.
You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'd love to. So Javier Urina is really the way you pronounce it. He's one of my good friends, but he's also one of the best sculptors in the world. Worked with some of the greatest companies. You would know him. He did the Mirage Team 8 or Mirage Team 9. I forget. I think Mirage Team 9. Corvus Belli, Infinity, Marvel Crisis Protocol, Star Wars Legion. All those.
The list goes on and on.
I mean, there's 3. Weta Workshop. We're trying to do that. We pulled some heavy hitters. And his miniatures are just glorious. And
Yeah.
he puts it in a different little, a little different scale. If you
Yeah.
compare it to a GW model or a Battletech model, it's a different scale. It's not out of the realm, though.
Yeah.
But it's like a 30 to 33, almost heroic, but still with normal features. We don't have the mitt hands,
Yeah.
things like that. And we tried to make it just aesthetically pleasing as possible for painters and for gamers alike. The rule of cool, one of the guys that I know, Mike, told me that. Not to, oh, he's right over there. That's what we wanted. We wanted that rule of cool where people go, what is this? And I can use it in any game, and I can do this.
Yep.
And that's right. And if you just happen to like my rule set, then that's great too.
Yeah.
And then when you have a miniature that looks sort of like you, you're like, oh man, that's pretty nifty.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's the first.
These Spartans, man.
No, thank you. So second is Nestor Ossenden. Nestor Ossenden, Magic the Gathering. All that beautiful art that you're going to see, all the pictures and stuff that we have, he's been brought into it too. Just a great job. I've known Nestor for a long time now. We're going to keep working with him. Just wait. The stuff that we're about to show you, a lot of people haven't seen at all. And then the even more stuff for those people that have seen it, it's just going to break the door down. That's what we want to do, is try to break the door down.
Absolutely.
Then we have Eric Swinson, which is I don't think his is here. One of the best painters in the world. He's doing a model for us.
Nice.
Jason Craze, Cal Kinghorn, Jordan, the guys over at Monument are doing some stuff with Pro Active.
Yeah.
They're doing some stuff for us, some really good stuff.
They've got a great booth here.
No, they do.
Really
have a
big.
booth. Oh my gosh.
It's like
huge.
trying to fit their name, I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
Monument. Pro Active
That's
around
right.
this side. Like, oh, muscle. Oh, yeah. But, and actually they are doing their own. So we have the Golden Demon. Everybody knows the Golden Demon. It's a
Yep.
great thing. I don't mind touting about that. Paint, do it. That's what you should do in your hobby. But Pro Acryl, what they have over there right now in their own painting thing, I think they had 300 miniatures already.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, this is amazing. I know I saw it cross the 100 threshold as I walked by, and then there was even more when I walked past.
Yeah.
So there are other people that are involved. And this actually, Jason Craze did this one. The owner of that, he did that one right there.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then Chris Gorka, Phil Hall, he does some stuff, and some of the guys in. So it's an honor to work with these guys. It really has been an honor and a privilege. So I think we have some more. I hope I'm not. There's probably name drops that I can throw out. I'm sorry if I missed your name. It's not because we don't. It's because we're frazzled on day 3.
We are. Yeah, this is technically day 2, right?
Yeah.
I guess it's really day 2,
2.
but technically
Day
already day 3 because day 0 sales. It's kind of wild.
I know.
Yeah.
Day 0. Well, so we're in here for day 0, and I'm setting up, and people are like, "What is this? Where can I do it?" And I think I ran 30 games.
I know.
I'm like, but you're not supposed to be here. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
of course
it's awesome.
you are. Of course you are.
So there's already a website. So ultimately, Tommy has built this great overarching universe.
Thank you.
There will be novels. There is animation that is being
Animation's
worked
coming.
on.
Yep,
It's a multifaceted, multimedia experience that we're looking at. But also, of course, here at Adepticon, focusing here on the tabletop miniature game.
Right.
There is a ParthaWars.com website.
Yes.
It's up right now. You can go up and check it out. It's got some lore pages talking about the different factions. There is some playtest rules that are up there.
Yep.
That you could go ahead and grab and be able to try the game out yourself.
And they're the simplified ones. They're just
Of
super
course.
simplified.
Yeah. Just get your wet your whistle a little bit on the excitement that we have here.
Yeah.
Just kind of backtracking slightly. We're kind of rambling and having fun
getting out.
talking
I
about
wanted
all
to
of
come back
this.
to the book and everything too.
Yeah, I was just going to say, let's kind of ramble back. Well, here, actually, I think somebody dropped off a drink for you.
Wait, coffee?
Let's
It's
see.
going to
Let's,
focus me? What?
I know, weird.
What?
And so I guess, kind of going back to the book, how did the book then get all the way down to where we're holding a model in our hand, and why should they care about that?
That's a great question. So I won't get too deep, but my dad painted with some of the best people in the world. Some people named Frank Frazetta, Thomas Kincaid. Like, my dad really knew those guys, and so when I grew up, I had all this amazing art around there. And so he's a chaplain, so it was really cool. He'd say, "Jump," and he'd say, "Jump." I'd say, "Yes, sir. How high amen?" So it was really cool. No, but my dad was the guy. He was my best friend. He's my hero, and we came up with these crazy worlds when I was a kid. Well, he passed. And when my father passed, and I still remember the day, I have goosebumps right now. I still remember the day. I still remember everything I was doing. I was actually at a miniature convention working with Games Workshop, and I was crushed that day. But from that, I went to the airport and I started writing notes.
And from those notes, I turned it into a book and a world that we had created. But it was always fun stories, and we're playing with Legos and little back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in Europe in '85. Like I'm 47. I don't mind telling people I love it. I've been playing for a long time, almost 40 years since I was around 7.
Yep.
And I had the first. Partha miniatures, some of the Rogue Trader stuff, like even the old Blood Bowl, Battletech, Robotech, Macross, the whole universe of teching, and that's what I love doing. And so I took from all those things. Well, back to it. My father passed, and I'm like, I'm going to write this. I turned out the whole book, and granted, I can't spell for anything. It was terrible, but I finally edited it. We got it out, and it sold around 5,000 copies. Like pretty quick, and for an unpublished, professional book, self-publishing, it was tremendous. The feeling was tremendous, and I'm like, oh my gosh! So we took it, we re-edited it, we made it better, and I'm shortening this whole time.
Of course,
but
it's always a longer, more convoluted story.
Oh yeah. But I did write this book for a miniature game. I really did, because I love this. This was my passion as a kid, stuff that I did, and so I wanted the story though in the background, because I can convert anything. I almost sculpted for War Machine, for crying out loud. I can sculpt it so I can create anything, but I wanted it my own, and I wanted it to have the lore behind it so that people could jump in and go, wait, well, what about this? What's the Third Legion? What is a Resium? What planet is it from? Where, what are you going to next?
Yeah.
If I buy your game, where are we going to stop? We're never going to stop, is the cool thing about it. We always have stuff that we can go on, and the lore is so vast with the different things that we have that it'll leave us stuff to create forever. Not that we've already created a ton of it that you haven't seen or won't see here. And then it allowed me to pull stuff in. So it was because of my father. It was because of how I grew up that I was able to pull from so much knowledge. And then never really being a gamer person or a game designer, a lot of learning stuff, because we all go, well, I've got this great idea. But then to see it come to fruition,
oh
man, that's the chef's kiss.
Yeah.
So I took the book, made the lore, from the lore, made this. And so when I approached you years ago,
already been years
ago, Randall's like, oh, hey, man, I know, I've seen you around. How you doing? We met, and we talked, and Lauren and Randall were just so nice, so great people. And I'm like, hey, I have a few things. Can you help me 3D print them? I'm like, yeah, I want to show something off. Okay, cool. Randall's like, hey, I got your miniatures, but I don't know about this. And so from the, I don't know about this scale. And so they got the scale wrong.
That's right.
And I was going to show it off.
Because it was all happening so fast. I couldn't show her.
And so one was like this big, and the others were like this. So Randall gets them all these little.
I'm like, I don't know if this is right.
So I took those.
I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, it's so funny.
That's awesome.
And it was so bad. And he's like in this generic pose, like, hello, how are you?
Yeah.
So that actually we still have, and we're probably going to do that into a statue of a piece of terrain.
Oh, I love it.
Terrible miniature.
Yeah.
The sculpt wasn't bad. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. So that's how long we've known Catalyst, and then to actually be able to work with this team has just been a breath of fresh air. When you have a great team, when you have stuff that they know, and your games, man. My hero, I got to actually help with, and oh my gosh, like this man's brain, it's phenomenal. It's just phenomenal. I'm looking at everybody around the table.
I had a lot of joy making that, and actually the most joy out of that one, because it was a very collaborative experience with my son Bryn, who's currently the Leviathan's line developer, but we co-created that My Hero Academia game, and I like the fact that you were like, I was thinking very much along these lines.
Right. What I was going to tell you is that My Hero took my game. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
It's very similar in the thinking patterns of it.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
The thinking patterns. It's very, and so for me, it was like, oh my gosh! But then you had the math down perfect. Everything was great on it.
Awesome.
And, that brings it back to this game because with my heroes is what D12s.
Well, it's all it's basically it's the Leviathan's dice, which is basically it's all polyhedrals.
Right.
We just rotate them up to D12 and color code them so that if somebody's coming in who's more of a board game player and hasn't really experienced polyhedrals, we didn't want them like staring at it like I don't understand what a D4 is. I can't tell the difference between a D8 or a D10.
D12,
It moves that all out of the way, but it's really just the polyhedral dice.
Right.
And then you're rolling that as part of the system. And it's all color-coded. It makes it really easy to use and fast to play.
Yes. No, I agree. And that was one of the best parts about it.
Yeah.
And that's to my point. So we do use a few other polyhedrals as I roll it.
Yep.
But this is a D6 system. And I did have a system similar, but I wanted to make this D6. So going back to the gameplay, when I created it from the lore, I'm like, okay, well, how fun do we want to make this? I want anybody to catch on, so we went with the D6 system. And, the nice thing about Catalyst and where this whole point is going to is any game you want, any dice you like, we have a game for it.
Yeah,
and
we
to
do.
be able to reflect off of these guys and bounce ideas off has just been phenomenal. So thank you for that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So then we reach a point where you've got a game.
Yep.
Okay.
Got a game.
You're building
decent
that
rule
game
sets.
with decent rule sets. How do you make it stand out? Right?
That's a great question.
Particularly here at Adepticon, there's a million rooms we're walking through, thousands and thousands of people playing hundreds and hundreds of games, spanning decades,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Some amazing games, some of my favorite games. I'm an equal opportunity gamer. I play them
Right.
all. I've played over 100 tabletop miniature games in the last few years.
Right.
Some just brilliant games out there.
Yeah.
But that means it's hard to, make a game that's going to stand out, right?
Right.
Now, the models are fantastic. But what were you thinking as you're working on the game? How do I make this stand out? How do I make it that when somebody plays it, they're like, oh, I've played dozens and dozens of games,
Right.
but wow, this one stuck out to me. What was your thought process in that?
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a question, too.
Sure.
We're going to come back.
Ask away.
But for me, the default and the joke is, well, I'm 6'5", 300 pounds, and I'm like, come see my game. It's big. But you can't always
Surprisingly how well that works, though, sir.
Yeah, it actually does.
I've watched that happen.
It does work. No, I try to be a likable fellow and just have fun with people.
Oh, you
and it's
are
all
so
about the fun.
likable. Come on.
No,
you have so much energy,
Gosh,
man.
tell me more. No, and I do have energy. That's the crazy part. I do have a lot of energy.
If we could simply take this enthusiasm and package it in the box, boom,
It's
done.
a war game. Here, eat it. So I can't use that. I can't
Yeah.
use the default.
Yep.
It does help, yes. But I wanted to make an experience that was super cinematic with the gorgeous eye test. You have to have great models. Right?
Absolutely.
You have to have great models.
Yep.
And then a rule set that is easy, but then complicated for those older gamers. Like, you and I have played for a while.
Yeah.
And a game system, if you like it or not. But I wanted it easy to grasp and then harder to get the nuances, to get the whole nuances. And there is a few things that I've already fixed. Just to pause and say I've already fixed. So in a lot of war games and a lot of tabletop games, depending on this, they go, oh, well, I only like skirmish or I only like huge games. So that's the first thing I started with is my game measures differently from even how you set it up than a normal war game. If you're at grandma's house and all you have is a table with a doily on it, a 3x5.
Nice doily reference.
That's
man.
right. Well, hey, doilies can be awesome. It gives you cover. It's minus one to your. You can look through it and see.
That's right.
But you can play the game.
Yeah.
You can literally take a few figures and play a game on a table that size and still have a good experience. Whereas I love to compete. I love competitive gaming, and I love narration too.
Sure.
But if you're up here playing in the tournaments, you want a big system.
Yep.
So that's another thing that I think we did. So it started off there. It can play on both. The starter set starts off with a decent skirmish-sized game. You've seen it. There's roughly
absolutely.
12 to 30 models, depending
Yep.
on what you play. But then you can really scale up. So that's the first part. Second thing that stands out are the nuanced rules on how things interact with each other. So I'm going to use a terrible GW reference, but I'm going to use it.
Okay.
No, it's good for them. Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns. Maybe I wrote some rules for it one day. Maybe I did. Maybe at one time. No. But you set this model that's like this big. You've put 15 hours of painting. It's $300. And the first turn, your friends go, Alpha Strike. Oh, it's dead. Get it off the board. And you're left with this. What?
Yeah.
But no. He's the guy. No.
Yeah.
What? And you have to take your beautiful model off the board.
Yep.
I wanted to mitigate that as much. But no, look, there's no perfect game. We know this.
Oh, sure.
But this game, the chances of that happening are 99 to 1 that would ever happen. I would actually say you can't do it. I really would. I wanted your characters or your units or the things not to just be wiped off the board. I want you to have those beautifully painted models. We just talked about great artists, great writers, all these people that have worked with us.
Yeah.
And then you don't want to show off their art? No, you want it on the table.
As long as possible.
As long as possible,
Yep.
yeah. And even when you pull it off, you're like, oh, that's really cool. You want it right there beside you.
Yeah.
So that's another aspect of it. And then one of the craziest things I've heard is movement. Movement of all things, right? Now, I don't know if any wargamers out there, but we've played for a while. Movement is one of the biggest ways to dictate a war game there is.
Yep.
If you're in their face, charge. That doesn't mean you have to. So I wanted to make the movement so crazy and so cinematically cool that you can actually take a Spartan Paladin, move, use his Magnus power to force leap up to the top, tectonic punch through the floor breaks, and then everybody there falls through, and then whoever's left gets to fight in melee. We did that.
Yes.
We went through 3 floors of it. It is awesome.
Yes, it is.
On the counter turn to that, so that's a movement type thing. But then what if the weapons that you have, like the roto cannon here, actually, as you're shooting, just this is a 15-foot tall robot mech with a roto super cannon. It's like, think Jesse Ventura the Predator. Oh, Painless is waiting. And just blasting everything. If you hit 6s, you get to reroll more, but it's not exploding like you think, so don't go, exploding. No, it's different because it unlocks certain aspects. Precise fire, knockback, and what it does is you can shoot someone, and if you damage them, you can move the whole unit back 4 inches. Because they're trying to catch fire. They're covering. They're covering up. They're trying to get to where, like, wait a minute, this doesn't work. And another thing is, then because you did that, the thrusters of this unit of mecha suits, these are, I think, Pano mecha suits, and that's a Panzer, or a Tiger, that's a Tiger Battle Pano suit, you can make a 4-inch free move. And that's not part of your activation. So you can take that and tandem it with how you move to go and actually flank people.
Does sound effects come in the box?
Oh, yeah. I was doing that, wasn't I?
I always love playing with you because you make the best sounds.
Okay. A little off topic, but funny story. So
we never go off topic here.
Never.
Ooh, shiny.
As we just went. So, and it's Ewan McGregor and Liam Neeson, and it's the first time they're doing a fight set. This is on the set. My cousin, actually Clay, worked for George Lucas. Long story there, really cool. But they're on the set. They're filming first episode 1, right? And they go, okay, so you guys are going to hit twice, and then you're going to run down the hall. And they're like, okay, perfect. And they go, they made the sound effects as they're filming them on. And Lucas goes, okay, cut. Great job. You don't have to make the sound effects. We're going to put them in there. And they're like, we did that? Oh, so
that's
I'm
glorious.
Sorry. I'm Liam
I've never
Neeson.
Heard that before.
I have a set of skills that you'll never.
but you have to make the sounds.
Right, you have to make the sounds. And I do. And so please excuse me.
That's awesome.
With machine guns.
I love it.
Thank you. So, yes, sound effects are included. We're going to do a tape of it.
I mean,
not
that'd
a
be
CD.
Pretty cool. Not a CD.
Not a CD, not an audiobook, a tape.
Well, that reminds me of, again, sidetracking.
Yes.
The Presenter Marshall edition that we published of our Universe book from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You lift the lid, and it is the reactor startup sequence for MechWarrior 2.
That's so
cool. A lot of people that follow Catalyst and follow the streaming and have watched my videos, they know me as, oh, you're the guy that did all the giggling. Because every time I would roll that up, I would be the, 10, 12-year-old kid.
Right.
Even 19-year-old kid playing that.
So
and I opened
so
it up. Even the prototype, I opened it up so many times I broke the chip because it just couldn't handle doing it that many times.
So maybe I should do a soundtrack just for fun.
I mean, that'd be just
let everybody download
fun.
it.
Yeah.
We just do. Okay, I think we might just do that.
Well, I love it.
Tommy sound effects.
That's right. I think that's absolutely fantastic.
No, so back to it. Guess what? We're back on track. Things that make it different.
Yes.
So the size of the game, how you do
it.
Size
of the games, movement. It's very
movement
dynamic.
And then resource management. So we have tokens that we're going to come out with. I'm just going to use these beads to show off. But a rage token, a heroic battle point allows you to be heroic. And not just your characters. People are like, oh, it's a character-centric. No. Your units can actually become heroic in the game with order cards, which is the last thing I'm going to touch on. But you can use these to actually do something in the heat of the battle. How many times? And I love Blood Bowl. I love Blood. You know that. I love Battletech.
Absolutely.
How many times have we rolled a 1? Like you're just like the worst. That's the worst non-crit you could ever roll.
Yeah.
Right. And I rolled a 1, but all I needed was a 2 or better. And you go, all you need is a 2 or better. Don't roll a 1, and you hit that 1.
Yep.
You take one of these, and you can actually change the outcome of the game. You can use legendary abilities to do stuff, and it's all on the sheet. It's all on the little card, and it's super easy to do, which that we wanted to make sure, too. All the missions and stuff are on super easy cards.
Yeah.
Like, and I know a lot of people do that, but ours is done in a way, which you remember, when we were speaking of it, now those are laminated, but to where it's easily seen right there, and so you don't have to keep referencing your books, which I love some books. I love some lists, but it's easily when you're playing to reference it, and we used it earlier today.
Yeah.
but making sure that you can use that. And then things that for each of your armies. So the Za, which are like orcs in my world. They're not orcs, but they're like orcs, and they talk like this. But they're not stupid, but they still talk. They're British. I don't know why.
All orcs are British as far as we know.
Yeah. And then the suits have battle stem injectors. So as they get raged out, you can actually, during the game, start off like this and then rage out into this super huge monster like that later on with the rage token and play during the game.
Yeah.
During gameplay. Then the Spartan Paladins have the magnetic abilities where they can stop bullets, throw tanks, leap, like I was saying, into here and punch through floors. It increases their mass and density.
Yeah.
And then the Elf faction are speed. It's all speed, but they have dragons.
Because you got to have
dragons. And then lastly, the mercenaries, which can take anything. You can actually go to the free cities and purchase these suits on the black markets. So you can make a Spartan suit. You can make an elfin suit. And those are just 4 of the factions. We have about 12 that we're going to do.
Yeah.
But this encompasses orcs, trolls, elves, dwarves, everything you could want as a fantasy person. And somebody asked me, what kind of game is this? And I was like, well, it's sci-fantasy. It really is. It's very different.
I was about to say, you've given a great overview, which is awesome. And we're going to be taking a break here in not too long. But we're then going to come back and we're going to run through it a whole game so you guys can actually see it play out. I know.
With
right?
sound effects?
Yes, with sound effects. It's going to be a great afternoon. But I was going to say, just kind of like the 10,000 view pitch, the elevator pitch of this universe and why they would want to play. So you've given some really cool overviews on the game mechanics.
Right.
You were going to talk about the order cards.
It was.
But after that, then just kind of that pitch of, that sci-fantasy. What is that, and why is that unique to what you put together?
Randall happened to reel me in. That's crazy.
It's weird.
It's really,
yeah, because I never reel anybody in, because I'm the one spinning off.
You do. The order cards. Order cards actually turn your infantry units into something that can hang with an elite, a Spartan, a Za, something like that's really cool in my world. I wanted it to be, and this is the last part of that, what makes it different, is you don't just have to have a bunch of infantry marching. You can actually do stuff with them, and it plays big. And your squads can be big if you want. They can be little if you want. So it's very customizable. Those order cards, Shield Wall. Shield Wall is one of our favorites.
I love Shield Wall.
And if you're playing Museum, so you get cards in there, and then you get faction cards. So you can mix them up to make your deck. And those are just, you only get it for the size of the game. And once you've used that card, it's burned. It's in the graveyard. It'll never come back.
Yep.
So it's resource management once again. But with the Museum, you can actually, because they have somewhat powered armor, very high-tech weapons. They're a purple-skinned race of people that are reversed in their physiology, and they're somewhat immune to cold. So you'd want to use them in a cold type mission, right? You'd want to use them where it's not going to affect them. But with those cards, Shield Wall, you throw it down, you get, I'll tell you, 2 auto saves, and then you get to re-roll the rest of your failed saves for that turn. And Museum can actually keep it for a turn and do stuff with it.
Yep.
So it's very centric to your army, but generically, imagine if a Spartan unit had 2 auto saves and can re-roll their saves.
Yeah.
Yes, ting, 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 whatever. Ha-ha, I'll have another. So that's where it is.
Back to good sound effects.
That's absolutely. Right. So that was the order cards.
Yeah.
Now, this world, it's Partha Terra. And what Partha Terra actually means is strong foundation. We are on Terra, if you guys didn't know it. And, Earth is known as Terra. That's another thing with doing. It's the generic version that you don't get sued for.
It is the generic version.
And I loved Ray Partha, so that's one of the reasons I used that word, because I was a miniature gamer like that. And so
that's funny. I'm not sure I've actually heard that part of the story.
Really?
That's kind of awesome.
What? Oh, yeah. I was joking with Brent and Lauren about it. No, it was Ray Partha. I'm a huge.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we got to meet.
No. I mean, that's Mike No and all those guys.
Yeah, Mike, it's an homage to them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, keeping with my strong
foundation.
foundation.
That's very cool.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So, it's similar to our world. And if you were looking at the setting, think old New York, or think London. There's beautiful buildings, nice architecture. I wouldn't say World War II-ish at all, but if you look at the buildings, the way they were built, similar to that, but sometimes cobbled streets. But they do have cars. They do have some steam-powered stuff. They do have hydro-electrical, things like that.
Yeah.
So the Museum are an alien race that have come to the planet of Partha Terra looking for a metal. The metal is called Arcanium. What Arcanium does, if you took, and I have a degree in biology, you know this, I'm actually a teacher. I'm a chemistry teacher. And if you put some in a vat of steel, it would honeycomb the steel molecularly, allowing it to be lighter and more durable, and being imbued with magic runes. So it makes it a magic weapon. Now, the Museum didn't know that, or did they? But they didn't know that, yeah. So they came looking for it because they're a space-faring race. They had just gotten beat in a war that we do tell you about later, but you don't know what happened. The orcs are pissed, the Za, The Reseum are mad. They have to find this to refuel and get out because they're being pursued. So they come to this planet thinking it's a backwater world with minimal technology. And what they don't realize is it's by Spartan paladins, these Magnus-covered madmen, and magic people. So like Prince Lincoln is a lock or a person who can unlock the Labyrinthian where magic flows from. So imagine a super huge spaceship destroyer over the planet. They're like, we'll go down and get this metal and then we'll leave. A portal opens on the ship. Out walks King Aegisalius and the Spartan paladins. The Reseum are like, whoa, time out, read the rules. Wait for, how'd you get here? And, of course, parlay. So magic is shared, technology is shared, but nothing, and I've said this before, nothing is truly ever shared. So that's why Spartan Paladins have power armor. That's why Reseum can use the lock powers and the Labyrinthian powers with the jumpers, things like that.
Yep.
And that's how technology can fit, can sort of combine and confused everything. But then what happened is, of course, the Reseum betray, murder and assassinate the king because they found out how powerful Lincoln was with the Labyrinthian. So they try to capture him. Now we've dropped you 7 years after the Blood Night. After that happened, the Spartans have mostly been scattered. There's only a few left in the army helping, trying to keep the Reseum at bay. The war dissipated because the governors were able to get together, get the locks and stop it, but the Reseum are now becoming in. And that's where we drop you. We follow a heroic ex-Spartan paladin, Walker, as he tries to help the prince and find him back, regaining his honor. But at the same time, Nimsorval, the evil commander, is taking over and bringing more in there. So that's the overview. But in that overview, what you don't realize is Partha Terra is the center of the universe. And what the Labyrinthian is a gateway to anywhere. So there are elves, the Drunar Elves sect. There are trolls. There are Oni. There are Jotun. There are everything you can want. Yes, we have Master Ru, which is a red panda wizard, okay? And his bodyguard are pandas. Like, come on, there's furry people here. Like, there's nothing we didn't do it. And I wrote this years ago because in my mind, I wanted the biggest inclusion ever. And that's what we've tried to give you. So that's a somewhat overview of the world. I know I keep yammering on.
No. That was fantastic.
Want. Thank you.
Do you remember the old Weird Al Yankovic movie, UHF?
Of course.
And in there, he has the whole, Timmy, you get a drink from the fire hose. Yeah. And he just goes flying. Mm-hmm. That's what I believe our audience may have felt like as you just tried to download decades of fantastic experience and lore and writing to them. But hopefully you obviously can
I hope so.
You can feel the wash of passion. Like, it's always amazing to sit here with Tommy and talk. Anyone that plays a demo with him,
oh man,
just loves the game, even outside of art and anything else. We literally have some guys over here on the side that demoed the game,
just great,
and are sitting here just because of part of Tommy's passion, what he's built. So we're really excited to keep showing this off. So again, we're about ready to wrap up here just for this segment. We'll take a 15-minute break or so. Be back here to start then actually playing a demo. We'll play a game.
That's right. Keep the questions coming. I know we have a lot of stuff too. If anybody wants to send in any, we want to answer those things. So
we'll try to do that. And then also don't forget parthawars.com is already up there. It's got lore. It's got art. You can take a look at the rules and try them yourself. And we'll
last thing.
Yeah.
What I did forget. Eddie Nunez, one of the greatest animators of all time. He has a piece of art up there for the animation that we're doing. He did He-Man Revelation a couple years ago with Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
His art is up there. Didn't want to forget Eddie. He's a good friend, but he's also helping us in some stuff.
Awesome.
And then, Chris P. at Titmouse, they've just been phenomenal in helping me get through this whole thing. So Titmouse.
Titmouse is the ones that are going to be doing animation.
Yeah, Titmouse is just great.
Partha War animation for all this.
It's all a process, but it's with the best people. The best people.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. Again, 15-minute or so break. We'll be back. We'll be rolling some dice, and you'll be able to see how the game plays out.
Awesome.
Thank you for being here, and we'll see you soon.
And that's when the squirrel said, oh, hi, sorry.
I knew you were going to do that. I just knew you were going to do that. So welcome back to Adepticon 2026. Filming here for live streaming with Catalyst Game Labs and with the help of
D6 is rolling.
D6. That's the thing. The Roland, the D6 gaming rolly thingy.
Those guys.
Yeah, total fun brain fart there.
Yeah.
I need another spit take, I think.
You do need if you haven't seen that, oh my gosh.
Man, I'm telling you, that went everywhere yesterday.
Woo! That's Rick Flip. Woo!
Yeah, it didn't help that one of my best friend's sons just, uploaded it to YouTube and then
like
spammed
1,000 times.
everyone.
Oh my gosh.
It's never going to live that one down.
No.
Anyways, we are here to talk about Partha Wars.
Yes.
To actually play the game.
Yeah.
Took a little bit longer than 15 minutes. We kept getting sidetracked. We had a great crew. Tommy was introducing me to the great crew that runs Genghis Khan.
They're awesome.
Then somebody was looking at the Partha War minis over the booth, so of course had to go and talk to them.
And our good friends at Weta Workshop.
Great friends at Weta Workshop. Suddenly we're here out of nowhere and talking with them. I had the fantastic chance as I was doing my world tour 2 years ago to actually go down to New Zealand. Had a great stay at a local Battletech crew down there, but also then got to go over to the Weta Workshop and meet the team and talk with them. And it was really cool because I walk in and they're literally molding the steps straight out of the movie, and I'm geeking out. And come to find out, one of them is a giant Battletech fan, so he's geeking out. It was
so
Geek
good.
Fest. It was so good.
So
everything you wanted to be.
Yes.
Everything you wanted to be.
And they're actually good friends. They're
great.
Great people. Great people.
They're so awesome. Can't wait to see their. And they're here for 40K like giant statue. Premiere thingy. So I can't wait to see it.
And the crazy thing is, because I've known them so long, I've gone to New Zealand. I've been there, and I knew about a lot of that stuff because of seeing it and just. So impressed with all the stuff they're pulling out, and I'm
such
just so
good
impressed.
work.
Who knows? Maybe they'll do my statues one day.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, maybe. But we digress.
So we're weird that we digress.
Yeah.
It's a little dangerous to leave just the two. Hey, it's one of the things about Adepticon. I mean, I love Gen Con. It's great, right?
It's great.
But 70,000 people, you can kind of get a little lost.
Yes.
Here, less than 10,000 people. I think it's still less than 10,000 people.
Well,
might be a little more.
We won't worry about numbers, but I've heard it's a lot more.
Oh, that's actually awesome.
I've heard
But
on the
regardless,
upside,
we're just constantly seeing people we know. Flintlock Games, it's just literally walking by. Blood and Plunder, if you haven't played one of their games, I've given them a pitch right on. Great game system. I had a lot of fun with it. Give it a try. Mike and his whole crew are awesome. Anyways.
Yes.
Man, we are laser focused.
Laser focused. Partha Wars. Okay, we're going to jump in and we're going to
jump into the game.
We're going to show you some of the stuff they're doing now.
Yep. So we're not going to play a full game because we're not set up for that. But this is just we're going to roll some dice. We're going to show you how the best parts of the game work, give you a sense for it, so that you can then explore it yourself. Get up to parthawars.com, download those playtest, quick start rules. Give it a try for yourself, and
look for us too, because we're going to be at the PAXs, we're going to be at Gen Cons, we're going to be at all.
We'll be at all the shows, throwing down all the awesome action. You can come and have your sound effects live with Tommy himself. If you're able to hit any of those shows that we'll be at,
that'd be great. Yeah,
it'll be awesome.
I'd love to meet everybody.
Okay, so I think you were gonna. I was gonna let you go first.
We rolled off,
and then you're gonna wipe me out because that's what you do.
Well, so I do want to start on that. We do roll first, and in the vein of Battletech, we actually use 2 dice and we take the highest because that's the way it is. We already rolled because I'm going first.
But I want to roll.
Okay, let's roll. I have 5. Oh my gosh! Come on! The same exact roll.
Roll
32. 4. 5. I take it. That's so terrible.
See, I felt very confident. That was the Leviathans game I played last night.
Yeah.
No one here is going to be shocked. My dice were like extra cold, and his was light red hot. He just I think my ships just scratched his ships.
Oh,
they just. The Italians just disintegrated on the German bows. It was so bad. But I had a great time.
We must go.
Great. No, the guy was great. I had a great time. Okay, so you're up first then.
So I'm up first, and we do that to try to mitigate the re-rolling. It's usually really fun. I've never had it where I hit somebody in the exact same roll. But, of course, it's Randall. Now, really quick before we go with this, Randall has dice that are weird. And when we played My Hero, phenomenal. Then we played Partha. terrible until all of a sudden he turns it back, and it's just like all phenomenal.
Which I never do that.
Which you
It's
never
super
do.
weird.
But the thing about this game is, yes, ones usually fail, and yes, sixes are always successes. But you have to pay attention. It's not just a bad roll. Threes actually can be something different. So we'll explain that as we go. And lastly, these cards that we're looking at, we're going to reference. They're here. We printed them really big so we could read them.
Because we're getting old.
That's right. And I wanted anybody to come up to go, oh, I can see it, and not have to go like this or this. And but this is what we're going to use, and these will be all in beautiful little card form.
Oh, of course.
With the box.
It'll all be awesome graphics. It'll look great. This is just playtest.
Now, last thing
Playtest
is
materials.
These green ones are Magnus points. These yellow ones are heroic battle points. Randall, here's your yellow ones.
I was about to say, I don't have any yellow ones.
And then Randall gets red ones, which are rage tokens.
Rage tokens!
As he can create and do more. He can continue cycling those.
Yeah, I got my whole rage power sheet.
Okay, so we roll off. It's a narrative mission. I have to capture a mission objective over there and secure it, which using the secure stat, you actually have to hack in and get the info, and then bring it back across this to where we are stationed. There's yours, here's mine. Whereas Randall actually has to do the same thing. But Randall actually needs to go, I'm sorry, I said that backwards. I need to go here, unlock this to open the gate. Randall needs to go here, capture my objective, and get it back.
There we go.
So that's what we're trying to do, because I have to get that to here. So in the middle, we're going to cross. We're going to meet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Throw down time.
All right, so first things first. In this game, everybody moves 8 inches. Now, roughly, there's a few things that can do it. But you're talking 8 inches. You can actually move and do some fun stuff. And normally I wouldn't do this in a normal game, but Randall and I are going to start it off. I'm going to use and activate the Spartan Paladins. So everybody gets 2 activations. Your heroes usually get 3. There's some other stuff that goes on. But we'll start with that. So first activation, I'm going to go 8 inches to right here. And everybody's like, well, do you move the leader? Do you keep it around? No. You just move them as it is. Usually don't pass the first one. It's very fluid. As long as you're within 2 inches of each other, you're fine. We want it to be fluid and fun, not worrying about it too much. Trust me, you're not going to need to worry about an inch or so. If you miss the charge, well, okay, like this, that's one thing. But usually you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
So the second thing I'm going to do is Spartan Paladins each have 1 on their 1 Magnus point. Now, because the operator's a unit, I have 3. So I'm going to take 1 of these Magnus points, and I'm going to do a tectonic leap.
Yeah, I don't like this one.
Yeah, it's a great one.
I don't like this.
So they get to leap.
Going to be getting
up
my cards
into terrain.
out.
Now, normally terrain 2, everybody moves 8. If you hit terrain, you move 6. With this, it ignores terrain modifiers. So he goes, and as he does it, tattoos come on his body using the Magnus power, which is a magnetic power that you can throw away bullets, flip stuff, but you have to be careful. That's why you're limited by this, so it's not overpowered. So
are my automatons able to use any of my cool order
man,
cards?
dang it. Okay, yes, they are. Before you do that, let me finish narrating with sound effects.
Okay, because you know which one's coming.
I know. Ready and fire?
No.
Oh, shield wall?
I forgot you'd give me radiate fire.
I know.
So I was thinking shield wall, but no.
Okay,
radiate fire.
Okay, so what Randall's doing is he can issue an order, and if you look at the card, it says interruption.
Yep.
So he can interrupt. So as I'm coming up, my fist is glowing blue. I'm about to punch it,
leaping up in the
through
air,
the floor.
Then I unload.
Well,
my
what I've
automatons go at you.
No, they do, and they're nasty. What I've done, though, I want to sort of slow it down because I get excitable in these games. By using a resource, by using a resource point on the Magnus chart that we can look right here, it actually is telling me that I get a free leap and I get to slam my fist down into the building because I'm going to break this floor and see if I can take them
the whole thing down.
and then fight a melee.
Yeah.
Now they do that because they can channel their Spartan Magnus and it increases their density, so they double their mass value. So when you look at mass on the card, they're mass 2, now they go to mass 4. So they're actually going to go 4, 6. So it'll blast through that if I wanted to fight through it and then take them down. And hopefully I can take these robots out because they are some of the toughest things in the game. You remember that. Okay, so I run in. As I'm doing that, though, Randall goes.
Ready, aim, fire. Now, remember, these really cool order cards, these are the things that I would have chosen as a kind of part of the building your force at the start. Mm-hmm. But I burned through them, and they're gone. So you want to be able to, maximize your use of that resource and make sure you put that in there. But these Spartans are terrifying, so absolutely the right time to go ahead and burn that card out.
Yes, so he's going to get 9 shots from a carbine coming at me, and go for it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not actually in cover or anything, I get no bonuses. Now, Spartans are still tough, and they have great armor, so I'm saving on a 3, but these things are nasty.
It's 9, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it. 3s are better to hit. Oh, my gosh.
No, that was
Is the overhead camera on?
I wish.
Oh my gosh, he missed one time.
I missed one time. There's something about playing against you
on a live camera.
Suddenly, on the live camera, suddenly my dice are actually a little nice to me.
Okay, how many saves do I have?
And we're going to do Leviathans again tonight, and you're going to come, and they're going to come and set up a camera so I can actually roll real dice.
This is terrible.
Yeah.
This is terrible. All right. So
8 of them.
So I have 8 saves, 3, 6, 8. I have 8 saves coming back to me. Luckily, my Spartans have Spartan armor with shield, so they're on a 3 or better. 1, 2. So even with this amazing roll coming back, he clips one out. Now, let me explain this because we're not going to go through too much, but durability. Spartans, you have to do 2 damage for them to get 1 through. He did 2, and so it is. However, let's pretend that I would have saved it. He does 1. I ignore it. He doesn't take a wound. You're like, wait, doesn't you mark it? No.
Nope.
You have to do the
awesome durability
to get him out of there. But he did it. So what I'm going to do, though, Randall, is I'm going to use my sergeant's 1 heroic battle point so I can show him.
Shocked.
Do I re-roll or do I change?
I don't know. What are you going to do?
You know what? I'm going to go for it. I'm going to change it from a 2 to a 3 to get the save.
Nice.
There it is. So now I've already used 2 of my points. So as you can see, the Spartans are already starting to get low. They don't have any more of that.
Well, 2 of the points versus 1 of my cards. How does that play out in the moment?
We don't know.
Not exactly sure.
Not exactly sure. But I'm down 2 things, and this one I can never get back.
Yeah.
So this one's pretty hardcore. I think it's worth a point. Okay, so I still have this damage. Now, I'm going to keep it there because if for some reason Randall was to shoot again in the same phase, I do lose 1.
Yeah.
So, all right, so there it is.
Okay.
So then they do make it. They charge in, taking it, tectonic punch, 6 plus 8, 12, 18. So it goes through the damage of that and what we would do. And we're simplifying this, but the size of the floor. So the floor drops. Everybody drops in. We can take this off and we can move it. We're not going to. But everybody goes to the bottom. They all fall.
I like how much I want to do that, though.
I know, I do too. Well, so we are going to come
take the lid off.
But we're going to come out with a small token, and you place it on the damaged thing. It's just going to be a black.
Nice.
So they all fall to the thing. The Spartans they pull out their swords.
Yep.
Randall, give me 3 saves, and I actually have to do that too. And it's based on your mass, so you actually could hurt a Spartan.
What do we got? 2, 4, 5.
2, 4, 5. So the 2 goes.
Okay.
1's out. So
2 saves.
Yep. So you lose 1, and then actually I had a terrible roll. I don't have anything to mitigate this, so I do lose 1.
Yes.
Must have fell and broke her ankle or something on the way in.
Or he fell on top of you.
He fell on top, and it's like, yeah. So not necessarily dead, but out of action for the moment.
Yep.
So leaving us with 4 left. Now, do we do reflex or not? Do I do that? Do I show that?
That's up to you.
Okay, so this is one of the coolest parts of the game. It's the reflex step, and it shows how fast we go. Spartans are faster, but you do it because of how fast I am compared to how fast Randall is. And it's every time I'm faster than you, I get an extra dice. So, for instance, if I was a 5 and Randall, let's say, is a 3, that's 2 extra. So he's like 1, 2, and now we're fighting at the same time.
Yeah.
So it gives people, elves, things like that are faster, it gives you a chance. So Legolas, for instance, he's killing 3 orcs before even 1 can try to punch him. You know what I mean? So that's the dynamicism of the game. We talked about what stands out. This is one of those cool rules.
Well, and I always love when total fun aside, I love when you're describing that and actually getting into the actual sword cuts.
Yeah.
Right? Like it actually really helps to visualize what that means, that you actually get 2 cuts in before I'm even able to move and then start matching you on that 3rd cut.
No, thank you. And, they're Spartans, so the first one's a spear, second one's a kick in a hole.
Yeah.
And then there's Sparta, referencing 300 there. All right, so I am faster than you.
Yep.
So these dice.
You get the first rolls going.
Oh, I missed 2.
Ooh,
so
missed
2
2.
saves.
So then 2 saves.
1 goes
4,
down now,
so
but here's one of the things. Here's one of the things. The reason I charged them and not shot them, if they're in cover, their save gets better, and it's -1 to hit them because this is a fortified building.
Yeah.
And these guys have the shrug rule, which is a really cool rule. Randall, you did lose 1, but you got to shrug it off.
Yep.
So see if you can re-roll on a 4 better.
This one?
On a 4 better re-roll, not a re-roll.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So that Sparta kick didn't work.
Shrugged it off.
Shrugged it off completely. Now
tried kicking him in the hole, and he hardly moved.
That's right. So now we go to total combat. Randall, get yours. Now, we both have a rule called the precise rule. We won't go through all the rules, but what the precise is, it's a close combat or melee weapon, and on the 4, you fail your save automatically. It ignores 4s. You're like, what? It's not a +1, but no. It's just, and their save is a 3 or better. So now it goes a 3, 5, 6. So it changed the dynamics of the save. So now it's at 50-50 on a D6. So the game, that's how it plays. You want to find the unit to take out the other unit.
Yep.
Like these guys would have a really hard time, but Spartans might have a chance.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're all at the same time. You get your
how many dice do I get?
4 dice. Yep.
4 dice.
4 dice, and then I get 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we charge. So I still get a lot for Spartans because they are close combat.
They
monsters.
are Spartans.
Justice Sparta. Oh, that was a good roll. Oh.
5 and a 6.
Okay, so 2 hits, Randall. I didn't miss. Oh.
Ow.
Woo. Okay, so 5 and a 6. I got 2.
2, 4, 6, 8.
Yep. So I actually take a damage.
Okay, then rolling my saves for all that insanity.
All that insanity. So 3s, 5, 6s.
3, 5, 6s. So 4.
Okay, so
4
3,
go
5, 6s.
through.
So 4 go through. 4 shrugs.
4 shrugs.
So go ahead. Give me 4 shrugs. See
4
if you can take them out.
shrugs. Come on. Ooh.
Oh,
only
did you?
one.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
This is Sparta.
There's my dice betraying me I'm used to.
There you are, my friend. And please take your beautiful models and remove them from the board. And now I'm going to go and I'm going to follow up my combat right there. And they're in the building giving me cover. And so this now goes away because it wasn't durability 2.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing is size matters in this game. Now, if Randall was up here with one of these suits that is larger than me, even though I won the combat, I bump back first. So Randall can actually hold and knock me out. But Randall did lose, and so now I've taken the building. And there we go.
Okay.
All right, you're up.
Okay. Well, I'm actually going to ignore you.
Oh, why?
Well, because I need to get over here.
Yes, you do. Going for the mission. Imagine
That's right.
that.
Imagine staying on.
Stay
on target.
Stay
on target. Although
I want to
do
do
have
big stuff. Yeah.
Can I just go up and over?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question,
8 and
Randall.
8.
So 8 and 8. If you hit terrain,
so just 16.
It goes to 6 and 6, which is 12. However, this isn't terrain. This is a stair. So Randall,
stairs.
you can just walk.
So then, yeah.
Well, you could move 8 and then shoot me and then jump 4 for free.
That's true. Move 8. That would allow me to get up right there.
And remember, I'm down in a hole.
Yeah. So, that's true.
Down in a hole.
Wow,
what is it?
Alice in Chains, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh,
90s action.
This is nasty.
And then I actually could get him to
is
be
he with the
like
squad
right
too?
There, right?
Oh no, you're going crazy.
How far do I need to be in?
2. I mean, he can just put him right there. He's fine. You don't have to actually stand him. You say he's standing right there. As long as he has the move, he's fine.
Right there. Yeah, he had the move to do it.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
It's very fluid, guys. I don't want you to get stuck on.
So he's down in a hole. Don't want to do it. Targeting that guy.
Okay.
And they have so many
things.
dice.
So the big weapon, this one, the roto cannon, 7 dice.
Yep. 2, 4, 6, 7. We're just going to start in with the roto weapon. Sound effects.
Yeah, I'm going to throw in shield wall.
Weird. So weird.
So weird because you didn't use it.
That
so
was
I'm
the
using
one.
shield wall.
That's the one I thought I was going to use because I forgot that I had ready aim fire.
Oh gosh, and I'm going to need shield wall, guys. Go ahead.
Oh,
3s are better, man.
Still.
Oh no.
Only 3.
Any 6s? Okay.
One 6.
So Randall hit a 6. Now what that does, it triggers precise and it triggers knockback. So now you can move me 4 inches anywhere you want to. So you can push me 4
inches. The whole model absolutely will push you out that way, so I can open it up.
Yep.
Because I got to get around here.
Perfect.
Okay.
And now you get to re-roll because it's sustained fire. Remember?
Just the 6, though, right?
Well, you keep the 6, but then you roll another die to make it up. And if you keep rolling 6s, you can pop it off.
Nope.
Okay.
But I got another one.
So
up
many?
to 4.
4?
4 hits.
Okay, so 4 hits. Now what I'm going to do is the Ulthuan is join the unit. I can take up to half, and you can round up if I need it, but it's equal. So I'm going to take 2 on the Ulthuan. The Ulthuan has durability 2. I'm going to try to stop it. He stops them both on a 3 or better.
Nice.
And then the squad, only 1 die. Oh my gosh, I got a 5.
Nice.
So 1 goes down.
1 goes down.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Now, from here.
Yep.
Now, this is where Randall has to make a decision. He can take 3 for the laser blaster.
Yep.
Or he can make it a 2 and ignores durability. Therefore, it goes right through the ogre. Now, this is a Spartan killer. You can drop me with this, the Spartans. So what do you want to do? 3 or 2?
But those aren't Spartans.
No, they're not.
And so I'm going for the 3.
3, good. And they have the laser rule, remember.
Yeah, and laser rule is...
all odds.
All odds are out. Looking for only evens. Oh, pulse laser action for a little Battletech in there.
Oh, yeah, a little pulse laser. Ooh, nice. 2 hits?
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 hits. No, I fail them both. Because my armor saves a 5, so that fails, and then that. So 2 more go down.
2 more go down.
Keep the Sarge. I'll take
Excellent.
2 more troopers.
Okay.
That is a Valor test for them. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
Okay, so a Valor test, guys, a 1 dice test. Loves it.
Yeah. Take it.
Take it. If not, I do take more wounds. Valor actually does stuff in this game.
Yeah.
They would run.
And our last guy.
Okay. 5 for the smaller cannon.
Still that 4+?
3s.
Oh, that's right.
3s, and you had a 6. So now you can move them again. Do you want to push them back?
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
And reroll
push
your
them back
6
further.
For sustained fire.
Roll it. Do I get another one? No.
So just 3?
But just 3.
Okay, 2 again on the ogre. Ulthwan. Oh, Ulthwan takes the damage, is still alive, and another falls. Do I keep Sarge? I'm keeping Sarge. Okay. I got to keep him. Okay. All right, so that was 1 activation. And because he does that, these suits get a 3 booster move of 4 inches. Now, where do you want to go? Okay.
Absolutely down there.
And he can jump up there, or he can just come right there.
I mean, it looks cooler up on top.
Oh, yeah, this just got really bad.
Rule of cool, baby.
Rule of cool. Okay. That was your first action. Second action.
Second action. I mean, how can I not just keep firing?
Exactly.
So let's go ahead for the giant gun. 7 dice. I count
now,
right? 2,
I should have
4,
probably
6,
joined
7.
Walker to the squad to help with this, but we're sort of showing you just the movement and how it works.
Absolutely.
Are you throwing a... Remember, elites. They can only take certain rules,
That's
and we don't have them in there. They
don't.
do have order cards.
No,
But
that's right.
I know what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to cheat.
Trying to get more damage.
Absolutely trying to cheat.
And we could call
he's trying to keep me on.
one of the heroics to add 4 dice, though. You could do that from a heroic, but you have to use a heroic.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that yet.
Okay.
I'm feeling good. Okay.
As he rolls 7 ones. No, I'm kidding. So those hit. Reroll the 6.
Yep. Reroll the 6. No, so staying out. So 6 hits.
This is going to be bad. 6 hits.
No, this is going to be good.
No. So I got to do 3 on the big boy. Ogre.
It's going to be good.
Oh, he's still alive. Oh,
good saves.
And then the 3 on the Sarge. No, I'm going to. You know what? I'm going to use this 1 battle point. I'm going to reroll it.
I knew you were doing that.
Come on. Oh, so
got
close.
him.
Oh, he goes down.
Sarge goes down. And that is another Valor test. And he passes. Walker's right there, so he's good to go. Nice.
All right. And now, do you want to jump in, fight?
Yeah.
Okay, so third activation. He is leaving the unit. Randall declares, I'm leaving. Sarge, the commander's jumping down in the hole.
Man, I'm going to have to go throw that music on after this.
Oh, I know. Okay, so Spartan
rooster action.
Absolutely.
Okay. So then he's got that sword.
He has a laser sword. And laser swords, what they do, guys, static saves. It's really different. 3s, 5s, and 1s auto fail.
Yeah.
So even my Spartan armor that's awesome now just became terrible.
Yeah.
It's like, hello, paper boy.
How many dice was that?
You get 5, and then you charge for your mass, so you get 6.
Okay.
Okay. And then we're all at the same time. There's no reflex difference here, so it's all at the same time. Oh, that was a terrible roll.
5 hits.
1, 2, 3. I had 5. No, I have 4 hits, and then 4. I had 5 hits as well.
5 hits
and
as
I
well.
have 5 hits. Okay.
So mine, and the armor has it at 3+ still.
Yep, 3+, but you forget 4s because of precise.
That's right.
Ooh.
Dang.
Yes, 3 go through.
But the 6.
So you save 2, but 3 go through.
Yeah.
Oh, that was awesome.
Oh, that hurt.
And we're going to explain the lethality chart, and you're going to use the D8.
Yeah,
All right, so my guys, no odds. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have no points. Yeah, you just wrecked the squad.
Yes.
No,
just wrecked the squad.
Wrecked the squad. That was a terrible roll. So 2 Spartans go down to the commander. He's like, but we did wound him as we're going down. Spear thrust to the chest.
So
now, you roll on the
special
lethality chart.
D8,
and he
lethality
keeps his
chart.
D8. So what I roll here, it goes onto there. And if you reach his lethality threshold, then you take out your character, which is very cinematic because sometimes you just need a 2 or 1, and you hit that 3, whatever you need, and he's still alive.
Absolutely.
I didn't do anything.
Apparently the dice are loving me right now.
Against me. All right, so Randall holds the building.
It's so weird.
I know. On live stream. It's like, oh, yeah, your game is great.
That's right.
Yeah, go suck it, Trebek. Okay, now it's my turn. All right, what I'm going to do is I got to get back in the game.
Are you going to do something?
I'm going to do something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order, and I'm going to place – Walker's going to activate. He's going to take an order, though, and use move on the Ulthuan that's still alive.
Nice.
So the Ulthuan moves twice for no activation. So 1, 2, and he's going to try to capture that objective. And I'm going to wait on that.
Oh, you're remembering the objective.
I have to. I'm getting slaughtered over here. Like I expected the squad maybe to die, but not both squads and the Spartans. Like that was terrible. So
I think it's because you didn't say this is Sparta loud enough and then kicked you out.
I did. No, I didn't. So he can do that. And the cool thing is he hasn't activated yet. So he's still around.
Yep.
So he can actually capture.
Yeah, because you used the order
to do that. Now Walker's activating.
Yep.
First order of business is I'm actually going to – this is going to be great. You ready for this? I'm going to charge, but before I charge, I'm going to take my Magnus power and throw it into you, throwing you against the back of the wall, and he takes damage on his mass. So first power is a Magnus push. 4 dice because of his mass. Takes 2. Give me 2 saves. Ah, dang. Okay, so he's good, but it knocks you back, and it pushes you back to here. So it's harder for him to get out. Now, second action, or that was my my Magnus part. First activation, charge in. This is Sparta! Now I'm going to take – Walker has a one-shot thing. This huge sword he's carrying is actually the sword of Dominus Tor, the legendary Spartan commander that is missing, the general. He's carrying it, trying to validate himself and get back in the graces. He feels he's let the country down. So he's going to open that up, and that is one of the nastiest weapons in the game, but it's a one-shot deal. He's like a glass cannon. He's really cool, but you punch him in the face.
Yeah.
So it gives me 10 –
just give me a sec while I line up the visuals of how I'm hoping this will go down.
Oh, yeah. And I'm trying to see if you have anything that you can throw at me. I know you can't on the cards.
No.
And you used your heroics. I think we're okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
So what I'm going to do.
I still have my heroics.
You do, but I don't think they have a point, do they? Do you have a sergeant? Oh, you do have 1 point. Yeah, for your sergeant.
Yeah.
Do you want to use one?
Although I'm too far away, though, right?
Oh, yeah, you're in the thing.
Yeah,
So I got him out, which is good. I pushed him out enough to
pushed him out, so it's too far away to be able to allow him to give the commander ability.
So I'm 3 faster. So because the sword, normally I hit on 3s, but because of this one round, I hit on 2s. So there's 3, and it gives you the brutal and horrendous damage rules. So your normal save of 3 or better, he fails on 4s and 5s and has to reroll all successes.
Yeah, I remember this from last time.
Yeah,
you beat me up good. I mean,
just
at least I got them all.
Reroll those successes. Though. Actually, no, 4s and 5s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I ignore them, so I do get 1 in.
Yeah, you got 1 in.
Okay, got 1 in. So there's 1, and then because they're durability 2 and the sword of what it does, I do get 1. I take him out before you strike back. That's the reflex step.
Yep.
Sparta. Okay, now this is his sergeant though.
That one I must have that soundbite in the game.
To crush the enemies.
That's right.
Okay, now his sergeant though still comes back, and the cool thing is in this game you can actually use your pistols in melee. Imagine that, Randall, where you're an 8-foot tall superhuman and you have a pistol, but you don't use it in melee. Like that's the. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm making fun of somebody.
I know.
Yeah.
I can tell.
You can actually use your pistols, and these guys are actually armed with underslung pistols right here.
Yeah.
They come with it, and you can use it. So you get your 2 attacks normally, and 4 for the pistol shots.
Nice.
Yeah, and then all these are coming at the same time. So Walker comes in, cleans 1 out at the knee, and now we go at the same time.
How many dice was that again?
2 for normal attacks.
2 for normal attacks.
And then 4 for the dice. You get 6
That's right.
dice total
6
coming
dice.
at me. Yeah. And.
So I get to re-roll 1 of those.
Yep.
Nope.
Okay, so
4
for 4
hits.
And that many for you.
Okay. Owie.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. 2, 3, 4. Yes.
4.
Took him down.
Yep.
So he decapitates both of them, and he gets his follow-up move, which will be right here. I took 2, actually. So, Randall, roll on the lethality chart. Don't roll a 1.
No. No, that's right.
One dice.
No. Those will be 6s. I can feel it. It's going to be great.
Well, 1 dice.
Oh, I thought you said
1 dice.
2 dice.
Oh, 2 went in through for the durability. So 1 goes through to the dice. And it was a 4. All right, so I take 2 damage.
Nice.
So my vitality is now reduced by 2 now. All right. That's the end of my turn.
Okay.
All right.
So we're going to jump in with my other squad here. Resium Field Master and his squad. Moving that 8. So it's hard not to just, move up here and start firing.
Well, you're going to.
Yeah, have him be slightly up the step. Attack!
This is for Los Angeles. No, where are we at? Wisconsin!
Wow. Too many voice acting gigs for you in L.A., man.
I know. Oh, my gosh. Too many.
Boy, that's, yeah.
So, Resium come in, lock and load. Now, these actually do have a heavy weapon and a sergeant there. We just use the normal troopers.
Yep.
But the cool thing is they do have the big man right there. And would you do one thing for me?
Yeah, of course.
Would you pull that move back?
Yeah.
And actually, so I want to show the fun of this.
No, we're here to show it off, right? Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to show the cool stuff. Because normally
it's also been quite some time with everything I'm doing since I've been able to play.
So, no, that's true.
And so
that's true.
Some of the nuance I'm missing. So,
well, the cool thing is
we're feeling that out together.
Randall's commander right here, Lauren Coleman. No, we have a model after Lauren, so it's fun. But that is a Resium emissary. And what a Resium emissary does, he has a device called a jumper on his wrist, which can open the labyrinthian where magic flows from. And what he can do is walk through it. And so this is the cool part about the game. I told you about movement when we first started talking about this. We've shown you some fun stuff and just rolling some dice. But what he will do is for his move activation, he can take that and up to mass 6 with him, which they happen to be that mass, and pick them up and teleport right here, walking just like the Spartans did out of the portal on the flagship, right behind my poor Ulthuan, who was about to take the objective and open it up.
I mean, that,
Now, just so you know, I want to see if he could do it.
Man.
I want to see if he could do it. So if he would have, the Resium, the Ulthuan might have been able to unlock it, opening the doors.
Got it.
And that would have been my mission. But he didn't. And so Randall goes, activation number 1, I'm going to move right here with my jumper. Activation number 2,
that's right. See, it just sounds better coming from you.
No. Some people have DACA. We have
do I need? I don't know if I need to throw.
I don't know if you need it either. Hey, Ulthuans are tough. They can shrug off stuff, but not.
Yeah, we're gonna throw a quick reload in there.
Reload, dang it. Okay, so he's playing quick reload as an order card.
Allows the unit to fire an extra shot per model in the unit.
Dang. So we're looking at a unit of 6 right there.
Yep.
One of them has a laser rifle. The laser usually has 3. So there's the laser.
Yep.
So, and then they each get 2, and the sergeant, because this is a shooting.
So then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and that's because the extra.
So, yep.
Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. And then the sergeant.
13, 14.
13, 14.
And he is a sergeant, and he always adds +2 to any shooting pulls. So all those last 2 dice as well. So he's going to throw all of this at my poor Ulthuan.
Doesn't this feel wonderfully Shadowrun?
Oh, my gosh. So Shadowrunny. I mean, not that I'm wearing any Shadowrun.
That's weird. That's weird. I know.
Okay. Now, they need 4s or better to hit. They're good shooters. They're not the best.
Yep. See what I can do.
Oh, God. That's terribly good.
Yeah.
That is terribly good. And the 2 that are colored dice, the 5 and the 6, are laser. So that takes away my 3 and 5.
So then that, however, I rolled 4 6s.
Well,
so
they don't get to reroll. They don't have
that's right.
roll.
That's right.
It's only the mecha suits. We don't want to be overpowered here, people.
Like, man.
Oh,
get me all excited.
Golly. Okay, so these are coming back 3 or better, but honestly, on these 2, remember, no odds.
Yeah.
Oh, God, right in the face with the 2 right off the bat.
Yep.
And he gets horribly massacred, taking 4 damage. He's like, and falls against the wall. He's like, for Sparta. I would have thrown my knife at you if I could have.
That's right.
Oh, that's terrible. All right, so where we are here is it's the end of the phase.
Yep.
And what Walker would do, he would try any Magnus points he spent, he can try to get them back. He gets 1 back, and then because Randall went, I get to go next. The problem is this. I have Walker left. Randall has these 2 units, Walker's damaged. It's going to come down to the fight. Randall can take that, and Artie contests. So I'm going to give it to you.
Awesome.
Good game. Good game. Tired of man, my dice just went totally south.
I know. That's
so nasty.
Terrifying.
This whole unit is still alive.
I know.
And you can just teleport back over here. Now, that was both with activation, so they're done. They're done. But look at the damage you can do. Imagine if you do that on somebody, surprise them, But overall, that was pretty good.
No, that was
pretty good.
That was
dice
awesome.
were pretty good.
So I'm gonna try and jump here in the Discord, see if I can find the where the heck that's at. Where are we live streaming this again? Catalyst. Okay. So we're gonna open it up and see if maybe there's any questions that we can answer in this.
Now, as Randall's doing that, cool things in here. Like I said, we wouldn't have played like this, and this really wasn't the whole game. This was just to sort of show.
Oh yeah, it was just a segment, a nice action-filled slice.
And I wanted people to see the dice, and I wanted Randall to roll some dice, and he rolled well. Things like this.
Shockingly well. It's weird.
Shockingly well. The Museum actually worked with the Za. And the Za are actually orcs, if you will, huge green monsters. But during the game, when they fight, they can actually, as you're hitting, like as good as Randall's rolling, this is Vangel. He's one of the characters that you can play in this army and in a mercenary force, the Free Cities. But he actually can get better and grow into this as he plays. And notice the base size changes, the model's bigger, and they can even get bigger. But by doing that, it can create better space, the mass rule, and the way things work. It just changed the dynamic of the game. So I wanted to throw that out there. Also, you have Tasha. She turns into the werewolf, which you can do werewolf in and out in the game. In the game, we have a few of those characters.
Yeah.
And then I didn't use Master Roo, and we didn't show magic here. Master Roo is our red panda wizard. He is a lock master, trainer of Lincoln and other people in the White Towers and whatnot. But when he does some of the stuff, you can actually do magic. And it's kiln magic, so he can do fire magic. He can melt weapons. It's really cool. The thing is, with anything else, as you saw, if we're using them, like next turn, I'm really hurting.
Yeah.
I don't have much.
Yep.
And Randall's even throwing out a couple. And this size battle, we're only using 4 to 5 order cards.
Yeah.
So we're almost done with our order cards as well. I didn't get to do, which I wanted to show you. I ran advanced redeploy.
Yeah.
What I would have done is I start the game off before I'd have gone, no, Randall, let me go here. And now he's thrown off because you can do that before the game even starts.
Well, you're just that much closer to the objective,
to the objective.
Right? So.
And if we were playing real, I'd probably go for the objective instead of getting my face shot. Getting just dead.
I did like just getting you dead. That was
it was
awesome.
so cool. I had to punch through the.
I know it was pretty fantastic.
Just to see, so you guys to see what happened. Now the coolest thing is Randall and I did this, and they went through 1, 2, 3 towers. I forget if it's me, you, and Brent.
It was crazy.
It just went through 3 towers.
Yeah.
And so you're putting these markers on there, so they're it's damaged.
Yeah.
Like it can fall, and you can actually collapse the building.
Yeah.
Like it's really cool. There's so much little
Very
stuff.
dynamic. Yeah. Absolutely. Awesome. Okay. So just digging through for a couple of questions we're seeing here. Thank you for throwing those questions in here. If you have any more, please put them in here. We'll grab a couple of those. He did. One of them did say, Recon looks like an elemental. Used to play football. Ghost Bear.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And then let's see. Battletech movie. Talking about the thing we can't talk about.
Right. We really can't.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Let's see. Definitely intrigued by the game from Mercenary Star Podcast.
Cool.
Awesome.
Very cool. Thank you, Mercenary Star. Appreciate you guys.
And then let's see. Is there being will Partha Wars have a solo mode similar to Aces?
Oh, great question. The answer is, of course, yes. All the cameras. Yes, it will. Yes,
awesome.
It will. No, we want to do a solo mode because it's fun. This was to show some of the rules.
Yeah.
Actually, the narrative in our mission is never this terrible. You actually always have to do this, and this unlocks this to go here. I was just totally tanking my friend one game, and he goes and beats me with 3 guys because he split his squad. You can do that. You can throw an order, and he split his squad, ran over with his sergeant and a heavy weapon trooper, and they're sitting there holding me off for the rest of the game. And even though I wiped everything, with 3 guys, he beat me 7-3. Like, he just torched me.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I love it.
And so it's all narrative-based, and we are going to do to where you can play through the Partha Wars and actually play what happens and see what happens. So, yeah. And then because these guys are so great, the narrative part of it, we would love to see it and advance the story with player participation.
Yeah. Looks like you mentioned that at the beginning, but someone was asking if Partha was any way connected to Ral Partha. So he's coming in later. Why don't you tell a little bit of that story?
Great question. Ral Partha, one of the greatest miniatures of all time, games. And, I started there. So this was an homage to them. But Partha, so it's a what it means is strong foundation. Partha Terra. It's actually Greek, and it's what's the
Latin?
Latin. Thank you. I couldn't talk. It's Latin, and it was one of the meanings of it. But it was an homage to Ral Partha because their miniatures were what I started with, and I still have them all at home. Like, I love them. Some badly painted and some amazingly painted. Like, so yes, it is to them for sure.
Nice.
And anybody who knows that, hats off to you, because that's really cool.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Actually, great Lorcan Engel, which I know I'm saying that wrong. I say that wrong every time. He's actually from Ireland. He's awesome.
Oh, great.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Hey, last name is Rice after Rich. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Lord Engel.
No, I've met him many, many times over the years.
Good dude.
Love hanging out when I'm able to go over there. My trips to Ireland are the best. Oh, my gosh, I love those guys. Anyways, the question was, one of the big things, Tommy's exuberance and the way he talks about the game makes me think of War Machine, especially early on. Does that feel like an apt comparison?
Yeah. It similar because of the way the movement it is. And but Matt Wilson, who does own that, even though he's still with Steamforge, now it's with Steamforge, was a friend of mine. And so I actually almost sculpted for those guys. I like to sculpt even with big hands, right? But so that was one of the things that intrigued me. So I pull from a lot of different things. So yeah, definitely a compliment there, because I think they've done a great job. And but it is, it's different because of the way we put it in. But yeah, it's a cool comparison with. And I've won a couple of War Machine tournaments. I love the game, especially the second and thirds. But that's a full faction go and then a full faction go, where this is still trying to stay in it. So I wanted to get a little bit more dynamic with it. But yes, some of the stuff that they did, got to pull from great inspirations.
Awesome. Most of the questions have devolved over onto the Battletech side, which we do appreciate. It is pretty
awesome. Throw Battletech. I'll answer them for you. It'll be totally wrong.
Oh yeah, you're gonna answer.
Do it.
Who was the real Thomas Merrick?
Ooh. Randall, what do you think about this question?
No, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you try it first.
Actually,
sir.
I think it was when he actually started Magnum PI. Thomas Merrick was amazing. He had the best mustache I think I've ever seen.
He did have a great mustache.
Great mustache.
No, obviously it's still new.
Yeah,
it's still exciting. They don't quite know the questions asked.
No,
that's perfect,
fine,
right?
Fine.
That's great.
If anybody does have any type of silly question, we'd love to answer it. And even as the BattleTech question. But working with people, because BattleTech is such a good game, so well done, that's why I'm here. And that's one of the reasons why I even came and we talked, and became friends. We'd always have been friends. We would have always stayed friends.
Yep.
But working with somebody like this, that's why. So when you ask these questions, who's Thomas? I want people to ask that question for me.
That's right. We'll get there.
Who is Grandmaster Zen? What does he do?
That's right. We'll get there.
People don't know Nim Sorval. What's that mean? So.
Well, ultimately for me, it's always been the best experiences that I have in games are always one where there's a lot of robust lore that's in there.
Yeah.
Over the years, there's been several examples of like computer games where I'll play it. The mechanics are great. I'm having a good time. But ultimately, I'm in and I fall back away because there's just nothing that captures my imagination, right? That pulls me in. And that's part of what I have been loving as we've been working down this path together. Is there's just so much meat on the bone for my mind and imagination to grasp, not just a really fun game and great looking models.
Well, thank you. No, and the book is called The Lock. Please do not go buy it. It's a good book, but we're re-releasing it.
We're
re-releasing it because of the animated. I want to keep it streamlined to where, when people walk up and go, man, the book was so good, the movie, we want to keep it to where they're both the same good. Good is good.
Yeah, good is good.
And that's what we want to keep it as. So please don't buy it yet. You'll see it here. You'll see it at Catalyst, and it's going to be great as soon as you give me the feedback from it.
Yeah. So is there any last – wow, see what he did there. I am way behind on giving him feedback because
a small thing.
I've just been sitting back and eating bonbons and sitting on the couch.
Yeah, you haven't designed any games,
playing Slay the Spire 2 all day long. I may have actually done that the other day.
You slayed the Spire.
Just good. I did slay the Spire. Finally.
Yes.
But no, I've been just, a little busy, but he has every right to chid me about notes that I do owe him. Love that you slid that in there, sir.
You like that? You like that? Well, Randall's hey.
So is there any so I think we're going to be ended up a little early. We wanted to be this tight and condensed to showcase the excitement of it. Is there any last is there something that we haven't covered or any last thoughts that you want about the game? Well, I know, but is there any last, we could keep talking forever. But
we played this in 20, 30 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
Normally a game like this size, just that comes in the starter set, is only going to go about 15 to 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And you're going to have a lot of fun. It is actually, we tried to make it, and just for, for fun, but it's very dynamic and it becomes more fun. But the cool thing is it does scale up. So anybody who wants to compete, wants to go to competitive gaming, that's what you're going to do. And you can pull from your list, the way you build it, your list you can build and pull what you need to face your opponent, but not over the top. So if, let's say your power level is, you're playing a 25-point power level game, which mine are power levels, you get to have 35 power level to come to the table with. So if you're playing on the terrain doesn't do us justice here, but it does, a winter world does make sense. Like if you're in winter, you want to use stuff that's anti-winter.
Yeah.
You're not going to use a flame guy if everything's already lava. You might want to use something else. So it gives you a chance to customize your force.
Nice.
So just stuff like that. But that's a great question. Guys, Mike off to the side asked, what's the maximum amount of players that can play? The minimum is 1. You actually can play through the narrative. Normally it's set for 2, but you can actually play as many units as you want to, 4 people playing. So they could play 4. And because it's an interactive game, everybody's sort of in it. Because if I'm playing the commander, Randall moves a squad, Mike fires at the squad, I can throw my card right now and counter to help Randall out because we're on the same force.
Yeah.
So you can divide it up. And so if you're playing with 4 units, that's 8 people. 4 on each side, that's 8 people. If you're playing with more, that's more. I'd prefer it to be 2, but just for the narrative, but you can go as much as you want. And I would encourage you to go heavier because it might be just like, well, man, I like it, but I only like this one guy. Yeah, that's
right.
how we get our friends in. It's a taste of the hobby, but not the whole hobby.
Always.
Eat
Absolutely.
this.
Come
You'll
on
like
in.
It. Yeah.
The
Thank
water's
you, Randall,
fine.
so much, man.
Yeah, no, this has been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much to everyone who comes out and, spends the time to listen to us ramble on and be silly and talk about these amazing games that we love.
Yes.
Thank you so much for all the time across this week so far.
Yeah.
So we are going to be ending a little bit earlier this time, a little bit longer break, let you guys stretch your legs, refill your buddies, get the snacks.
Get the stuff and things.
I believe at 4 o'clock then they're going to be back on with, I believe it might be Mike Ritchie at that point. Talking about our board game line, some of the RPGs that we're doing. We're going to keep doing some great stuff. And then
awesome.
The Fireside chat is at 5 this evening. I believe Ray Arrastia is going to be in that with Michael.
Very cool. Yeah.
Once again, powering through as many questions you guys want to fire at us.
Yep.
And then I'll be back on again on Saturday. And then I don't know if Tommy's going to be back on again on Saturday.
I'll be back in. Yeah, I think I'll be back in. And
so if you guys have any questions or thoughts, again, please go check out parthawars.com and maybe get some questions or thoughts on that. And hopefully we'll have Tommy back on tomorrow, and you guys can fire that off to us as well.
Awesome. And I might just come and mess with Mike just to give him sound effects.
Absolutely.
Sound effects,
we all want the sound effects.
That's right.
We all want the sound effects. So thank you for watching, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, guys.
really focus on some of the great stuff that you've been doing, and I wanted to say what else Catalyst does, because we've got the table, might as well do it. So, okay, may have lost.
We're still live? Okay.
Hello, can people hear us? We are good.
Awesome.
Sounds good. No, we've had some weird sound issues today.
The universe didn't want us to talk.
Absolutely. The universe didn't want me to talk.
Oh, yeah, my audio is fine.
Yes. So, Mike Ritchie, now that you control everything, how do we... All right, folks, we're going to do this again. Hello, and welcome to Adepticon Day 2 from the Catalyst Game Lab's Six Sides of Gaming streaming booth. My name is Michael Ciravella. I am the events manager for Catalyst Game Labs and one of your streamers for the weekend. I am here with one of my favorite people in the world, Mike Ritchie, director of the Board Games Division. This is so much better when I do it the second time around.
That's right. It sounds so unrehearsed and unscripted.
And much smoother, so it's nice and lovely. But we are here today to talk about the Catalyst Game Labs board game division. Just as a quick reminder, before we do, we've got one more segment right after this, which will be Fireside Chat, question and answers with Ray Arrastia, where you have the chance of getting all your questions Battletech related answered. Maybe not accurately, but they'll be answered. So please come down with your questions or come up with some questions and prepare for them in the chat there. And the screen just closed on my tablet, so I don't know what people are saying, which is fine.
Probably saying how handsome we both are and how much we command the presence of...
Mostly for you.
Yeah.
That is good. But all right, so just reminding everyone, we are outside Grand Ballroom A at Adepticon, so if you are in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, come down and visit. You do not need a badge to get in.
Shockingly, no. You can just come and see us.
Yep, you'll need them to play games, but we are here and we are selling things, and we are not checking badges when we sell you things, so that is great. All right, so while we're doing all of that fun, back to the man of the hour, Mike Ritchie. Mike, what are you currently working on game design-wise? What's in the pipeline? Well, let's switch this up because sometimes I mix it all up. What is currently out? What games do we currently have out and in sale?
Currently, things that are moving really, really strongly for us is Guardians of the Four Winds, our partnership with Quincy's Tavern. For those of you who don't know Quincy, he's a social media influencer. He has literally millions of followers, and he has a very warm, affable presence. It's the fantasy tavern that you want to go after you've slayed the dragon, right? And it's poetry, it's cooking, it's life affirmation, it's all the things. And we've partnered with him, Catalyst has partnered with him to produce his books, his games, his merchandise, things like that. So we have an abstract game right now called Guardians of the Four Winds, kind of a way to get our feet wet with him as a partnership. We have a lot more coming out, which I'll talk about in a second. Parachute Panda continues to be strong. Fandubel and the Dragon's Eye. These are some smaller, quick 20-minute family-friendly games that we like to have to appeal to a very broad market. Flippin' Ninjas is doing well. As always, Kittens in a Blender just keep selling because it's Kittens in a Blender. So that's where we're at right now. And like you said, there's not a lot here that is that we're currently producing that is really the Adepticon crowd. That's going to change by next year, though. Yep. Yeah. We're also we're in the process of fulfilling Kickstarter for Shadowrun Takedown.
Yes, indeed.
That I probably would have brought here. It's because it is a miniatures game. It's a miniatures board game.
And it's here. Not here, but it's in warehouse.
It exists.
Yeah, it exists and is where it needs to be.
It is a real thing, and Kickstarter fulfillment is starting the second week of April. Mm-hmm. I got that confirmation last night, and I did a little dance.
Second week of April sound good to me.
Yeah.
Where's my copy?
Second week of April.
Sounds good.
No,
good answer.
First week of April for you.
Oh, nice, nice. That's how you get the rush here.
Right? That's how I get on the good airtime. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're up to.
Sounds good.
Do you want to know what's coming, or
I absolutely want to know.
Right.
I just wanted to know what. That's a good thing to know what's
Yeah.
already out there. Once again, all these board games, Gen Con, that were flying off the shelves there. Didn't you completely sell out at Gen Con? Nearly
twice.
Yeah. Yes. No, it's been fantastic. We've really loved everything you've got. And once again, you mentioned Quincy's Tavern. Quincy is so amazing. We've had him as a guest on the show right here. It is so much fun. I watch all of his Instagram
likewise.
stuff. It's just, it really is reassuring. And making some of those recipes is even better for me.
Oh, and actually, his recipes are a lot of fun. I love to cook. I personally love to cook. I like to cook with my son. And his recipes, it's the comfort, the tavern food types of things. Also, a lot of spice blends, a lot of cocktails that can either be kid-friendly or adult-friendly, depending on your leanings. But, yeah, it's super fun to be working with him. And I'm really glad that we're going to be continuing that relationship this year. We've got a Kickstarter that we're running in late May.
Kickstarter.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
There's a book. It is the Book of the Lost Bard. It is Quincy's origin story.
Nice. Part
recipe, part travelogue, part fantasy, right?
That's
High
really
fantasy.
Cool.
There is Bar Keeps Bones. There's a cursed artifact that Quincy found in his travels, and he now only brings it out from the bar for the most adventurous and push their luck of patrons. And then you can get a pin.
Nice.
That's the Kickstarter.
Plus 152 SKUs.
No, it's a low SKU campaign. We're really excited. We've already in production with some of the book is in layout. The game's already in production. We're going to run this Kickstarter, and once that Kickstarter is done, you have a week to lock in your pledges. You have a week to collect our shipping, and we are getting our stuff to you.
We love it. No,
yeah.
We love it. We love the theory of how you handle things. So nice, fast, quick. Things in people's hands, and then the Kickstarter is done.
And then it is done. It's a weird, it's so crazy, it just might work.
Well, we're very blessed that we've had some of the such large Kickstarters, the 20th biggest Kickstarter of all time, right?
Absolutely.
There. We know how that goes, but once again, keeping it tight, keeping it streamlined, that's a goal that we all have, and that is really nice.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that. John Helfers, our fiction director, and also working with Quincy. This book is cool. I've had only the most peripheral, because it's my job to get the game out, right? I've had very peripheral understanding on keeping my eye on the book, and it's awesome.
Nice.
So yeah, we should have a backer page up in about a week or so.
That is very cool.
Landing page. When I say we're going to have stuff here that's a little more Adepticon friendly this time next year.
I'm very excited to hear more about that.
I actually believe Bar Keeps Bones will be one of those.
Okay.
It's not a miniatures game, but it is a heavily gamified, high fantasy, pirate, Liar's Dice game. But instead of just being Liar's Dice, you got your cup, you're slamming it down, but you also got powers you can play on. The conditions change with the shifting tides. It's very gamified. I can see the Adepticon crowd buying it to play at dinner. That kind of thing.
Yep.
Also, this time next year, we'll have Voltron out.
Yes, indeed.
Both an RPG as well as a Voltron board game.
That's
all right.
Cool.
These are for the Legendary Defender, the 2016 or 17 Netflix release. NBC, the holder of the Voltron license, granted us permission to generate our own art.
That is
and
cool.
We've actually got a very almost watercolor. The art to this game is going to be gorgeous. And so Voltron is a giant stompy robot, and Catalyst knows a thing or two about giant stompy robots.
Yes, indeed.
So we will have that here next year.
Very cool.
Yeah. Gosh, what else? We're bringing back the Duke.
The Duke,
yeah.
A personal favorite right there.
Yeah, the Duke is a flagship abstract strategy game. Catalyst has done extraordinarily well before I was with the company, right? It was one of their best board games ever. We're bringing it back in a more budget-friendly package.
Okay.
Point being is that we want people to start collecting iterations of the Duke to start, because every iteration of the Duke, whatever the theme is, whether it's Roman, whether it's Japanese samurai, whether it's English medieval, you can play them all against each other.
Yeah.
So like a giant what if. So that'll be rolling out later. Probably one of our other big things is we're working with Paizo to create Runefire. Now, anybody's familiar with Catalyst over the years, we did Dragonfire with Dungeons & Dragons.
Yes, indeed.
Did awesome. The engine is amazing. There's also a Shadowrun version called Shadowrun Crossfire.
And Crossfire came first, right?
Crossfire came first, and it did so well that Dungeons & Dragons took notice and wanted their own version.
Understandably so.
So now Paizo's done the same thing. But Randall and Bryn and Christian, kind of the primary development team on the side.
The
Fire team have taken it and they've elevated it. It is like having, Nick DiGiovanni cook your steak, right? It is elevated. It is now chef's kiss. That is going to be, we're still talking to Paizo to make sure we can coordinate our schedule with their schedule for a good release date.
That is important.
But by next year, that will be here too.
Sounds good.
So yeah, there's some really exciting things on the way.
Good. Oh, we're starting to get some nice questions in here too, but we'll get that in a bit. So what else is on the docket that you can talk to us about?
We are going to. I can actually announce this here.
Announcing things. We love announcing things.
We are producing a.
Wait. We need to warn them.
Yeah.
Randall Leakverse.
Yes, Randall Leakverse.
That's apparently our warning to thing. If you don't want to know, we need to do Randall Leakverse.
So the other company released it first, so I know we're safe. Cool. We are producing a cooperative dungeon crawl card game for Munchkin with one of our fantasy engines for Awakening Lair.
Nice.
So it's the first time that it will really be a fully co-op style game. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
So.
That is really cool.
Yeah, I thought so.
I do love Munchkin.
I do too. I mean,
all right.
You can't not know Munchkin in this industry.
Yes, no, it is one of the vitals right there.
Well, it's one of those moments I want to tell myself from 20 years ago. When I was freelance, I started in this industry as a freelance designer. I submitted a design to Steve Jackson. He rejected it, and rightfully so.
As does everyone the first time around.
But he sends me a very nice letter and stuff like that. But that was over 20 years ago at this point. I kind of want to tell myself back then that not only am I doing a Steve Jackson game, Steve Jackson came to us wanting us to do this for him. Yeah. So that's pretty awesome.
Well, it's also important to remember that sometimes you need to try again. My first books were not accepted by Catalyst. That's fair. Jason Smetzer, I remember you.
Ooh, yeah. It's okay.
It's okay. Schmetzer's one of the best authors I know, so legitimately, and I consider him a dear friend.
Right.
No, he was right to deny them, and once again, then I just conned his John Helfers. It all works that well.
Oh, John Helfers can be bought off of the pizza. That's the
and was. Yeah. Wait a sec, pizza? I think we went for steak. I think that was a possibility. But Mike, please, I don't think everyone here also knows how you got to be a game designer. How did you come to Catalyst, and how did you walk to where you walk?
Oh, well, gather round, stoke the fires,
children.
pour a flag in a veil. I started as a freelance game designer in 2006. I walked into Toy Fair, New York, not knowing anything, right? I had a handmade prototype, and I started asking around. And fortunately, I ran into a gentleman who worked for Alliance at the time named Mike Webb. Mm-hmm. And Mike Webb said, he could tell how, raw I was. And so Mike Webb walked me around and introduced me to several companies pointed out several companies that he knew were taking open submissions. I submitted a design. It got picked up. And then I started freelancing. Eventually, I started my own company called Rather Dashing Games. Mm-hmm. That company, I worked on that company with a friend of mine for a while. And then we knew the company was kind of, he wanted to go back to television because he worked in television for a while. Indeed. And I still wanted to keep pushing into the game industry. So Catalyst ended up acquiring Rather Dashing Games, eventually turning it into Catalyst Board Game, along with a couple of the design houses they'd picked up. And so now here I am, kind of working for the company I made. So, yeah, it's been great.
And that is a beautiful way to get there. So that is lovely.
Oh, I'm surrounded by some of the most wonderful people at Catalyst. And Helfers.
Good.
Yeah.
I got you. All right. Some of the questions right there. I have a baseless complaint about Catalyst that I feel very passionate about. What is Mike's email so I can send him 500 emails a day about it?
Who's that?
Lorkennagel.
I don't know who that is. It's
he's one of our regulars.
Oh, Hi, Lork. It's John at CatalystGameLabs.com.
Yes, indeed.
I know my name's Mike, but it's weird.
Speaking of the Duke, any plans for Daimyo?
Yes, actually. I was looking at all the old files for Daimyo about 2 or 3 days before I left for Adepticon. That is what I'm hoping to follow this relaunch of the Duke with in 27.
Gotcha.
So we're actually looking at some of the things that went wrong with some of the earlier versions of the Duke, trying to streamline certain things, make it easier on the gamer to learn and pick up this game, a little more intuitive. So that's kind of going through a redraft. But yes, that's next.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Excellent. Anything for Seasons of Arcadia?
Oh, Seasons of Arcadia, I would love to do. I've got ideas for a tiny little expansion for that. We are talking that once we run through something that you sometimes do, and it's standard practice in the game industry, is you run through your print run. Sales have slowed a little bit. People still love the game, but the people that have the game kind of have the game right now. And then you let it sit for a year or two. You redo the art. You tweak some mechanics, you get some feedback from our customers, and we re-release it. I don't have an exact plan to re-release that right now, but you never know. Well, what we do have a plan to re-release, though, is Element.
Element? Tell us more about Element.
Element's one of the best-selling games I've ever designed. It is 2 to 4 player thematic abstract. You control fire, water, earth, and wind, and it's kind of a little bit chess, a little bit Go. You are trying to build walls out of the elements to surround your opponent and trap them, but all of the elements build differently. Water spreads, fire spreads, water flows. You can build mountain ranges that the players can't jump over. Tornadoes can blow the playing pieces around. It's very dynamic, and it's always sold well for us. Always, 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 always. But the art's always been a bit on the drab side, and so now we've partnered up with Echo Chernik, who's done a lot of Shadowrun art, does beautiful job. I've seen the art. It's come across my desk, and I was forwarding it to all my friends. Like, you're under NDA. You can see this. She did an amazing job. So
that is really exciting. What is the game you would like to have a crack at but haven't yet or can't?
As in, like to play or to design? Like,
let's go with one and then the other.
It's always trying to find time to play games.
That's always the magic of things.
I am. This may sound. I'm going to give 2 because one's a cop out. When I get home, my gaming group is starting Ragnar campaign for Leviathans.
Nice.
All my gaming group at home. Some of them didn't. Some of them were just like, "Hey, Mike, have you heard of Leviathans?" Like, yes, I've heard of Leviathans.
I think I've heard of
idiot.
So. It just came out a day ago.
Right. So it's a little bit of a cop-out saying our own product. I'm really excited for if Descent ever comes back.
Fair.
I love Descent. I hope Descent can go fully team versus game instead of having a bad guy. But that also takes into a game a type of game I haven't had time to crack. Is at the end of the day, I want to go stab skeletons and kill dragons with my friends.
Understandably so.
Right? I love a deep storytelling aspect.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had enough time to build that 4X team dungeon experience.
Very true.
I would love to do that someday. Well, but weave in a very strong storytelling aspect, but not everyone's comfortable telling stories. Some people are very shy and introverted at the table, so I don't want the mechanics to depend on the storytelling. I want the option of deep storytelling.
Absolutely.
So I've just never had time to crack at a game like that. That would be fun.
That sounds like a really cool idea. Yeah. I would be interested in doing more with that. That is lovely. Wonderful. And so, okay, that is a good thing. And sorry, some of these questions are a little hard to parse right there, so that is all good. But when you do find the rare, we all have the big shelf of games. We come back from a convention, and we've got 10 more games on our shelf right there. What is the one that's currently on your shelf that you want to crack open, but you have not had the chance to?
Oh, Dark Tower.
Dark Tower?
Yeah, nice. The remastered Dark Tower by Restoration Games.
Nice.
Everything Restoration has done, I've seen, has been amazing. I value what they're contributing to the game industry a lot. So I've got Dark Tower. One of the things is it's 2 to 4 player, and every time I have I'm never. It's a good problem to have. I never just have 1 to 3 friends that come over. I always have several people coming over to play games. So right now we're actually playing a lot of Sabacc.
Nice.
Yeah, we got pretty heavy into Sabacc, especially my son, I'm turning him into quite the little gambler.
Yeah. Always a good lesson to learn, right there.
Right.
Sounds good. All right, so a big question that always comes up right there. If someone wants to get into the board game side of the industry, how do you recommend they do that? Now, I know the answer that we always give is if you want to get into the board game industry, what should you do? Not do that.
Well, it depends on what your commitment level is.
Yes.
If you've got a game that you've designed and you're passionate about and you want to see it published, design the game. Mm-hmm. Most publishers that you'll want to work with don't care if it's back of the napkin art. They care that the game is solid.
Yes.
That you don't need finished art. You just need finished mechanics. You need something that is fun and engaging. We'll take care of the art. We'll take care of the theme, right? We have one person that submits games to us that we're looking to publish. we never use his theme, and he doesn't expect us to use his theme. He gave us thing was Peter Pan versus Captain Hook. He knew we weren't going to use that, but it was a great way to just kind of understand the feel and the mechanics. So if you just want to publish your game, start approaching people. What we would love to see is what's called a sell sheet. It's a one-paragraph pitch. How many players? How long is this going to take? What do you think this is going to cost? What would you want to pay for this at Barnes & Noble or your friendly local game store?
Yeah.
We'll do the rest. As long as it's a good game, we would want to look at it.
Nice.
Now, if you want a career in the game industry, learn something boring. So I have a friend who actually, you've met Tyler Coolbear.
I do.
He's a great kid. He's 26 years old now. He is actually going to school for supply chain management because he wants to get into this industry. So I said, learn something boring. We all design games. We're all creative, right? But all of us wear creative hats and administrative hats. Right?
And there's a technical element of that is also required.
Absolutely. So if someone said, hey, I want a job, and I'm like, okay, well, what do you? I design games. Well, so do the rest of us. I design games, and I know everything there is to know about international shipping. Well, all of a sudden you just became really more interesting to us, right? And to just anyone in the industry. So I guess that's my advice is at the end of the day, we're all passionate about board gaming, but it is a business. So whether you know something about graphic design or production or shipping or any form of logistics, that will make it easier for you to get into the industry.
Very true.
The third thing about getting into this industry is just run screaming for the hills.
Yes. One of the best pieces of advice I ever received is if you want to make a big pile of money into a small pile of money, join the gaming industry.
Join the gaming industry. Yep.
It's got to be a labor of love. Once again, you walk around a lot of these conventions, you walk around Gen Con. Once again, it's a wonderful, tight-knit industry. You get to meet some amazing people. It's one of my favorite things to come out to some conventions and see my friends and chosen family. But at that same time, too, but at that same time, you will also see people who've worked long hours, 18, 20-hour days to get where they are, rush deadlines, and all the things that make this, when it becomes fun but also work. When it is both fun and work, there is an element to it.
I mean, pandemic years. I'm working and I'm trying to get a specific paperweight for my cards, right? And there's, in case you don't know this, there's like 80 different types of card stock out there, right? And my manufacturer comes back, I'm sorry, you can't get that one. I'm like, oh, that's why. Well, Pokemon just bought the global supply. Global,
because that's all they have.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay. So it's still work. There's still challenges. Things get stuck in customs. Tariffs happen. Something will go wrong, and you just remember why you're doing this, why you love it, and you push through.
Have you seen any new non-CGL games on the floor this weekend you think look interesting? This is not a big board game.
Not a big board game. I haven't been out of the booth much. There's some paints at Turbo Dork I want to go pick up. There's some terrain pieces I want to do. I haven't seen I haven't really had an opportunity to look at many games. But what I've been sold on, it's not going to be at the show to purchase, but what I've been sold on recently is Slay the Spire. And also Valheim. These are board game versions of video games.
Yep.
I need to get into both of those.
What about a Gen Con when you walked around? Because I know we walked around.
Oh, gosh. I'm a sucker for abstract strategies. I'm a sucker for abstract strategies, and I'm a sucker for, again, my friends and I are going to save the world, right? I like, when it comes to miniatures combat, strangely enough, I didn't grow up playing a lot of Battletech. I played a lot of...
We forgive you.
I know. I played a lot of aerial dogfighting, as you can tell by the pilot jacket. The bomber jacket. My grandfather was a B-17 pilot, so I grew up with Tales of Aviation. So Wings of Glory, stuff like that, I was huge into, which is why I'm really looking forward to plug product Aerotech.
Nice. So, that is all great stuff there. Yeah. All right, we're coming up on the 4:30 mark. Thank you so much, Mike. I really appreciate it. Huh? No, you got it. I wanted to give you a nice moment right there. Do you have anything for our fans and things?
Thank you. I get up and I go to work with a smile on my face because there are people out there that want to play the stuff we produce.
That is good.
That's it.
And we produce some wonderful stuff, and it is all very enjoyable.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, folks, we're going to take a few more minutes. If you want to try to give us any other questions, we're going to stay with you for a minute or two more. We're going to probably wrap up in a few minutes. Is that an okay or a 3 minutes? 3 minutes.
It's an okay 3
We're
minutes.
going to give it another 3 minutes right
Yeah.
there. If you've got any other questions, please toss them out right there. We're doing really well here today. Everything is beautiful. The booth has been rocking through most of the day. It's probably been one of the best new conventions that we've done in a while there.
Absolutely.
So, and not new to us. We've been here for a couple of years, but we keep building up and building up. We've got nearly the entire first floor to ourselves.
I think this is bigger than my house.
That's very possible.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, since we got our 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes now, like I said, we all have our creative side. We all have our other. I help a lot with the company stuff with shipping and fulfillment and stuff like that. So if there's any questions, it's going to be a loaded grenade I'm asking for. But if you got a question about Catalyst, throw it out there. Maybe we know, maybe we don't.
Well, we did also get we are actually getting some really good questions right here.
Okay.
Any game design books you would recommend or recommendations on how to get the math behind your mechanics for people that aren't math people?
Oh, that's great, because I am not a math person at all. Statistics and probability. Find a textbook, or nowadays find a YouTube, find a Brilliant thing, find a Veritasium on that kind of stuff. Game design books. There's the Book of Games that's really good, and then there's one. It's in my Amazon cart right now because I have to buy it. I will look that up. I have. It is called. It was in my Amazon cart. Someone deleted it on me. My Amazon cart's empty. Never mind.
Fair. So he's probably already bought it. He will let you know soon.
I will.
I just made a game in my latest video, and I'd really like to hear your thoughts if you'd tell me one thing I could improve. If someone wanted to reach out and pitch things to you, what is the best method to do that?
Mike at CatalystGameLabs.com.
Mike at CatalystGameLabs.com. Excellent. 500 emails a day will get his attention. Are there any old, forgotten games you would like to resurrect?
Ooh.
That's a really good question.
Restoration Games is doing a lot of them, like Fireball Island.
Fireball Island.
I love Fireball Island. One of the coolest games ever.
Good.
Any old games? Gosh. I really would have to give that some thought. I played a game growing up. It was Knight Rider. It was Knight Rider themed. And I'm sure the mechanics, I would look at them now and go, but I had a feel of like I was really in kit, right? I was driving kit, and I was out doing my thing. So, I mean, maybe Restoration Games would pick something up like that.
Open.
I do like old games. I've got several. One that I don't know if anyone could make it today is called Booby Trap. Because
I remember Booby Trap.
Yeah, the thing broke your fingers.
Yep.
And that's why no one will make it today,
Lawn darts.
Lawn darts.
Absolutely. Okay, but that looks good, my friend. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time. We look forward to doing more wonderful things with you, and that is wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, just bringing you back right here. We are at Adepticon Day 2. That was just me with Mike Ritchie, Director of Board Games at Catalyst Game Labs. We are coming to you from outside Grand Ballroom A on Day 2 of Adepticon. We are planning in just about a half an hour to sit down for the Fireside chat with Ray Arrastia. So I know several of you have had your questions ready. We can't wait for it. It's all going to be exciting. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back then. My name is Michael Ciravella. It's good to see you. Be back in a few. Welcome back to Adepticon Day 2. My name is Michael Ciravella. I'm the events manager for Catalyst Game Labs. I am here today with Ray Arrastia, line developer for Battletech. And we are at everyone's favorite nighttime event, the Fireside Chat, Question and Answers. Now is your opportunity to ask all those burning questions, and we may even answer a couple of them. It's very nice. First, I'm going to check to make sure sound is actually coming out. Gentlemen? Sound is coming out, so that is lovely, and we will continue on. That's not always promised there. So, first and foremost, please start putting your questions in the chat. There are already a couple here, and we're going to start diving right in. We are outside Grand Ballroom A in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, at the Ballard Center. We are here in the Catalyst Game Labs booth, which has been just hopping all day long, so we are really excited for it. But I'm not going to keep you from the man of the hour, Ray Arrastia, one of my favorite people of all time, the hardest working person in all of Battletech, probably Catalyst, and most likely the world. We love you. We appreciate you. This is going to be a wonderful time to ask you many questions.
Well, I'm really happy to be here, and thank you for that intro, but I know for a fact you are the hardest working person in Catalyst, and I don't want to make your life any harder, but I was told that there'd be a fireplace.
Yes, I was told that there will be a fireplace too, but there's always a 50-50 chance that one of us will set the set on fire. So we'll see where we are from there. Yes, one day we will get a fireside chat with a fireplace, but hopefully it will not be a live fire.
You're right, because it would probably be me.
No, I understand all too well. All right, we had some questions even before we started today. I've been telling all of our fans to get prepped right there. So we're going to dive in nice and easy. Remember, keep your questions poignant, relatively Battletech-ish related, asking Ray where babies come from. We do not need to go into too many diagrams there.
Yeah,
but
PG-13.
PG-13. Well, as close as we can. Still Battletech. All right. Ray, can we get the Aces rulebook as a PDF? It would be nice to have it on a tablet with other rule books for quick reference.
So right before we released Scouring Sands, we did have that discussion, which quickly derailed into other work. The answer right now is maybe, because we have to go back and look again and see what parts we're comfortable with releasing. There are definitely parts that we can, and some things that we'd rather not put out publicly. So best answer I can say at the moment is maybe. We have to look into it again.
Not to mention, we talked with Josh Derrickson yesterday, and he's been updating things as each box comes out. There's always some adjustments right there. Josh is actually on the other side of one of the tables right there. We will yell at him later. But no, that is a wonderful answer. I appreciate it, Ray. This one I like. Do we have a street release date for Hotspots Draconis Reach?
Do we?
Have we seen a copy of Hotspots Draconis Reach anywhere today that may have just come in to us?
So I was just handed this and told that it just arrived at the warehouse. So this is actually the time where we would get a street date. So somewhere floating around, somebody does have a street date. It has not trickled down to me just yet. But I'm pretty sure either before the end of the con or by the end of the con, we could release some information on this when it releases. But it is now in the warehouse. So.
And what's the MSRP for that one, Ray?
Let's see. It is $49.99.
Which is lovely. You can have this copy for $300 cash at Adepticon. So
I could cheapen that price a little bit if I sign it for you.
$390 for a signed copy of Ray's book here. So that is lovely. But wonderful. So yes, Hotspots, sometimes, as we know, just seeing it in real life. This is the actual copy. This is not, as we joked with Randall yesterday, a copy he put together on his dining room table, which he has done before.
Wow.
That looks gorgeous.
Just open it right to the middle. Of course, it tells me, never again. I wonder what it's trying to tell me.
Right. The books should not taunt Ray. Do not taunt Ray. Ray, can we get some Taco Shark stickers and patches?
Taco Shark stickers and patches. What exactly is that from?
I don't remember, but I saw some around here today. So,
sounds fun.
Does sound fun. Hey, Ray, are the remastered figures that are assigned to new force packs from a game of Armored Combat and Clan Invasion be new variants?
No. What will be new about them is they're going to be sort of remastered, retooled. They're going to be the same figures, the same poses, but there's a handful in the line with the second or third reprints of Force Packs that we have actually gone back and retooled in that fashion. Off the top of my head, I know for sure the Timberwolf, the Prime, has been retooled, remastered in that effect. Better quality for the Masters, and they'll all be getting that treatment. But we won't see new variants of those particular. We want to make sure that, as is, those will be available in Force Packs.
What is the one question you were terrified Randall would answer on his Fireside chat yesterday?
Everything. Everything and anything.
I'm going to say, just on my end right here, it was the re-release of the list of when all the Force Packs are coming out, because the last time he did that, we had nightmares for months, because the instant we missed one of those dates for 2 minutes, it was, where's my Jade Falcon Force Pack?
To this, up until yesterday, I'm getting some people a little salty about that, but I made it, for whatever it's worth, when that was put online about 3 years ago, I said that list is going to be no good in 2 weeks.
Yep.
So
you
as far as that
were clear
goes,
about that.
If Randall showed the latest list off yesterday, I could tell you it was already wrong yesterday.
Yeah.
We're working off an old list there.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm not sure if you noticed this one, but during Rem's last official Tuesday Newsday, I actually interviewed her, and the copy of the master list that she had was the old copy.
The 3-year-old one. Yeah.
So she was trying to read off things. I said that's absolutely not right. There is no way that some of these units are coming out this month. It's not happening. So that was fun. It made me laugh. Hi, Ray.
Hello.
I've got to say, all of these people. I've now done many of these Fireside chats, and we had Randall's yesterday and everything else. This is question. No, everyone has interest. Like, hi, Ray, how are you doing? They're all being very nice to you. This is the softest I've seen any of them.
I really appreciate it, and I hope it's because the fans feel like I'm their guy on the inside. I'm just a fan like them. I love the IP. I want to do what's best for it and to make everybody that enjoys Battletech, keep enjoying it. I want to, the impossible task of trying to please everyone. It's not possible, but that's what we strive for, to do the best that we can. And I hope if people are being really informal and engaging like that, well, I'm glad. I really appreciate it. And just a blanket hi to everybody out there. I really appreciate you.
But I really wanted to say, just the structure of these questions they really respect and appreciate you, and I want you to know, as an interviewer, it's fun to see, but it's really nice. But hi, Ray, what are your plans to make Red's life harder? Is it very interesting to watch the shenanigans? I'm assuming we're talking about Big Red.
Yeah, probably about Big Red. So, well, it's just we've known each other for, I think, about 3 years or so, and little by little I found what buttons to push. So I just keep pushing on those buttons, and to everybody's amusement.
All Jade Wolves all the time. I like this one. How can a Marauder be a heavy crab when it has no claws? Hand actuators.
Well, it's got the look. It has the right tonnage. It was, one of the first mechs in the lineup, and it was described as crab-like. Now, I've gotten into debates that it should be a lobster, but it does not have the tail for a lobster. All we really need to do is make a variant, with the clamps, and we're good to go.
The clamps. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm always being a little gun-shy from yesterday and the hundreds of replayings of the spit take yesterday. I'm going to wait till after you drink before I give you any questions.
That'll be good.
Do you have a plan for the follow-up books to the core rule book? Will vehicles and infantry be separate from essentially TAC Ops to TWAC Ops? I actually like calling it that.
That's a pretty good way to look at it.
Okay.
The way that we're presenting it is that the core book is the core book. That is what that is the baseline for everybody playing Battletech moving forward. Doesn't mean that we're getting rid of those rules, but we're going to call them optional. Everything outside of that core book is going to be optional, right? We're not taking anything away from anyone, but the way that we're splitting it up is that this is a mech-centric game. The core book has the battlefield support for everything else in the game that you want to play. Very simplified. Mm-hmm. And that's just the baseline. Then we're going to have the full rules that everybody's used to little updated. Again, that'll go through public playtest and see what we want to change, what things we want to keep, and that'll be in the overall optional rulebook.
Can we get a chart for the BSP cards to improve the skills with the increased card SP cost?
That's a pretty good question. Right now, the way that we have it structured, again, in this baseline, is that there's only the base level that's assigned to the asset, and they can improve one level. Okay, we will expand on that later with optional rules. Those most likely will go into the campaign book, because that's where we'll have how you could create a character, whether it's just piloting and gunnery in a call sign, or build on them a little bit with special pilot abilities and such. So that's where we'll have not only how to further improve the assets, but also if you're using the full rules, your vehicle crews and that sort of thing, how you improve their skills and so on with campaign play.
Sounds good. Question. A YouTuber posed idea majority of Seafox and one of the Lyran boxes are in the new core. Will these lances still be released, or are they redundant now?
Probably redundant, and it goes back to like our earlier question of, that the magic list that was good for 2 seconds. That's an example of why, as we go, we develop things, and there's new developments, and we shuffle that stuff around. We plan things out years in advance, but, those are moving targets, especially when we're talking about the miniatures. When we find new sort of packs, new products to put them in and whatever, that entire list becomes fodder for that. So, you'll see that stuff somehow, but if you see a couple of the mechs were pulled for the box, they're in the box now.
With the Vindicator no longer being available, will the model be sold in a general force pack in the future, or even a Capellan-specific force pack?
Yes.
We got pretty much the same question about the Wraith as well,
right,
even though it is still in the Alpha Strike
right now.
box.
It's Alpha Strike. The public play test that we did for the new core, we will start doing this year for Alpha Strike, looking to do the same thing with Alpha Strike next year. As far as the the Commander's Edition, we will have a new core book. We are on the fence right now as far as having a new Alpha Strike box, or whether it would be giving the rules inside the box a facelift, keeping the miniature lineup. We're just starting discussing that right now. So the question is not invalid, but it's not something I can really answer just yet. As of right now, the Wraith is available in the Alpha Strike box.
And you should always get one. I'm starting my first Aces campaign. What do you think is a must-have mech for my intrepid mercenaries?
Oh, well, everybody has to have a Marauder.
Agreed.
But aside from that, the Aces boxes are constructed so that you should have everything you need if you have the Aces box, and that particular Aces box should be everything you need to play that campaign. And I think it's also sort of built in such a way that they could build off each other or act independently. Like if you play Scouring Sands, anything that you gain or the force that you build up there, you'll be able to take them into blanking on the name now. It's right over there. The Dominion pack is Snowblind.
Yes.
Snowblind. So you should be fine with those products as is. But yeah, pick yourself a Command Lance force pack. Get a Marauder, and you'll be fine.
Okay, now they've decided to not be so nice anymore.
Okay.
Were you for or against adding TSEMP use to Trial of Birthright?
That was a flip of the coin, honestly.
And we had a lot of discussions about that.
Yeah, I think what I pushed for the most part was not having it in there. I think you and I were on opposite sides, and we found a way to compromise.
Oh, yes.
And I could tell you, honestly, my reasoning behind some of those type of decisions is that along the way, we had certain advanced equipment, especially coming out of Dark Age, that we didn't see much in the fiction, whereas they should have played a large part in the fiction. I felt that we had come too far to really sort of reintroduce this stuff and say, hey, it was here all along. But the fact is it was. So I think you and I found a middle ground to allow for it and massage that in there.
And I had fun as an author just poking it as this, and we made it very clear in the book. This was one of the very limited uses of the technology that was successful. It was an ambush, it was pre-planned, and it had a specific goal of we needed everyone to live. We did not want to harm former Republic troops who were trying to do what they were doing. For the sake of the story. It was a great thought. Can you share anything about the delayed Goldilocks RPG?
Goldilocks?
I'm not sure if they mean any of our regular RPGs or whether they're being funny, and if this was more of a Jason question.
Yeah, I think maybe it's if they're talking about a new MechWarrior RPG, then they might be saying between Time of War and all that crunch and Destiny and the sort of loose narrative thing, which is exact. Goldilocks is right. That's where I wanted to go. No, it's on the shelf. It's postponed. What it came down to, I'm not sure how much I actually should say. Very briefly, we were looking for a specific style. We had a target in mind of what we wanted to do with it. And essentially it came down to there's a certain creator, there's a certain author that would be perfect for this. And I had told everybody working on the book that this is the sort of games and things to look at. This is what I want. Turned out that specific guy is a gigantic Battletech fan. But so we decided we need to hire this author for this book. But the timing and other things didn't work out. We haven't wavered in what we want, so it's simply a matter of when we're able to our timelines and everything work out and we can bring this author on board, then it's a go. So I'm at least happy to say that we know what we want to do with that book. We just can't do it yet.
Very fair. Excellent. Which of the lambs is getting a pack first?
Well, the Urban Mech. There you go.
Draconis Reach PDF, when that goes back to timelines, we'll let you know when we know. When is the Fox Patrol box coming?
It is near the top of the list. It is near the top of the list. So much so that we have to coordinate carefully with certain pieces of fiction that need to come out before the box.
So what you are saying, Ray, is that pieces of fiction should come out before box sets.
Well, I'm told fiction should always come out first, before anything.
Paging Jason Schmetzer to the red courtesy phone. Camachos Caballeros, tomorrow, please. What was your favorite Battletech event to attend in 2025, and what events are you looking most forward to in 2026?
Well, if we go outside these big conventions, I was not able to attend Southern Assault last year, whereas I've been there once, I believe, and it was a great time. Last year I attended Wolfnet's convention, KSAG, and that was just a great time for any Battletech fan. And then out of the big cons that I go to every year, this is the one that's the most fun. And, being a tabletop guy, a painter and all that, or at least when I had time, this is a mecca. When I come and I actually have time to myself, I like to walk around and just take photos of all the miniatures and all the artistry, talk to all the sculptors. The whole digital process has really opened everything up to lots of talented people. This is the con where I have the most fun. Now, if we're talking specific gaming event, like a specific tournament or whatever, that usually, those don't necessarily register as much as, I remember playing with this person and we talked about this and had a great time. But overall, it would be those three things: Adepticon, and then the specific Battletech ones, Southern Assault, KSAG. I really recommend to people.
Wonderful. Oh, my God, Ray and Michael, legends. Thank you, Augustine. Appreciate it. Could we get a cross-section book like the Star Wars ones that DK publishes? We did that. It was the Universe book, or was it Legends? I don't remember.
It was the Universe book that we have several cross-sections there, and
we're never doing that again.
Probably not, but it's absolutely awesome, and that's exactly the inspiration for those. We really, I mean, we're never going to be anything like the size of Star Wars, but our universe is as rich as any of those huge properties, and when we could shoot for it, we want to give people that experience. So if you haven't seen the Universe book, there's so many reasons to pick it up, but it's got tons of those cross-sections that are really awesome.
Are there any plans to do a new version / replacement of the Alpha Strike Master Unit List site?
Yes. I mean, that's been in the work for several years, and it's just a series of tragic events. But essentially what I'm told right now, the only reason we're holding off are hosting issues. There's sort of ensnarements there and things. I'm not really privy to all that, sure. But that's sort of my understanding that it's still in the works. It's just on hold for the moment.
Any ETA on the Comstar restocks?
I don't have any information on that. Last I heard, we are waiting on a huge shipment of reprints, force packs and books and stuff. That last I heard, that was a few weeks ago, so I don't have any new news.
Any updates on the timeline of new Force Manual releases? Which one is next? We have Mercenaries here. We just finished Mercenaries.
The next one is Clan Invasion, and I knew going into it that it would be a different sort of book.
Yeah.
And once we got it into layout, turns out it's about twice the size of all the other field force manuals. So currently it's lingering in the layout limbo, just sort of waiting in line. Probably in the next week, we're going to start trying out a new freelancer for layout, and he'll help with some of the smaller things, which will free up the current layout team to do the bigger stuff. Force Manual Clans is actually on my deck to lay out, so I've gotten like a handful of pages
in your copious amounts of free time.
Unfortunately, yeah. So, but that will be the next one. Steiner is already being written, so that will follow Invading Clans, and that's as far as we've gotten. I can't remember the one after Steiner. We're kind of doing musical chairs. So, Invading Clans, very, very hopefully this year. We just have to, blast through that layout blockade. And then probably next year, Force Manual Steiner, and we'll see which is the next one following that.
Sounds good. I know much is out of your hands, but have the issues with tariffs and importing changed the way anything is done, i.e. larger, more frequent orders? I think that's more of a Randall one that we can pop
mostly,
over to.
And we have had some, it's similar to when COVID hit. Mm-hmm. And we had to sort of restructure things and rethink our line and all that. We've been hit with sort of the same thing there, except with the whole layout issue, and we've been going through some general editors and that sort of thing. We haven't really been able to adjust the way that we were able to back then. Mm-hmm. Just expect to see probably in the latter half of the year a lot more of PDF products. And, which again ties back into the Force Manuals. Each one has an accompanying IL-Clan update. And so we have those sitting there, ready to go. Just the, priority-wise, everything we're working on is the core, the boxes that were announced, the core rule book, and then trickling down from there, then we have, like, Invading Clans and so on. So the PDFs have kind of taken a back seat. Once we bring somebody else on board, we'll see that finally open up first, before we see, the bigger products start chugging along again. So,
What is the ETA for the 2 new graphic novels announced last year?
I don't know the ETAs at all, but I've been following along. It's probably been 2 to 3 months that we're finally seeing artwork, and it looks fantastic. In fact, there probably wouldn't be any problem with us showing it off here, but I didn't consider it. If anything, I'll double-check on permissions and see how we can maybe get a page posted up or something, because it's just beautiful so far.
Awesome. Are there any rules changes from the public playtest of the new rules you think didn't go far enough?
I've liked everything that I've seen in the final. I think the one question mark I have, and then I've seen some other people comment on, is that we had the removing the sides from the chart, from the location chart, and our ammo explosion rule changes were sort of married to that. We wound up, the playtest showed us that most people didn't want us to mess with the location table, so we left that alone, but seemed to be okay with the ammo the way as proposed, which I leaves me with a bit of a question mark because they were supposed to go together. So that's the only thing that stands out. Otherwise, I'm really happy with the changes, resulting from the play testing. And I got to say, especially the missions chapter is just great. It's something that we've needed for decades, and it's one of the things that, if you actually think about, is obvious and why haven't we done it before? But there it is now in the core book, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Have you considered the Galloglass for the Mercenaries pack line?
I think it's in there in the latest list somewhere. So, yeah.
What is the MSRP for the PDF for Hotspots Draconis Reach? I don't think we've got the MSRP for the book, but I don't think that we've got the PDF.
No, I don't remember off the top of my head, but we have a formula.
Yeah.
So I just don't want to give a quote right now and be wrong, but I figure it's somewhere about a little less than half the book MSRP. And then, if you get the book, I believe from our shop, you get the PDF. I think that's how we're doing it
I
now.
think we did it at one point. I don't know if that's still a thing. Yeah, no, it's very fair. Yeah. The Shylone and the Visigoths are great, but they're very large and hard to fit into cases for Battletech without worrying about damage or snap stems. Could CGL shrink the scale of later fighters, please?
Yes, maybe. That's the best I could say. But the thing is that we're trying to keep everything in scale, so the fighters are actually really big.
Gotcha. Yeah. Ray, what made you decide to regularly chat with Big Red 40 Tech? Because I feel it's been the best community outreach for CGL that I can think of.
Well, first off, I don't have any problem with going on any podcast or YouTube show or any content creator or anything out there. I do apologize. There have been a handful of people that have reached out, especially in these last 3 months. I haven't really done anything other than a couple of Big Red shows. But the reason I go there frequently really is that we're pals. We hit it off pretty good several years ago. We're really jerks, and we just clown on each other. So I have a good time with that. I don't feel any sort of pressure or anything where, like, even doing something like this, I'm trying to be on my best behavior.
Best behavior.
But that's really why I've been on there so much. And some of you out there that I do an interview, an appointment, or whatever, I apologize. Please keep hitting me up if you feel ignored. And actually, this goes for anybody. Just please realize that I have no time. It's not an affront to you or ignoring you. You if you want something from me, you have to keep pinging me, so that at some point your request is at the last thing I saw, the first moment I have free time, that sort of deal. So.
Ray's being very nice. Right now, flashing across your screen is a list of all the people that we're ignoring. Thank you. Hey, Ray, thanks for your answer to my question. As far as the Aero packs coming later, can you spoil what jets will come in the Marek pack?
Not off the top of my head, but and actually I don't mind spoiling those lists or anything. Yeah, but I do have to stress I would like to manage some expectations, and without giving too much away, I'm not sure exactly what Randall may have said yesterday, but so like we have some new fighters on display. Let me say that these fighters on display are just a sneak peek to an announcement of a thing that will come. So, like, fighters aren't coming in the next few months. I don't care what anybody else said. We don't have an aerospace line next year or what. This is just, please be patient. Please take this as good things are coming. They're not coming as fast as you think or hope. So, yeah, I think we have. We've already set what we're going to have, like in the Free Worlds League pack. But please don't hold your breath. Just know that it will come, and that really applies to anything. Hey, Ray, what about this thing? And I'll say no. Well, my no means maybe 5-6 years.
Yeah.
Much easier to say no than to say yes, and then, hey, where's my aerospace? Where's my aerospace? Just be patient, please.
So how do you address Randall's comments yesterday that we will have a full warship line in plastic for Gen Con?
As long as it's his quote, come back and hit him up.
Randall Leak first, ladies and gentlemen. Battle value for abominations, please. Their group is battle value only, so if they don't have a battle value, they can't use them and have little reason to buy the plastics.
Not sure what to say about that. That's slightly out of my wheelhouse. I would assume that they have some battle value attached. But no, as we said many times with Gothic, in order to do it, we sort of built up a second team, and I, approved broad strokes and that sort of thing. But if they don't have battle value, that's kind of surprising.
Can we get Gothic Abomination construction rules?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, but no, because we're actually going to be sneaking them into a different product altogether. When we do that, it won't be a surprise. We will then point people to that product, but it's going to be something fun and interesting.
Sounds good. Will there be additional force packs for the Mercenary Force Manual for its release outside the exclusive packs for Barnes & Noble?
Probably not. Probably not, because it's just something that we will be continuously doing.
The Shylone is being touted in the Lyran Aeroforce pack, but MUL does not show them having access to that. Is that pack actually for Karita?
Again, I'm not sure what was discussed there, but when we were building the packs, my recollection is we've got the Shylone and we got the Visigoth, and we did not want to put those into the initial packs because everybody had an opportunity to get those already. So we didn't want to come out with the initial packs and, well, we've got 1/3 of these packs already. So I don't recall the Shylone being in the Steiner pack at all. So I'm not 100% sure.
Sounds good. Randall said battle armor minis are on hold due to production issues.
Correct.
Is it new battle armor, or will CGL still produce elementals and inner sphere battle armor?
Well, that's our baseline, the elementals and the inner sphere battle armor. We need to get that working properly, but we have a whole backlog of battle armor that we want to do. And, I have certain ideas on how to approach that, but ultimately that's going to be Lauren's call, and he's been doing most of the legwork, figuring out other avenues. But like if nobody knows, the bottom line is that the process and the plastic and everything that we use for our mechs and vehicles and everything just does not hold any good detail at the size of battle armor, let alone infantry. We'd love to do infantry. Mm-hmm. So we just have to explore, first off, other ways to manufacture them, which means other ways to, or possibly other ways to distribute them, package and distribute them. So it is a whole thing, and I'm not really involved until that, the business side of it is figured out. Mm-hmm. Then I'll be brought in, and we could talk about, okay, what are we going to put out? What do we put out after that? And how do we organize that? Yeah.
Will each new Aces box add more special pilot abilities?
Maybe. I can't say for certain for each successive one, but it's a possibility, yeah.
At one point on the CGL store, we could buy just the mechs from the A Game of Armored Combat Clan Invasion. Is that something that might be repeated in the future with the new large mini count boxes?
So, for instance, the ones being rotated out of Game of Armored Combat, I'm not sure if we've reached a decision yet because, like I said, we're going to retool all those. So it is very possible that management may want to offer that in the interim. But no, I can't say yes or no at this time.
Fair. When will the Urban Mech Company box return?
I'm not sure if it ever will, but again, there may be a reason or a whim to do so. At this time, I don't know that it will be coming back.
Can we get a cannon paint scheme for the Seafox spacecraft, please? Preferably not like the Diamond Sharks and copying the RimWorld's Republic.
Probably not any time in the near future, but sure.
When do the Fan Roll faction dice / Liquid Core dice made from Merc Kickstarter be available for general retail, or are they Kickstarter exclusive?
Right, that's not something that I could answer. Usually with that sort of thing, it's Kickstarter exclusive, and then we have a surplus that we would sell on the, on our web shop. But we have Talon Coleman actually handles merchandising products, and that falls under his purview. Yeah.
Sounds good. So just wait for our Fireside Chat Q&A, Talon Coleman, whenever that happens.
2027.
2027. What do you secretly wish someone would ask you at the Fireside Chat?
I don't know. I have a list of things I don't want to be asked.
That's fair. I won't ask you what that is, as tempting as it is. Will Fox Patrol box be original lineup of mechs or a more current roster?
Okay, I get the question. Mixed. And we will have the usual, there might be one or two that are completely existing non-repost sculpts. There should be some that are variants. There should be at least one, if not two, completely brand new miniatures in there.
As is our tradition.
Yeah.
Have you seen any non-CGL games on the floor here at Adepticon that interest you?
Quite a few. I couldn't even name them all. I could give a shout out to this game Oasis, that is a futuristic combined arms military tabletop miniature game, and one of the two people behind it is our own Dale Ida, who is one of our sculptors and artists, and that game is really great. I just ran into Jordan Cuffey. His company is Skullforge. They do numerous games and miniatures that you can use as proxies in other games. Again, he's one of our guys. He's the guy behind the Hammerhead. So he is super talented. I would love to work with him again in the future. Right here.
Blood and Bayonets.
Blood and Bayonets was his Napoleonics. Firelock Games. They put out great stuff, different types of historicals. Just because I have all that handy. Otherwise, off the top of my head, I don't know. There's so much great stuff at Adepticon. Anybody who loves tabletop games, you need to visit here at least 1 year.
Yeah, it is a rare gem. Will there be any new Battletech models coming from Ironwind's Metals this year?
New models?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm acquainted with the gentleman that does their lineup, decides which mechs every year and that sort of thing. But I don't recall what I haven't gotten the heads up for next year yet.
Okay. Now that the Mad Cat Mark II and Rakshasa are in plastic, when Mad Cat Mark III?
Don't know. I don't think I remember seeing it on the lineup.
When will the premium record sheets become available?
Well, the premium record sheets was not something I was ever really pushing for.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if they're still even a thing. This was something I think Randall really likes them. Lauren really likes them. We can do them. They're very, again, layout intensive.
Mm-hmm.
So I know it's definitely not a priority, but it would really come down to the bosses saying, okay, we need to either reprint the existing ones or now let's catch them up with everything we've had since the clan invasion and so on. I haven't heard anything about either reprinting or, doing an update.
Any specifics on which force packs have been retired?
I did hear that, but I don't remember offhand. Not very many. I think there were 4 total, and it was just the bottom sellers. So I can imagine in the future it would simply be a matter of rotation.
Sure.
Where we might take the next bottom few in the next couple of years and rotate these other ones back in after there's a bit of a demand for them. But no, I don't recall which packs.
Any plan to reprint the map packs, grasslands, etc.? And what are the plans for future packs past volcanoes?
So I imagine we're going to be reprinting the paper maps, for sure. As for after the current BFMs and map series, no, I don't recall what we have in the pipeline. I haven't been shown any of the new artwork yet for the next few, so I couldn't really say.
Gotcha. Will there be final printings of Total Warfare and the BMM before the shift to the new line?
No, I don't think. I think we still have enough in stock to last us through the new series.
Chances of the Raijin, the Nexus, and Grand Crusader getting plastic models?
Not anytime soon, but absolutely yes.
Will the new layout freelancer help with capacity issues around print on demand?
That would be one of their top priorities. Yeah, because we want to make all the old stuff available again. So yeah, that has always been one of the top priorities. But then again, I don't know, because there is such a demand of high priority stuff that we need to work on. The last person that we brought in for layout, I trained him specifically on that, how to get all our print on demand going. I believe he did 1 book, and I immediately pulled him to bigger projects.
Yep. Way of things.
Yeah.
Is there a plan for Force Manual supplements that go up to the Il Clan era?
Yes. That was always the plan, and we have the first 3 already developed, written, ready for editing and layout. It's just lower priority at the moment.
And that answers a similar question they had there. But also, are the new variants in the Force Manuals going to be added to the MUL?
Yes.
Are we going to see future products similar to the recognition guides, or simply more recognition guides?
At the core, it's a branding thing, and I would probably not want to do recognition guides anymore. We will always have TROs in some form or another, and as a matter of fact, we have several PDF-only TRO-type products in development right now. Though I did go to the team, and I tried to shake things up. The recognition guides are slightly different than the original TROs. And I said, what if we did that again? Throw everything away. I come up with a new format. What new things can we present in a TRO? How can we shake it up and make them cool? And, if we get some good ideas, we'll do something slightly different. But for sure, there will be more. It's just one of our more interesting and easy to access products.
Someone was catching up late. Is there any plans for a new RPG in the Battletech universe? I don't know if we talked about that directly. I know we talked about RPGs and the Goldilocks plan, but there is a plan, potentially. Yes, we love RPGs. Do you have more plans for more Battle Force and strategic Battle Force products like this Tukid supplemental?
I was immediately going to say no. Because out of our core line, it's this weird spot. Those rules. It seems to be the rules that everybody wants, everybody needs, and nobody plays. Which you could interpret that a couple ways. So it would probably be the last thing that we look at, revamping and putting out there again. On the other hand, yes, actually, turns out, we're actually actively developing something new in that area. So I just, it's so compartmentalized.
So the answer is no, maybe. Well, actually, we're already doing it. Yes, that is absolutely there. No, I appreciate that. How do you think CGL can get Battletech in front of more eyes? Podcasts, YouTube, old media?
As far as Catalyst goes, that is the way that we're trying to move. Getting out there in the social media kind of stuff. Podcasts, partnering with content creators and that sort of thing. If you're talking about pie in the sky, things that we can't do or literally isn't under our control, well, some form of mass media, animation, TV shows, movies, graphic novel. This might, once we actually have it in our hands, that might be a foot in a particular door. But yeah, the sort of social media thing, like what we're doing here right now, is the best that we could do for the moment. But we're actively pursuing all that.
Sir, what is your drink of choice?
Well, the meme is Fireball. The meme is definitely Fireball, and I have so much Fireball, which I love. But I'm super pedestrian. So I'll usually have some Captain Morgan in a soda. Nothing fancy.
Any more thoughts on a bits box to let people make their own variants, like the Atlas C3?
No, but I would love that, and every chance I get, I push for that, or the concept of, for the premium line, let's put out a mini with all the bits you need to make any variant you want. I'm not as sold. Let's put in multiple legs with different poses. Neat. But I think you'd get way more value and use if you have variant bits, which we have seen in some of these premiums. But I think if we went the whole hog, that would be awesome. And I doubt anybody disagrees with that.
Would CGL prefer to have more Let's Plays and interviews on their own channel or take part with existing creators?
So, I think perhaps from a company business sense, we would prefer to do that on our own, where we have control of it and really get the messages out that we need and everything. On the other hand, what like you and I would prefer is please don't give us more work.
Yes.
We'll be happy to go on your show, and so on, and get the messages out that we want and answer questions and engage with people. But,
and that's why we have affiliates. And once again, working with people who, if you play in the sandbox and you play by the rules that are required by our licensees and things, we're happy to be out there with you.
And let me take a moment to thank all the content creators out there and everybody that supports the IP, the company, us personally. Thank you very much. We understand how much work goes into everything that you do. We get it, and that's thus my answer. We don't want to be doing that stuff on our own. Even though, in a perfect world, that's what we should be doing. So we really appreciate all you out there.
Yes, we do. Any chance some MechForce Germany UK designs can be canonized?
Yes.
Anything in the fiction on Pope Leo and the Knights Defensor? Any canon camo scheme? And will you let Michael Ciravella write it tomorrow?
We're not really focusing on Pope Leo, right?
Yep.
We're not really focusing on too much. We kind of find it gets controversial fast, and it's there, and you could do whatever you like with it.
You heard it here, folks. Randall Leakverse.
Yeah.
The novel comes out tomorrow.
There you go.
What mech do you most want to add to the plastic line? For the record, that last one was an actual question. I just added the tagline on there, as I do.
What mech do I want in plastic? Gosh, at this point, I don't know. No, honestly, I don't know. There's plenty of us still to do. I would probably have to look at the vehicle list and see what's wanting.
That's very fair.
Because there's lots of stuff there.
Will Iron Winds Metals ever sell single plastic minis? Iron Winds Metals isn't, but we are. We've got the Boxo minis over here. We've been trying at the last 2 conventions.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Yep, right on the table there. It's actually been a significant win for us right there.
I could say with a good deal of confidence, because there's a lot of chatter on the internet, I don't think there's any contractual obligations or legalities or anything. So a question like that, can we sell them individually? Could Iron Wind sell plastics individually? I think all that is possible. It's just at this time, none of that really works for either company. So all that stuff, there's tons of possibilities, and when they make sense for either or both of us, then you'll see those things happen. Otherwise, there are reasons that they don't.
True. When Rakshasa 2C?
Let's wait for the first one to hit the table, please.
Aren't we talking about Mad Cat at that point? How are you doing, Ray?
I am doing better today than last week. Thank you for asking.
Have the issues with the emplacements first run been fixed, or do we know when restocks are coming?
I think that the restocks are part of that big shipment that we're currently waiting on. I think, but that is definitely a Randall question.
Is Essentials getting retired with beginning and a game of Armored Combat?
Yes.
Status of the next Brush Wars books?
So that may very be that. Sorry. Once we train in the new layout person, that's one of the top priorities to put them on. All the PDF surrounding each Brush War season. We were supposed to have the second batch in this quarter. Did not happen. Hopefully next quarter we'll see it pick up again. And remember, it's they're broken up into 3 chapters, 3 individual Brush Wars that then, once those are all out, all the PDF products and so on, we'll take the core ones and put them together in one book, one volume, that will just have those 3 interconnected Brush War stories with, rules appendix and all that sort of thing in print.
This is a good one. We are skipping a couple of these questions as we come to the end right here. But how were the pre-painted mechs received? Are there plans for more or even entire boxes?
Like dead neutral, dead 50-50. Some people, I think in general there was some disappointment that it wasn't all or nothing. Just a random one painted miniature in pack didn't really satisfy anybody. People would rather have
either
all the miniatures
painted
clear
or not painted.
Right, exactly. Yep. So because of that, I think there's some stalling or paralysis on the part of management. Well, do we do this again, or do we not do any painted? Could we commit to a painted pack entirely? And that's kind of where we're at. And that's where I was at the beginning. Either we do it completely or we don't do it. And that really would be the only way to gauge. If we full painted pack, does it sell well? Do people like it? Is there a market just for that?
Mm. What is the status of the premium miniatures line? There hasn't been a release in some time.
Not really anything I can say about them at the moment.
Fair. What's the... Okay, we're going to jump off of the pre-prep stuff there, but in the thoughts of Randall Leakverse right there, what upcoming product are you most excited for?
Well, I have to default to all these core products just because that's what I've lived for the past several months, and it's been a part of everything I do for over a year. So I'm going to look forward to that for so many reasons. The harder you work on something, the easier you forget it once it's off your plate, and then when it actually hits the public and you get those reactions, then it's a level of joy after all that work and nearly killing yourself and all that. So, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to being done and I could forget about it, and then remembering it once it's out there and seeing all the reactions. So I'm looking forward to that. That's the starter box, the core box, and the core rule book.
That sounds like a lot of words to say Universe Book 2026.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
We're not making you do that again, Ray. We're good. Just breathe. Are there plans for boxes in other eras than Ilclan? An interesting question.
I would lean towards saying no, because the Ilclan being the current era, we want to make sure that everything goes towards that. So if you take a look at just the Inner Sphere Command Lance box, I brought that up before. That is totally 3025, Succession Wars era. That's what it is. But we supply the cards and the record sheets for Ilclan era versions. So I don't really see, even if we do something that is clearly, this is Civil War era Force Pack, that's what it is, it's going to be connected to the Ilclan era. That's where we are now. And we're always going to go back and revisit other eras in our products. But in something like that, the Force Packs, there always needs to be a tie to the current era. We don't want to say 100% of the time, no, you can't use that miniature you love. It is not valid in this timeline anymore. I want that to be open for everybody.
Sounds good. Well, that's pretty much what we're looking at here, Ray. Thank you so much for your time. We went really nearly all the way to the buzzer. There's still some questions coming in, but we're not going to bog down too far right there. Most of them start with heavy crab.
Yes.
But thank you so much, everyone. This has been day 2 of Adepticon. I've had my wonderful guest, Ray Arrastia, here. Thank you so much. This is another very well-attended fireside chat. I know people got some great questions. How are you feeling, Ray? Everything going well?
Everything's good. I'm really enjoying this, and a lot of you know how to reach me online or what Discords I hang out with or anything of that. Just hit me up with any questions you may have. I don't bite, and I enjoy engaging and letting you guys know what's going on.
Sounds good. So once again, we're outside of Grand Ballroom A. We're on Adepticon Day 2 at the Baird Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My name is Michael Ciravella. I was here with Ray Arrastia, line developer for Battletech. We are here at the Six Sides of Gaming booth, and we will be back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Also, just because I've got Ray here with me, be ready for 12 o'clock tomorrow when we're going to do something very special, a deep dive into the Ilclan era. I think everybody's going to be really excited. It's a fun new thing that we're touching on, and we really look forward to it. We'll have Ray there, John Helfers, Phil Lee, and myself, and maybe some special guests. We don't know yet, but it should be a great time, and we look forward to it tomorrow at noon. All right, everyone, have a wonderful night. We're going to get some food. We're going to get things wrapped up here, even though we've got a lot of con left to go. We appreciate you, and see you tomorrow.